Douluo, the celestial pillar that shoots at the sun. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Wu Hun City. After 20 days of traveling, everyone finally arrived at the finals venue, Wu Hun City. All the soldiers did not follow into Wu Hun City, but stationed outside Wu Hun City. Prince Zhu King led 16 teams and entered Wu Hun City together. Although Wu Hun City did not look as large as Xiandao City, it was extremely magnificent. The wall of Wu Hun City was 80 meters high and more than 30 meters thick. Especially its location did not seem to be built directly on flat ground, but rather it seemed to have flattened a mountain and built on it. From the perspective of danger alone, it was probably far more dangerous than Xiandao City. Moreover, unlike other major cities, ordinary cities used soldiers as patrol teams, while Wu Hun City actually used soul masters for patrols, and all wore uniforms, looking extremely strong. According to Yang Wodi's own estimation, the patrol soldiers were mainly soul patriarchs, with some soul kings or soul emperors, and even occasionally soul saints. Yang Wudi saw the tall city, the solid defense, and the powerful patrol team, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "The Spirit Hall is worthy of being the holy land of spirit masters, and it is worthy of being the most powerful spirit master organization on the entire continent. Its strength is indeed far beyond imagination." Through careful observation, it was found that the hexagonal spirit city was actually built around a hill. On this hill, there are two very eye-catching buildings. The building on the hillside is the most magnificent. Even from such a distance, it can be clearly seen that it is a completely column-type structure with a dome. The facade of the building is covered with the golden material, which shines brightly under the sunlight. There should be the Pope's Palace, of course, including the so-called Elder's Palace. These two halls control the development of the entire Spirit Hall. In order to become an Elder of the Spirit Hall, with very few exceptions, basically you have to reach the level of title Douluo. The other building is on the top of the hill. Compared with the Pope's Palace, it is much smaller in scale, about only 1/3 the size of the Pope's Palace. The building structure is somewhat similar, but the facade is as white as jade. It is far less eye-catching than the Pope's Palace. According to Yang Wodi's guess, it should be the so-called Douluo Palace, and even the entire Angel Temple, which is also the highest symbol of the entire Wu Hun Palace. After the group entered Wu Hun City did not seem to be as lively as Xiandao City, but these shops and people were very extraordinary. The main business items of the shops are basically soul master supplies, including various types of soul guides, soul beast corpses, and even some valuable parts of soul beasts, including some rhino horns, soul beast skins, etc., which are simply everything. The pedestrians in Wu Hun City are basically soul masters, and ordinary people are rarely seen. Since entering Wu Hun City, the whole body, martial arts, and even the soul seem to have changed a little. It seems that there is a kind of reverence for God, and a little more piety. This is probably because the power of the angel god covers the entire Wu Hun City. The power of the angel god seems to be completely different from the killing city. If the killing city is full of blood and killing, the power of the angel god seems to have some kind of purification power. I'm afraid that practicing under the power of angels will make the soul master's thoughts more smooth and more open-minded. After entering Wu Hun City, they were received by a cardinal. Under the leadership of the cardinal, a group of more than 200 people were arranged in a larger hotel. As soon as they entered the hotel, Grandpa Yang Wudi and Grandpa Niagao looked at each other, nodded slightly, and then left together. One of the purposes of the two coming to Wu Hun City this time was to accept the canonization of the title Douluo. The two first came to the Pope's Palace and seemed to have communicated with Pope Bibidong. Then, under the leadership of Bibidong, they went to the Douluo Palace together to accept the canonization in the Douluo Palace. When the two returned to the hotel, they took Yang Wudi, Niamang and Douluo directly into the room. Yang Wudi looked at the two people's expressions, and they seemed to be a little bit wrong, much more serious than when they first came. Yang Wudi and Niagao both smiled bitterly, and then each took out a golden book of canonization from their bodies, and there was even a Pope's order. The golden book has the detailed information of two people, including their martial spirits and spirit powers, but what on earth is this Pope's order? Normally, the Pope's order would not be issued for the canonization of title Douluo. According to the Golden Book, Grandpa Yang Wudi was titled Soul-Breaking Douluo, and Grandpa Niagao was titled Plate Armor Douluo, one representing a powerful attack, and the other representing a plate armor-like defense. Yang Wudi was silent for a while before he slowly spoke. Normally, the Pope's order would not be issued, but Old Rhino and I no longer belong to the upper three sects. We both have our own forces and families. The Pope specially asked someone to create these two Pope's orders, which can be regarded as a symbol of one side's power. Yang Podi's face changed slightly when he heard this. This Pope Bibi Dong is really scheming. She wants to use a mere Pope's order to put us in the same predicament as the upper three sects. It can be regarded as a provocation. Grandpa, why don't you two refuse? Yang Wudi shook his head. Although this thing is hot, we too have to accept it. In fact, this is also Bibi Dong testing our attitude. If we too don't accept it, I'm afraid she will think that we still have various connections with the upper three sects. Taking this Pope's order can be regarded as a kind of cut-off with the Haotian Sect. Yang Podi thought about it carefully before speaking. Grandpa, it doesn't matter anyway. We have our own plans anyway. As long as it doesn't conflict with our own plans, no one takes the Pope's order seriously anyway. Grandfather Niagao also nodded. Old God and I think so too. No matter if he is provoking or not, we will stay away from him and will not interfere in the mess of Haotian Sect and Wuhan Hall. When everyone arrived at Wuhan City, there was a 3-day break. The finals were about to be held. Teacher Li Xiong also explained the rules of the finals in detail to everyone, including some specific matters of the finals. The rules of the finals were very simple. The first stage was all elimination matches. The winners advanced and the losers were eliminated. The competition process was very intense. There was only 1 day of rest for each round. There were 33 teams in total, including 15 teams from the Xingluo Empire and 16 teams from the Xiandao Empire, plus the teams recommended by the Xingluo Empire and the Wuhan Hall. The 2 recommended teams plus the first place in the Xiandao regional promotion competition. 3 teams had a bye in the first round. The remaining 30 teams drew lots for one-on-one matches, and half of them were eliminated directly, leaving a total of 18 teams to enter the next round. In the second round, the second place of the Xiandao regional promotion match and the first place of the Xingluo Empire promotion match will have a bye, and the rest of the teams will continue to draw one-on-one. In this way, a total of 10 teams will enter the third round. The second place of the Xingluo Empire promotion match and the third place of the Xiandao Empire promotion match will have a bye in the third round, and a total of 6 teams will enter the fourth round. If a team is eliminated in advance, all the teams with byes will be postponed. In the fourth round, the teams that do not have a bye will directly play one-on-one to determine the final top 3. After 4 rounds of elimination, 3 teams will enter the fifth round. After the fourth round, there will be 3 days of rest. In the fifth round, which is also the last round, there will be only 3 teams entering the competition. The 3 teams will first use the promotion match method to eliminate 7 players each to determine the team with the strongest individual strength. Then the 2 losing teams will have a group battle, and the winner will challenge the winner of the previous individual competition to determine the final champion. As the first place in the Xiandao Empire promotion match, Xiandao Team 2 has a bye in the first round and can only officially play in the second round. Yang Podi looked at everyone in the team and seemed to be more serious than before. You should also know that Grandpa Yang Wudi and Grandpa Niagao have just been canonized as titled Douluo. From now on, at least on the surface, our family is considered a big force. I want to win a championship in the finals to celebrate for them, so starting from the first game of the finals, I will be on the court, but you can't take it lightly. This time we can only win and not lose in the finals. Everyone should probably know that the reward for the finals champion is 3 soul bones. Let me say one last thing. For the sake of the family, I want the soul bones, but I want the championship more, and I am determined to win. After hearing this, everyone became much more serious. This Soul Master competition is no longer just about individuals, but also about the 2 major families. In fact, Yang Podi did not say that since they came into contact with the 2 Pope orders, the attitudes of the Po clan and the Yu clan towards the Wuhan Hall have been very clear, and even their attitudes towards the upper 3 sects are very clear. From now on, the 2 families are independent forces and will no longer be attached to any sect, nor will they become affiliated forces of any sect as a large sect. Winning the Soul Master competition is also a way to announce to the world and a display of future strength. Moreover, it has come to this point. Instead of continuing to retreat and forbear, it is better to move forward. There was nothing too outstanding in the first round of the finals. At least among the 30 teams, except for the Xiandao team. No team had more than 4 Soul Masters, and basically no Soul Masters with soul power reaching level 45. The Xiandao region also showed its strength. All 4 teams advanced to the next round, which made the Xiandao Empire officials headed by Zhu King all smile. The only thing that was a bit surprising was that the Divine Wind Academy and the Blazing Fire Academy actually formed the so-called new Divine Wind team, just like in the original novel. But in Yang Podi's eyes, this so-called new Divine Wind team was not good enough. The 2 teams had only 4 Soul Masters in total, and Feng Xiaoshan, who had the highest soul power, was only at level 44. In the original novel, they were dissatisfied with Tang San's Shrek Academy, and felt that the 2 teams would have a chance to win after combining. But with the current strength of Xiandao Team 1 and Xiandao Team 2, even if the 2 teams combined, they probably wouldn't have much chance of winning, so what was the point of combining? In the second round of the game, Xiandao Team 2 was officially ready to play. To everyone's surprise, the opponent drawn by Xiandao Team 2 was actually this new Divine Wind team, which surprised everyone. Under normal circumstances, it would be rare for strong teams to meet so early, but this newly formed Divine Wind team met the Xiandao Team 2, which was considered to be the favorite. Yang Podi couldn't help but sneer. It seems that the Spirit Hall also wants to test my strength, otherwise they would not allow the Divine Wind Academy and the Blazing Fire Academy to regroup. I just don't know if they have any other countermeasures after I have demonstrated my strength. Chapter 152, Victory over the New Kamikaze. The Spirit Hall specially opened up a special venue for the finals of the elite competition of advanced Soul Masters of the continent. This venue is located in the center of the Spirit City. The huge ring is 100 meters in diameter and is completely made of granite. On this huge ring, the ground is made of precious metals, and the surrounding area is even reinforced with a large number of soul guides to prevent damage. According to the information provided by the Spirit Hall, this venue is enough to withstand any attack from Soul Masters below the Soul Emperor without being damaged. And looking straight ahead from this competition stage is the Pope's Palace. The ring is less than a kilometer away from the magnificent palace where the Pope's Palace is located. Even the Spirit Hall has posted a notice announcing that the final 3 of the finals will compete in front of the Pope's Palace. Today is finally the second round of the game, and it is also the first time that the Xiandao second team will play. Almost all teams came to visit this game. In the eyes of everyone, the Xiandao second team, which has at least 2 Soul Kings, is a huge threat to their promotion game. The 2 teams in this game are the Xiandao second team and the new Kamikaze team. The new Kamikaze team is also very strong because of its combination with the original Blazing Academy. It can be said that it defeated an opponent yesterday without bloodshed. Under the instructions of the referee, all the players of the 2 teams went on the stage. The lineup of the new Kamikaze team was the same as the previous game. The 3 leaders were Feng Xiaoshan, Hua Shuang, and Hua Shuang. The 3 of them performed very well in both the preliminaries and the promotions, and they can be called star students. The strength of the Xiandao Team 2 is even more exaggerated. Yang Pingan can be called the number 1 student in the Xiandao area, and Du Yuan broke through to the Soul King realm in the promotions. The Xiandao Team 2 almost crushed the Kamikaze Academy and the Blazing Academy in both the preliminaries and the promotions. The 2 teams probably wanted to get revenge and combined. The lineup of the Xiandao Team 2 this time is Yang Podi, Yang Pingan, Du Yuan, Yi Lingling, Nia Meng, Yang Xianayu, and Nia Kui. Among them, Yang Podi was level 67, Yang Pingan was level 52, Du Yuan was level 51, Yi Lingling was level 49, Nia Meng was level 45, Yang Xianayu was level 41, and Nia Kui was level 38. In terms of the average soul power level of the players, it has exceeded the Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall that played today. When the 7 people came on the court, the referee gave an order and all the players on both sides began to show their martial souls and soul rings. It seemed that everyone's attention was on Yang Podi. Everyone was full of curiosity about this student who had never played before. As the captain of the Xiandao second team, no one would doubt his strength, but they didn't know Yang Podi's specific soul power level. Yang Podi looked at the new Kamikaze team opposite and summoned his martial soul. the soul-breaking spear, and at the same time showed his soul rings one by one: yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, black. When Yang Podi showed all his soul rings, everyone on the scene was stunned. The fourth ring of 10,000 years, 3 black soul rings, and the Soul Emperor. These were all situations that had never appeared in the Soul Master competition. Even the referee and the new kamikaze team were stunned. The referee seemed to have forgotten to count, while the new kamikaze team forgot to prepare. Yang Podi said to the people on the opposite side, "Yang Podi of the Poi clan, a level 67 strong attack system war Soul Emperor, please teach me." Although Yang Podi's voice was not loud, it was full of fortitude and decisiveness. It spread throughout the arena and the ears of everyone in the audience. When the referee heard this, he quickly indicated that the game would continue, and at the same time signaled the people of the new kamikaze team to get ready. After hearing the referee signal, all the people of the new kamikaze team recovered from their shock and quickly summoned their martial spirits and spirit rings. Unexpectedly, in the Haotian Sect team, the formation seemed very random. Only Yang Podi was at the front, and everyone else was at the back. Although they also summoned martial spirits and spirit rings, they did not look ready to fight at all. With the referee's order, the game officially began. Yang Podi held the soul-breaking spear in both hands and rushed directly to the team of the new kamikaze team. Yang Podi suddenly flashed and disappeared. Then, Yang Podi appeared in front of Feng Xiaoshan, the captain of the new kamikaze team, and Yang Podi held the spear in both hands and stabbed Feng Xiaoshan directly. This was the first of Yang Podi's 9 soul-breaking styles, instant body strike. Yang Podi's move seemed to scare everyone. Feng Xiaoshan was worthy of being the captain of the new kamikaze team. Seeing that he could no longer dodge, he quickly attached his soul power to his hands. His hands were like the claws of 2 swift-winged demon wolves, trying to resist this move desperately. But Yang Podi's move was powerful and heavy, and at this time Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear had reached a full weight of 4,000 pounds. How could it be easily resisted? Yang Podi's spear was as powerful as a dragon, piercing through the soul power on Feng Xiaoshan's hands, the martial soul phantom, and his hands. When Feng Xiaoshan reacted again, the tip of the soul-breaking spear was already against Feng Xiaoshan's throat. At this time, Feng Xiaoshan seemed to be only a moment away from death. Feng Xiaoshan's desperate resistance was like paper. Then, Yang Podi's spear turned around and bypassed Feng Xiaoshan's neck, and then the soul-breaking spear swung and hit Feng Xiaoshan directly. A huge force was transmitted from the gunshot to Feng Xiaoshan, and Feng Xiaoshan was directly knocked out of the ring. In just a moment, the captain of the new kamikaze team was knocked out of the ring, which seemed to stun the other 6 people on the field. Yang Podi turned around, holding the gun with both hands, and stabbed Hou next to him again. This shot was as fast as lightning, and almost no power was needed. Hou quickly used her third soul skill, resisting fire ring, and a huge fire ring blocked Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear. Hou Shuang, who was standing by, directly activated his fourth soul skill, explosive impact, as if to rescue Hou. But Yang Podi was completely unmoved, and instead increased his own strength. Although the resisting fire ring sent a burst of resistance, the two forces collided with each other, directly stabbing the resisting fire ring and Hou away. And Hou seemed to have been greatly affected by the force and fell directly on the ring. Hou Shuang, who was standing by, seemed to have already used his fourth soul skill, and a huge one-horned fire tyrannosaurus rushed towards Yang Podi desperately. Seeing this, Yang Podi was not in a hurry. He held the gun with both hands and slashed the gun blade directly at the unicorn fire tyrannosaurus. The unicorn fire tyrannosaurus collided with a huge gun blade. Unexpectedly, the huge unicorn fire tyrannosaurus was directly split, and the gun blade seemed to be more unstoppable, even splitting Hou Shuang's martial soul and soul power. When everyone reacted, the gun blade of the soul-breaking gun was like a big sword, directly against Hou Shuang's neck. Then, the gun body of the soul-breaking gun turned, and then Yang Podi pressed with both hands. A huge force pressed on Hou Shuang, and directly knocked Hou Shuang to the ground. Obviously, he was also seriously injured. In just 3 moves, Yang Podi had defeated the 3 main forces of the new kamikaze team. The remaining 4 people were instantly horrified, as if they had seen something terrible. Among them, one of the original kamikaze team quickly launched a wind-attributed strong attack soul skill, as if he wanted to attack Yang Podi from behind. Yang Podi took a step forward with his right foot, turned his body 90 degrees to the left, and at the same time, he lifted the gun from the back to the front with both hands. It was a move, looking back at the moon. The tip of the soul-breaking gun collided with the opponent's soul skill, directly defeating the opponent's soul skill offensive, and then continued to move forward. This gun pierced directly into the shoulder of the team member, and then the gun head turned and swung hard, and the team member flew out of the ring. This was because Yang Podi held back his strength and controlled his position, otherwise he could have stabbed directly into his vitals, or even directly pierced his body. Before the other three people could react, Yang Podi held the gun again and stabbed the other people. The remaining three people were all in the Soul Master realm. Whether in terms of strength or soul power, they were too far apart. After only 3 moves, all 3 of them had fallen down. And this battle of souls took only 2 minutes from beginning to end. Yang Podi had injured all 7 members of the opposite side, 2 of whom were thrown out of the ring, and 5 of them fell on the ring in pain. Yang Podi took back his spirit, the soul-breaking spear, and looked at the referee who seemed to be stunned. The referee came back to his senses and spoke with a bit of bitterness and stammering. In the second round of the finals, all members of the Kamikaze team were eliminated, and the Xiandao team 2-1. Yang Podi ignored the situation on the scene, but took all the team members back to the place where their team watched the game. Even though the next game had already started, everyone seemed to be recalling the game of the Xiandao team too, especially those big forces. It seemed that everyone had a solemn face and didn't know what they were thinking. Everyone on the scene seemed to be discussing how Yang Podi could achieve the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years. This is far beyond the number of years for the 4th soul ring to be absorbed. More people were discussing how Yang Podi was only 19 years old. How could he cultivate to the level of 67 Soul Emperor? This talent and cultivation speed are simply terrifying. You should know that Qin Ming, the former mentor of Xiandao team, broke through to the Soul Emperor at the age of 34, and was known as the second fastest Soul Master to break through to the Soul Emperor in history. Yang Podi is only 19 years old now, which is horrible. At this time, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed clan were also discussing. Ning Fengzi seemed to have a serious expression when he spoke. Uncle Jian, what do you think of this Yang Podi now? Jian Douluo was rarely solemn. I think this Yang Podi is very strange. His spear skills are completely different from those of the Po Yi clan. Even his Po Hun spear is different from that of ordinary Po Yi clan members. The attack he made on Feng Xia Ocean just now was exaggerated in terms of strength, speed, and even sharpness. And I even felt a trace of sword intent in his spear chopping of Ho Wuxiang. This person is so young, but he has a unique understanding of spear skills. He is simply a genius who will never be born. I am afraid that in no more than 20 years, the Po Yi clan will give birth to another titled Douluo, or even faster. This person has studied cultivation very thoroughly. He is simply a genius created by nature. No wonder he can train the Haotian Sect team so well. Feng Xi, our 7 Treasures Glazed clan should also make plans early. Ning Fengzi just shook his head slightly. The attitudes of the Po Yi clan and the Yu clan are unclear. They obviously don't want to fight against the Spirit Hall, and they have always wanted to stay away from our 3 sects. Now they want to move away, simply because they don't want to get involved in our disputes. And with the current strength of the Po Yi clan and the Yu clan, I'm afraid they are no weaker than the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Now I begin to understand the reason for the attitude of the Po Yi clan. I'm afraid they want to bide their time, waiting for Yang Podi to completely rise. By then, who among the younger generation will be his opponent? Ning Fengzi seemed a little confused. Uncle Jian, how much of Yang Podi's strength did he show in the previous match? Jian Douluo shook his head. In the previous match, Yang Podi only used his own soul skills throughout the whole process, and didn't even use a single soul ring skill. He showed at most 50% of his strength, maybe even less. According to my estimation, he has at least the combat power of a soul saint, or even stronger. The two continued to talk for a while, and Ning Fengzi seemed to have made up his mind. Uncle Jian, I plan to let Rongrong go to the Po Yi clan to study. This will be better for Rongrong's growth, and it can be regarded as an attitude. Jian Douluo heard this and finally just nodded slightly. Zhu King, who was standing aside, also had a dark face. He couldn't help cursing in his heart. Yang Podi, this liar, said that he was hunting for the 5th soul ring in the core area of the Xingdao Great Forest. I always thought you were a soul king. I didn't expect you to hunt for the 6th soul ring, and you entered the Soul Emperor at about the same time as me. Jin Ringsu has always been very confident in her talent. She was originally a god-level martial soul 6-winged angel. And she was an extremely rare innate soul power of the 20th level in ancient and modern times. As a result, she didn't expect that her soul power was surpassed by Yang Podi, who was younger than her, especially Yang Podi, this stinky boy, who actually touched her hand. And the people in the Wuhan Hall were also very surprised, especially the Platinum Bishop who presided over the Soul Master competition, whose face was extremely ugly. The 3 top-grade soul bones that were originally prepared were carefully selected for the Golden Generation. Now that a Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings appeared in the Haotian Sect team, the Golden Generation is in danger. However, a beautiful man in golden armor in the Wuhan Hall seemed to be shocked when he saw Yang Podi on the field. Chapter 153, Instant Kill of Netherworld White Tiger. Among all the people present, the most exciting faces should be those of Yu Xiaogang's Xiandao Team 1. As an abandoned child of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Xiaogang is also a laughingstock in the Spirit Master world. His biggest goal has always been to prove himself. He finally became the leader of Xiandao Team 1. Under his careful training, all the team members have reached the level of Soul Sect. It can be said that their strength is very outstanding. Especially his disciple Tang San, his combat power is very outstanding. With the strength of Soul Sect, he can fight against Soul King. This is Yu Xiaogang's greatest pride. He originally participated in the Spirit Master competition with full confidence, but he lost to Xiandao Team 2 in the preliminaries and promotions. Now in the finals, he has to face the Wuhan Hall team with 3 Soul Kings. Now Xiandao Team 2 has a Soul Emperor. The hope of winning the championship has become extremely slim. Tang San on the side also had a very solemn expression. Teacher, how did Yang Podi's 4th spirit ring absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring? Yu Xiaogang shook his head. I don't know either. The normal spirit master should take about 5,000 years to absorb the 4th spirit ring. Even if there are occasionally spirit masters with extremely strong physical fitness, it will not exceed too much. Your 4th spirit ring was also absorbed beyond the age limit. You should know the pain of absorbing spirit rings beyond the age limit. I have checked countless books before, and I have never seen a 4th spirit ring that can reach the 10,000-year level. Tang San thought about it carefully, and then spoke again. Teacher, do you think this Yang Podi also has a twin martial spirit? Yu Xiaogang was silent for a moment before speaking. If the first martial spirit of a twin martial spirit is cultivated to the realm of Soul King or above first, the second martial spirit can indeed absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring, but the martial spirit that Yang Podi has always displayed is the soul-breaking spear. I have never heard that he has a second martial spirit. Besides, if he really has a second martial spirit, he would not absorb only one 10,000-year spirit ring. Besides, if he really has twin martial souls, then his second martial soul is wasted. And how did he solve the problem of the conflict of twin martial soul attributes? The two seemed to be puzzled, and finally looked at Tai Long and Bai Xiaofei beside them. Tai Long thought for a while before speaking. Young master, I have never heard that Yang Podi has twin martial souls, and I have never even seen his 4th soul ring. I only know that his first 3 soul rings were absorbed beyond the age limit, and they all chose power-type soul beasts, and from childhood to adulthood, Yang Podi seems to have paid great attention to the improvement of physical fitness. Since becoming a soul master, he has basically been training his body crazily, and the intensity of training is far beyond the imagination of outsiders. I don't know if this is the reason. Yu Xiaogang nodded slightly. Crazy external training plus the medicinal bath of the Po Yu clan can indeed make the body stronger, but it can't achieve a 4th soul ring of 10,000 years. I'm afraid there are other secrets in this. Everyone at the scene seemed to no longer pay attention to the fighting soul competition on the field. Almost everyone was discussing Yang Podi of the Haotian Sect team. This person seemed to have a great secret. After a day's rest, the finals continued, and this time, the opponent drawn by Xiandao Team 2 was Xingluo Royal Academy. Yang Podi was speechless again about the result of the draw. Why do we always draw such a strong team? How come several strong opponents of Shrek Academy in the original novel all came to Xiandao Team 2? This targeting is too obvious. When it was Xiandao Team 2's turn to compete, Xingluo Royal Academy also played at the same time. Xingluo Royal Academy is also a well-known strong team. It even won the championship in the last Soul Master competition. The lineup is also a lineup of all Soul Sect members. Among them, the Captain Davis, the martial soul White Tiger, is a 49th level strong attack system soul sect, one step away from becoming a soul king, and is also one of the players with the highest soul power level in the entire Soul Master competition. The deputy captain Zhu Zuoyan, the martial soul nether spirit cat, is a 47th level agile attack system soul sect team member. Li Yang, the martial soul reflection mirror, is a 42nd level agile attack system soul sect team member. Yang Wei, the martial soul expanding buffalo, is a 44th level strong attack system battle soul sect team member. Tang Hongning, martial soul sharp thunder leopard, level 43 agile attack system war soul sect team members. Shangshan Rushu sisters, martial soul Shangshan Rushu, level 40 auxiliary system war soul sect. Xingluo Royal Academy's lineup is pretty good, and everyone knows that the biggest trump card of Xingluo Royal Academy is Davis and Zhu Zuoyan's martial soul fusion skill Nether White Tiger, which is also the reliance of the Dai family of Xingluo Royal family. The lineup of Xiandao Team 2 is basically the same as the previous game, the only difference is that Yang Yuxun replaced Niu Kui. According to the plan, the two of them were supposed to take turns to play, just to let the two see the world. And this game is the same as the previous game. Yang Podi walked in the front alone, and the other 6 walked behind, as if they still wanted Yang Podi to win alone. During the preparation time, both sides summoned their own martial souls and spirit rings, and the referee's order officially began. Xingluo Royal Academy seemed to have absorbed the failure experience of the new kamikaze team. At the moment of the opening, Yang Wei directly activated the 4th soul skill, Buffalo Control, and a huge inflated buffalo suddenly blocked everyone. At the same time, team member Li Yang also activated the 4th soul skill, Shuttle Realm. 4 mirrors surrounded Davis and Zhu Zuoyan to prevent them from being disturbed. Davis and Zhu Zuoyan came together, apparently wanting to use the martial soul fusion skill, Nether White Tiger, as soon as possible. In the eyes of the Xingluo Royal Academy team, perhaps only the martial soul fusion skill Nether White Tiger has a chance to defeat Yang Podi, the Soul Emperor. But Yang Podi ignored it and just stayed in place quietly, as if he wanted to wait for the other party to complete the martial soul fusion skill. As Davis and Zhu Zuoyan completed the martial soul fusion skill, the two formed a huge Nether White Tiger, which looked very powerful. At the same time, the sisters Shangshan Rushu simultaneously activated the 3rd soul skill, 10,000 feet of raging waves, directly adding assistance to the Nether White Tiger, as if betting everything on this Nether White Tiger. Yang Podi then held a soul-breaking spear in his hand, facing the Netherworld White Tiger that was rushing towards him. He saw the 6th black soul ring on Yang Podi flashing, which was Yang Podi's 6th soul skill, Golden Lion Roaring Sky Break. A golden light shone from the soul-breaking spear, and the golden light turned into a huge phantom of the Golden Lion King, accompanied by a huge lion roar. In the sky, the Netherworld White Tiger and the Golden Lion King collided with each other. Especially in the roar of the huge Golden Master, the increase in the Netherworld White Tiger was disappearing rapidly, and even seemed to have a tendency to dispel the Netherworld White Tiger. After the black Netherworld White Tiger and the Golden Lion collided, there was a loud noise, and even a huge light was heard. When the light disappeared, everyone saw the ring and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. At this time, a huge pit appeared on the ring. Davis and Zhu Zuoyan were lying in the pit. Obviously, the two had been seriously injured and fainted. This was the effect of Yang Podi's control of the power of the soul skill, otherwise, the 6th soul skill could directly kill the two people. Yang Podi didn't care about it anymore. He held the soul-breaking spear in both hands and stabbed at the other members of the Xingluo Royal Academy team. The remaining few people seemed to have very average fighting power. In less than a minute, the remaining 5 people all fell to the ground. The most surprising thing was that Yang Podi's speed was much faster than Tang Hongning of the Agility Attack Department. He actually chased after Tang Hongning and stabbed him down with a spear. Facing the so-called seed team Xingluo Royal Academy, it only took 2 minutes to win. When Yang Podi took back his martial spirit and was about to leave the ring, the referee seemed to react and quickly announced the result. 7 people from the Xingluo Royal Academy team were eliminated, and Xiandao Team 2 won. Yang Podi led everyone to slowly leave the ring, as if a victory was insignificant. The faces of all the people at the scene became more serious. They didn't expect that Yang Podi's 6th soul skill was so terrifying that he directly defeated the opposite Nether White Tiger. Among all the people at the scene, Ning Fengzi was the most surprised. Ning Fengzi said to Jian Daoluo with a pale face, "Uncle Jian, have you noticed? Yang Podi's soul skill is probably not ordinary. Douluo also nodded slightly. Yang Podi's soul skill just now, the auxiliary effect on the nether white tiger is obviously disappearing, and it can even directly break the opponent's martial soul fusion skill, and it is probably very restraining the amplification effect of the 7 treasures glazed tower. Yang Podi obviously doesn't care about the opponent's martial soul fusion skill. I'm afraid he just controlled the strength, otherwise Davis and Zhu Zuoyan would not be able to escape death. In addition, Hulina and Ziyu at the scene seem to change their faces. According to the power of this soul skill, I'm afraid their martial soul fusion skills will also be restrained. Without martial soul fusion skills, the two have no confidence in fighting against Yang Podi, the Soul Emperor. Just when Yang Podi returned to the viewing area of Shiandao Team 2, an unexpected person suddenly appeared. This person was wearing golden armor, very beautiful, and even put on heavy makeup, but he was a man. This person was Douluo. After seeing Yang Podi, Douluo was surprised and came to Yang Podi in an instant. Douluo on the side changed his face and shouted angrily, "Jahuagwan, what do you want to do? Don't think you can do whatever you want in the spirit hall." Douluo just said impatiently, "Old poison, Yang Wudi, I just want to see little friend Yang Podi, I won't hurt him, why are you so nervous?" Then, while Yang Podi was confused, he actually touched and smelled Yang Podi, and seemed to be intoxicated. Finally, he said slowly, "It is this intoxicating breath, it is so wonderful." When Yang Podi heard this, he also knew what was going on. His face changed instantly, but this is the spirit hall, it is not appropriate to turn hostile, and finally said, "Senior, what do you want to talk to me about?" Douluo was still intoxicated, and it took a long time for him to recover, but he was still unsatisfied. Finally, Douluo looked at everyone around him and said quietly, "Friend Yang Podi, can we talk in private?" When Yang Podi read the original Douluo, he had a good impression of Douluo. Douluo was a lovelorn man. In the original, when he was killing the Shrek 7, he decisively gave up the pursuit because of the fairy grass aura on Daimyu Bei and Xiao Wu. Moreover, Douluo was the top model worker of the spirit hall. He was very conscientious in his work and was a rare down-to-earth person in the spirit hall. Thinking of this, Yang Podi nodded, and then followed Douluo out of the team. The most miserable person at the scene was probably Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang had finally developed the 7-in-1 spirit fusion technique. He originally planned to use it as the final trump card. Relying on this, he might be able to steal the victory in the end, but when Yang Podi's 6th spirit skill came out, it was probably able to interrupt the 7-in-1 spirit fusion technique. For a moment, his hope was dashed again. Tang San on the side seemed very interested in Yang Podi's soul skill. If the Clear Sky Hammer could also acquire such a soul skill in the future, wouldn't it make the Clear Sky Hammer even more powerful? Tang San hurriedly asked Yu Xiaogang beside him, "Teacher, Yang Podi's soul skill has such a peculiar effect, what soul beast does it come from?" Yu Xiaogang thought carefully for a while before speaking, looking at the golden shadow and the lion's roar just now. This soul ring should come from the Golden Lion King, and it should be very old. Tang San was surprised. Golden Lion King? Teacher, if I add this kind of soul ring to the Clear Sky Hammer in the future, will there be similar effects? Yu Xiaogang shook his head. Zio-san, the Golden Lion King is already a legendary soul beast and is extremely rare. I'm afraid there may not be many in the entire starred out Great Forest. I don't know how Yang Podi found such a powerful soul beast, and the age of the soul ring is just right. It's not that no one has absorbed the soul ring of the Golden Lion King before, but no one has ever obtained this special soul skill effect. I'm afraid the soul ring of the Golden Lion King absorbed by Yang Podi is very unusual. Tang San fell silent when he heard this. Chapter 154 Po Bibidong. Under the guidance of Douluo, Yang Podi followed Douluo to villa. The interior of the villa was very exquisite, and there was a very large garden behind the villa. Various exotic flowers and plants were planted in the garden. This should be Douluo's home. Douluo smiled and said to Yang Podi, "Young friend Yang Podi, do you know where I brought you to?" Yang Podi just smiled, looking at the decoration of this house. "It should be the home of the senior." Douluo nodded slightly. "Then do you know why I brought you here?" "The senior should have smelled the difference in my breath and body." "I'm afraid it's because of what I've eaten," Douluo said quickly. "Young friend, do you know what you ate?" Yang Podi thought for a while. "A strange chrysanthemum, but unfortunately it has been eaten by me." I'm afraid it will never be found again in the entire Douluo continent. Douluo spoke again. Do you know the function of the strange chrysanthemum? You actually ate it so easily. Yang Podi shook his head. If it weren't for the strange chrysanthemum, how could I have reached the fourth ring of 10,000 years? The senior's martial soul is the strange chrysanthemum. You should understand the function of the strange chrysanthemum better. Douluo thought for a long time before speaking. My friend, I am willing to accept you as my disciple. I wonder if you are willing to become my disciple. Yang Podi just smiled. Senior, do you think that with my current strength, I still need to become my disciple? Douluo seemed a little surprised to hear this. My friend, you have unlimited potential. You are only 19 years old, but you are already level 67. It is obvious that you have your own cultivation methods and plans. I really have nothing to teach you in cultivation. Seeing this, Yang Podi hurriedly spoke. Senior, you are too kind. Although I have my own cultivation methods, I am afraid that except for our Poi clan, there are few people in the entire continent who understand the exotic flowers and plants in your garden. Douluo immediately became interested. My friend, do you also study various exotic flowers and plants? Where did you get that strange chrysanthemum? Senior, when I went to the Xingdao Great Forest with my elders to look for the fourth soul ring, I found this strange chrysanthemum. It was considered good luck. Douluo thought for a moment. The core area of the Xingdao Great Forest is seldom visited by humans, and there is abundant spiritual energy there, so it is indeed possible that the Kirin Tongshan chrysanthemum will be born there. However, although a single Kirin Tongshan chrysanthemum can enhance your physique, it cannot withstand the soul shock of a 10,000-year soul beast, and I am afraid it cannot support you in absorbing the 10,000-year fourth soul ring. Senior is indeed well versed in rare flowers and herbs. At the place where I obtained the Kirin Tongshan chrysanthemum, I also obtained another fairy herb that can enhance mental strength. Upon hearing this, Douluo muttered to himself, although there are many kinds of fairy herbs in this world, it seems that there are not many that can enhance mental strength. Wait, did you eat the longing dew? Yang Podi hurriedly said. Senior, you are really amazing. I didn't expect that you could infer it with just a few words. I admire you. At this moment, Douluo suddenly thought of something, and said very eagerly, my friend, have you found other fairy herbs? Are there any fairy herbs you haven't eaten? Upon hearing this, Yang Podi just fell silent and did not answer. Douluo seemed to realize his abruptness and calmed down his excitement before speaking. My young friend, you can rest assured that I will never tell anyone about the content of our meeting today. I can still keep this promise. Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. I'm really sorry. The last immortal herb has become the inherited treasure of my Poi clan. It is now placed in the family and guarded by the elders personally. Douluo was indeed a genius in flowers and plants. He thought for a moment and then spoke. Your Poi clan is proficient in refining medicine and poisons. The immortal herb you mentioned can become the inherited treasure of the Poi clan. Could it be the Yaoxiang Kilo immortal product? No wonder the Poi clan's medicine refining level has improved a lot in recent years. It turns out that it is because of this immortal product. If you are interested, you can come to visit my Poi clan at any time. When Douluo heard this, his originally excited expression became dull. My young friend, our Wuhan Hall has a grudge against the Poi clan. Do you really not care about the past hatred? Yang Podi shook his head. In the war that year, many people of my Poi clan did die. But with your strength, senior, if you had taken action against our Poi clan, I'm afraid no one of our Poi clan would have escaped. Besides, haven't my grandfather and grandfather already made an appointment with you for a battle? Some things, no matter how much you say, are not as real as a battle. Douluo seemed to have a hint of pride. As for the matter of slaughtering ordinary soul masters, I am not willing to do it. As for the grudge between the two families, we will talk about it after the battle between your grandfather and I. At this time, Yang Podi also became serious. Senior, I have something I would like to ask you for advice. I wonder if it is convenient. Seeing Yang Podi's serious expression, Douluo also became serious. If there is anything you want to know, just ask directly. I can't guarantee that I can answer it. Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. Excuse me, senior, in the current situation, how can my Poi clan be preserved? Douluo pretended not to understand Yang Podi's words. My friend, your knowledge is quite good. I heard that your fiefdom is Almo Mountain, which is quite a good place. Yang Podi said quickly. Thank you for your advice, senior. Then the two of them discussed some things about exotic flowers and plants. and even discussed some questions about the physiology of immortal herbs. The two of them chatted quite speculatively. After chatting for more than an hour, Yang Podi left Zhu Daoluo's residence and returned to the stadium to watch the game. Of course, Yang Podi also invited Zhu Daoluo to visit the Poi clan after the battle. Grandpa Yang Wudi saw Yang Podi coming back, and seemed a little worried and said, "Podi, what does that Douluo Gun want to talk to you about? Did you get embarrassed?" Yang Podi shook his head. "Senior Zhu Daoluo invited me to communicate about some rare flowers and plants, and didn't embarrass me." Grandpa Yang Wudi was a little relieved. This Douluo Gun, Wuhan Kiran Tong Xianju, has always liked to study flowers and plants. But he has never obtained any fairy herbs in his life. With the end of the third round of the game, Xianju Team 2 advanced to the fourth round. Now there are a total of 6 teams in the fourth round. Among the 6 teams that entered the fourth round, it is obvious that Xiandao Team 2, Xiandao Team 1, and Wuhan Team are the strongest, and the other 3 teams are much weaker. There was no phenomenon of strong encounters in the fourth round. Although Yang Podi played, it was meaningless to fight against such a weak team. He simply stayed at the end of the team and let the other 6 people fight. Even if it was 6-7, Xiandao Team 2 also formed a crushing situation and easily won the victory. Xiandao Team 1 and Wuhan Team also won easily and advanced to the 5th round. As time went by, the finals finally reached the 5th round, and the location of the 5th round changed to in front of the Pope's Palace. Early in the morning of this day, the main players and substitutes of the 3 teams all walked to the Pope's Palace, seemingly waiting quietly for the final. Among the 3 teams, Xiandao Team 2 was the most relaxed. At least on the surface, under the leadership of Yang Podi, the sole emperor, they were unstoppable all the way and basically crushed all opponents. The most nervous was the Wuhan team, as the Pope's Palace with a very high status in the Wuhan, especially the 3 golden generation of the Wuhan. After years of fighting, the 3 broke through to the Soul King realm. Their strength can be said to be far beyond their peers, and all 3 have won the purple record medal. It can be said that the Wuhan has spent a lot of effort to train these 3 people, and it can even be said that the 3 soul bones are also carefully selected for the 3 people. In a sense, the 3 have represented the glory of the Wuhan. In any case, failure is not allowed in this Soul Master competition. The championship is their only goal. Even from the previous matches, when fighting against all opponents, they were basically in a state of crushing. But unexpectedly, the strength of Xiandao Team 2 exceeded everyone's imagination, especially Yang Podi, the Soul Emperor, whose strength had reached level 67, far exceeding the 3 members of the Golden Generation. Even facing the Nether White Tiger of the Xingluo Royal Academy team, he could easily win. How could the Spirit Hall team not be nervous when they met such a strong enemy on the way to winning the championship? If they lost, all the previous publicity and even all the efforts of the Spirit Hall would be in vain, and they would have to give away 3 soul bones to others for nothing. At that time, the so-called Golden Generation would really become a laughingstock. Xiandao Team 1 seemed to be quite nervous too. They had reached the final 3. Who wouldn't want to win the final victory? Especially the championship was related to 3 priceless soul bones. But on the surface, Xiandao Team 1 was the weakest of the 3 teams, and all the bold words seemed to be just a joke. But Yang Podi noticed that in the substitute lineup of the Spirit Hall team, there seemed to be an additional player who had never appeared before. This person was tall, with long golden hair, and even had a veil on his face. But the pair of eyes that were exposed seemed very beautiful, and even showed a kind of arrogance. Yang Podi thought to himself, I didn't expect that she would come out for a Soul Master competition. Now this final is a bit interesting. At this time, 12 cardinals came out of the side door of the Pope's Palace, and the leader said, His Holiness the Pope has arrived. All the people in the Spirit Hall seemed to be excited and cheered, Long live, long live, long live. Then, the door of the Pope's Palace opened directly, and everyone's eyes seemed to be focused on the center. Bibi Dong was wearing a golden long dress from head to toe, wearing a purple gold crown on her head, holding a scepter in her hand, and walked out of the Pope's Palace with a solemn face. It was the first time Yang Podi saw Bibi Dong. As expected, she had a perfect figure and a beautiful appearance. Behind her followed 6 people, namely Zhu Daoluo, Ghost Daoluo, Sword Daoluo, Ning Fengzi, Yang Wudi and Niu Gao. Except Ning Fengzi, all the others were titled Daoluo, and Ning Fengzi himself was also the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, with a high status, and was also an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. After the 7 people entered the venue, countless people knelt on one knee, even the Spirit Hall team knelt down, except for the Xiandao Team 1 and Xiandao Team 2. Zhu Daoluo whispered a few words behind Po Bibidong, and Bibidong's eyes immediately found 2 people in the 2 teams. One was Yang Podi of Xiandao Team 2, and the other was Tang San of Xiandao Team 1. It seemed that there was an invisible pressure on the 2 people. Although Yang Podi felt a great pressure, this pressure was nothing to Yang Podi's current strength. Yang Podi stood there, like a javelin. In the Sea of Spirit, a silver giant held this soul-breaking spear, facing this pressure indomitable, as if ready to pierce through everything at any time. Although Tang San of Xiandao Team 1 showed a trace of pain on his face, his eyes seemed to have turned purple, and even a purple light appeared in his eyes, as if he was going to shoot at Bibidong. The cardinal on the side angrily scolded, "How dare you disrespect His Holiness the Pope?" Bibidong waved her white jade-like left hand slightly, and the cardinal quieted down. Bibidong first looked at Yang Podi, and seemed to praise slightly, "Yang Podi, you are very good. I didn't expect you to be so powerful at such a young age. Your future must be limitless." Bibidong's words seemed to be praise, but Yang Podi seemed to feel a hint of killing intent. This was because Yang Podi had been in the City of Slaughter for a long time, so he could feel it. Even the title Daoluo at the scene did not feel it. Then, Bibidong looked at Tang San of Xiandao Team and said lightly, "Are you Master's disciple Tang San? You are very good. You really have some of the character of Master." Back then, Tang San seemed quite surprised, but finally spoke politely, "I dare not compare with my teacher." Bibidong did not pay attention to the 2 of them anymore, but looked at everyone at the scene and gently waved the scepter. "Everyone stand up." As Bibidong finished speaking, all the people kneeling at the scene seemed to stand up rhythmically. Chapter 155 Finals Round 5. Bibidong seemed very satisfied with everyone, and just said quietly, "From you, I see the hope of future spirit masters. In front of the Pope's palace, I hope you will show all your strength, and the final winner will receive the reward from the Spirit Hall." Bibidong finished speaking, and gently waved her hand, and a long box seemed to appear out of thin air, and the lid of the box was directly opened. 3 spots of light seemed to appear in the box. Everyone took a closer look and found that they were 3 bones, including a green skull, a fiery red right arm bone and a light blue left leg bone. They were the 3 spirit bones as the champion's reward. Ghost Daoluo standing behind the Pope seemed to speak in a very evil tone. "The 3 soul bones are the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, the right arm of exploding and burning flames, and the left leg of chasing the wind. These 3 soul bones all come from 10,000-year soul beasts. Among them, the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration comes from a soul beast that is more than 50,000 years old, which is the best among soul bones." Everyone at the scene seemed to have extremely greedy eyes for these 3 soul bones, but Pope Bibidong just tapped the scepter lightly, and dispelled the evil thoughts of countless people. Pope Bibidong said lightly, "There is only one winner, and there is only one champion. The final champion will be rewarded with these 3 soul bones. I hope you will go all out." Yang Podi looked at the 3 bones and narrowed his eyes slightly. "I didn't expect that Bibidong would take out these 3 soul bones, even though I have shown the strength of a soul emperor. Could it be that she is counting on that woman in the dark?" As Bibidong finished speaking, the 5th round of the finals officially began. Bibidong continued, "This morning, you 3 teams will each send out 7 players for the individual elimination match. The remaining teams will directly enter the championship tomorrow. The 2 losing teams will compete for another spot on the finals in the afternoon. Now, you can send out the first player to play." Hearing this, Xiandao Team 1 and Wuhan Hall Team seemed to start discussing who to arrange to play first. But Yang Podi didn't care about all that and went straight to the center of the ring to start drawing lots. Seeing that Yang Podi was the first player to play in Xiandao Team 2, the faces of the other 2 teams who were about to play changed drastically, and even everyone at the scene changed drastically. They didn't expect that the first player to play in Xiandao Team 2 was Yang Podi, the Soul Emperor. It seemed that Yang Podi was ready to crush everyone. At this time, Xiandao Team 1 was going to send Ma Hongjin, and Wuhan Hall was going to send a 46th level Soul Sect, but they stopped directly after taking 2 steps, as if they were in a dilemma. Obviously, with their strength, they would be abused if they went on the field. With Yang Podi's strength, they couldn't even consume the opponent's strength. However, the team had already arranged the tactics, and they had no choice but to go on the field. Just when the two were about to go on stage, Yuzaegang suddenly said, "Hongjin, you come back first." Everyone at the scene seemed to look at Yuzaegang with doubtful eyes. How could the players who were sent out be recalled? And the Pope Bibidong said lightly, "Please tell me your reason." Yuzaegang seemed to sneer. "My reason is very simple. Xiandao Team 1 gave up the individual competition this morning and automatically entered the loser group in the afternoon. Such a surrender without fighting seemed to have shocked everyone. You know, there has never been such a precedent in the finals." Bibidong still said lightly, "Why?" And Yuzaegang seemed to say proudly, "No reason. I think it should be my right to surrender." Everyone at the scene seemed to be very dissatisfied with Yuzaegang's words and attitude. But at this time, Bibidong spoke up, "You are right. It is your right to admit defeat, and it is a very good choice to face a Soul Emperor." "Sorry, Elder Yu." Pope Bibidong's words were even more shocking. From these words, everyone not only heard Bibidong's importance to Yuzaegang, but also heard Bibidong call Yuzaegang an elder. "From now on, I am afraid that no one in the entire Spirit Hall will dare to be rude to Yuzaegang." Then, Pope Bibidong spoke to the players who were about to play. "Since the Xiandao second team first sent out a Soul Emperor level player, it is meaningless for the Soul Sect to play. Then my Spirit Hall team should also admit defeat and participate in the loser group competition in the afternoon." After Bibidong said this, everyone in the Spirit Hall was even more shocked. They didn't expect that the Pope would actually say such a thing. How can the Spirit Hall save its reputation in the future? Before Yang Podi was ready to leave, Bibidong spoke again. "Student Yang Podi, please wait a moment." Yang Podi stopped and bowed slightly to Bibidong. "Your Holiness, what can I do for you?" Bibidong glanced at Yang Podi, and then at everyone present. "Student Yang Podi, you have the first ever 10,000-year fourth soul ring, which has caused a sensation in the Soul Master world. Can you tell me how you absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring? This may promote the development of Soul Masters." Bibidong's words seemed simple, and it seemed to push Yang Podi to the forefront again, and the sentence was also the question of everyone present. Yang Podi also spoke without hesitation. "Your Holiness, my fourth soul ring is because I got a strange chrysanthemum in the Xingdao Great Forest, and my body became stronger, so I was able to absorb the 10,000-year fourth ring." When everyone heard this, it seemed that everyone's eyes were on Douluo on the high platform. As one of the facades of the Spirit Hall, many people knew about Douluo's spirit. Finally, Bibidong smiled and said, "Thank you, classmate Yang Podi, for telling me." Yang Podi bowed slightly again and left the ring. At the scene, Tang San's face seemed to become extremely ugly. This was the second time Tang San heard about the fairy grass after coming to Douluo Continent. He didn't expect that in addition to the crystal blood dragon ginseng he obtained, someone else actually obtained the fairy product of Kirantong Xianju. After Yang Podi returned to the team, he just looked at Bibidong and Yuzaegang coldly. These two people are quite interesting. One is pretentious, but has no personal strength. The other is extremely powerful, but has suffered humiliation in his relationship and cannot get the love he wants. Looking at the situation of these two people, it is a bit like what later generations call abnormal sadomasochism. I just don't know if you can still laugh after the Soul Master competition. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the afternoon soul fighting competition. Xiandao Team 1 still sent out a lineup of Soul Masters, which is also their strongest lineup. The Spirit Hall also sent out a strong lineup, 3 Soul Kings, 4 Soul Masters above level 45. To Yang Podi's surprise, the blonde woman who was originally on the bench, Jin Ringsu, did not play. Perhaps it was because he was a Soul King and looked down on the Soul Masters on the opposite side. At the same time, he had great confidence in the Spirit Hall's lineup. After all, in terms of soul power level, the Spirit Hall's people were 6 or 7 levels higher than the Xiandao Team 1 on average, almost occupying a huge advantage. It seems that Jin Ringsu was preparing to play in the final team battle to deal with him. I wonder if Bibidong and Jin Ringsu have ever thought about the phenomenon of a boat capsizing in the gutter during the game? Especially in the morning, if the Spirit Hall fought hard, there might be a chance to win. If the Xiandao Team 1 succeeded in stealing the game in the afternoon, would the conflict between the two mothers and daughters intensify? At this time, Yang Podi couldn't help looking at the fake Prince Zuking on the side. Although he still looked noble and elegant, he always felt that something was missing. Perhaps he didn't have that kind of natural nobility. On the stage, after both sides summoned their martial spirits and spirit rings, The match officially began with the referee's order. Tang San of Xiandao Team 1 seemed very strange. He actually directly activated his fourth spirit skill, Blue-Silver Prism. And judging from the situation, he injected a lot of spirit power, wanting to use the instant fourth spirit skill to trap all the opponents. Then, everyone in Xiandao Team 1 lined up in a row, which was completely unlike the formation that should appear in a normal game. The order of the team from back to front was Yu Xianheng, Ning Heng, Bai Xiaofei, Tai Long, Dai Mu Bei, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. And everyone on the line seemed to be holding the back of the team member in front with both hands. Yu Xianheng seemed to inject all his spirit power into Ning Heng in front, and Ning Heng summoned a huge 7 treasures glazed tower. Then, a huge increase in all the spirit power seemed to rush to Bai Xiaofei in front. As the spirit power was injected into the people in front one by one, it seemed to become deeper and stronger. Especially when Xiao Wu injected soul power into Tang San, the soul power seemed to be about to explode. I'm afraid it has far exceeded the Soul King, and even reached the peak of the Soul Emperor. Especially after the soul power was injected into Tang San's body, it seemed even more terrifying. Tang San summoned the Clear Sky Hammer. After all the soul power was injected, the Clear Sky Hammer seemed to change from the original black to gold, and became very large. Especially on the Clear Sky Hammer, it conveyed a very strong sense of heaviness and a great power. Yes, this is the weapon soul true body of Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer martial spirit, which can only be displayed by a soul master who has reached level 70. Tang San relied on the increase of the 7 treasures, glazed tower, and the soul power of 7 people to display the weapon soul true body. Seeing this, the 7 people from the opposite martial spirit hall also quickly tried to find a way to break the blue-silver cage, especially Yan, who actually directly activated the 4th soul skill, magma churning, and quickly burned the blue-silver grass. But the Shrek 7 used this short few seconds, and also took advantage of the long distance between the two sides, and the fact that the 7 people from the Spirit Hall were not prepared, to complete the 7-in-1 Spirit Fusion technique, and also made Tang San complete the weapon soul true body of the Clear Sky Hammer. As the 7 people from the Spirit Hall broke through the blue-silver prison, Hulina and Ziyu quickly launched the Spirit Fusion technique, forming a half-male, half-female demon, while the others quickly rushed towards Tang San, as if they wanted to besiege Tang San. But at this time, Tang San's eyes turned purple, and it seemed that his eyes became unprecedentedly sharp. He quickly swung the Clear Sky Hammer and knocked all the people who came to besiege him away with the Clear Sky Hammer. Even the demon could not withstand a blow and was injured on the ring. In the end, the Xiandao team relied on Tang San and the 7-in-1 Spirit Fusion technique to defeat the strong with the weak, and defeated the Spirit Hall team, which was considered a successful steal. But Yang Podi carefully observed Tang San. When he used the Clear Sky Hammer Spirit True Body, he obviously had a trace of great pain in the corner of his eyes, and even a trace of blood appeared on his skin. It seems that although Tang San has taken the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, his soul power and strength have been greatly improved, and his body recovery ability is also very good, but after all, it is still far inferior to the Ice and Fire body refining. His physical fitness is obviously a little bit unable to withstand the weapon soul true body. If the game lasts a little longer, I am afraid that Tang San will be in trouble. Yang Podi looked at the substitute lineup of the Spirit Hall again. At this time, Jin Ringsu seemed to have a livid face, especially when Jin Ringsu looked at Bibi Dong on the high platform. She seemed to be very resentful. Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. This is really fun. The Spirit Hall team has played themselves to death. Yu Xiagang is laughing very happily now, but I don't know if he can still laugh after tomorrow's game. But there's a big show tomorrow. Yang Podi couldn't help but look at Xiao Wu on the scene. I just don't know if the plot will be the same as the original. What method does this Xiao Wu use to cover up the breath of the soul beast? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Complete Victory. As the match ended, Yu Xiagang seemed to be very proud. With a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, the lineup of the above 3 sects defeated the golden generation that the Spirit Hall had high hopes for. Even Ning Fengzi seemed very happy. After all, Everyone could see that Ning Heng's 7 treasures glazed pagoda was the core of the entire 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. It was precisely relying on the powerful increase of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda that Tang San could finally reach the Soul Saint realm. As for the interior of the Spirit Hall, a great conflict seemed to have occurred at this time. In the Pope's Hall, Pope Bibidong sat on the throne, and Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo stood on the left and right. The 3 participants of the Golden Generation all knelt below the Pope, and seemed to have very ugly faces. There was only a woman with the golden hair standing below. The two seemed to be blaming each other. Jin Ringsu spoke first. If you hadn't admitted defeat without authorization this morning, with our Spirit Hall lineup, we would have had every hope of winning. Bibidong just said lightly, are you sure you can defeat Yang Podi? Even if we fought with Xiangdao Team 2 this morning, the final result would probably be a loss for both sides, and Xiangdao Team 1 would have benefited instead, Jin Ringsu just said coldly. Although Yang Podi is quite strong, I will never lose to him. Bibidong seemed to have a hint. Then why didn't you play this afternoon? If you played, you would definitely win the afternoon game, Jin Ringsu just sneered. The lineup of 3 Soul Kings is also called the Golden Generation, but they actually lost to a group of Soul Sects with the highest level of only 45. They are simply trash. The two quarreled and finally parted unhappily. The other 5 people at the scene seemed to dare not make any sound, especially the 3 people from the Golden Generation, who were trembling one by one, and seemed to have great fear in their hearts. They now understood that the new substitute in the team actually dared to confront the Pope. What kind of strength and background would such a person have? The 3 seemed to know something they shouldn't know, and they were not sure if they would be silenced. Pope Bibidong glanced at Tulina's face and couldn't help but sighed slightly. Everyone, go down. No one can know what happened today. After Hulina and the other 2 left, Pope Bibidong looked at Zhu Douluo. Zhu Douluo, can the Kirin Tongshan Chrysanthemum really allow people to absorb the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years? Zhu Douluo's face changed slightly, and finally he spoke. Your Holiness, the Kirin Tongshan Chrysanthemum is a legendary fairy grass. It is said that after eating it, it can move the ki to the limbs, circulate blood through the 8 meridians, and practice the indestructible body of diamond. It can indeed greatly improve physical fitness. I also feel the breath of the Kirin Tongshan Chrysanthemum on Yang Podi. Pope Bibidong just nodded slightly. I didn't expect this Yang Podi to have such a wonderful experience. No wonder his strength is far greater than Nana and the others. You all go down. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo heard this. Both breathed a sigh of relief and left the Pope's hall. The competition continued on the second day, which was also the final. Everyone knows that the victory in the finals is related to 3 top-grade soul bones, and even more things. Xiangdao Team 1 can be said to represent the 3 upper sects, while Xiangdao Team 2 represents the Po Yi clan and Yu Yi clan, which were once affiliated sects of Haotian Sect. This fighting spirit competition between the 2 sides seems to involve a wide range of people. There are many people watching this game. Prince Zhu King seems to have recovered. Even the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall that was defeated yesterday came to visit the scene, and there are countless Spirit Hall bishops. I don't know if the Spirit Hall did it on purpose. In addition to the people from the Spirit Hall, there are actually many powerful people from various sects, and even many people from the Xingluo Empire visited, as if they wanted to witness this last battle, or witness this breakup. There are also people who say that the finals have turned into a civil war in the Xiangdao Royal Academy, and the Xiangdao Empire seems to have never been so glorious. After the players from both sides came on the court, there was almost no change in the lineup. Xiangdao Team 1 is still the people who played yesterday, and the lineup of Xiangdao Team 2 has not changed. After both sides summoned their martial spirits and spirit rings, the referee gave the order and the final battle involving 3 top-grade spirit bones finally began. Team Xiangdao 1 seemed to want to adopt the same method as yesterday. Tang San still activated his 4th spirit skill, Blue-Silver Prison. In an instant, the huge blue-silver grass surrounded all the members of Team Xiangdao 2. Then, just like yesterday, they arranged the same formation and wanted to activate the 7-in-1 martial spirit fusion skill again. But Yang Podi flashed, teleported, and appeared in front of the members of Team Xiangdao 1 with a soul-breaking spear in his hand. The soul-breaking spear was already on the neck of Ning Heng of Team Xiangdao 1. But at this time, the 7-in-1 martial spirit fusion skill had already begun to unfold, and the spirit power was transmitted to Xiao Wu, the second to last. The 7 members of Team Shinda 1 seemed unmoved and continued to activate the 7-in-1 martial spirit fusion skill, completely ignoring the threat of Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear. Yang Poli smiled slightly and thought to himself, it's really interesting. He actually played tough with me. Yang Podi came to the edge of the arena with his soul-breaking spear in his hand, and said to Uzia Gang, Teacher Uzia Gang, you are so confident that I will not destroy the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Uzia Gang's face seemed to change, and finally he said, with your strength, you can indeed destroy it. It depends on how you choose. Yang Podi couldn't help laughing when he heard this. After he finished laughing, he said in a deep voice, it seems that you have me in your hands. If I destroy the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, the 7 of them will probably be crippled if not dead. At that time, the war between the 3 upper sects in our Poi clan is inevitable. It's really a good plan. It's a pity that although this plan is good, the strength is a bit lacking. Everyone at the scene seemed to understand that with Yang Podi's strength, he could indeed destroy the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. But now everyone's martial soul and soul power are connected together. Once destroyed, the 7 people will probably be very miserable, just like the Kanghu Academy at the beginning, all members will become idiots. But these 7 people all have extraordinary backgrounds. There are direct disciples of the Clear Sky Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, important talents of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, and even the Prince of the Xingluo Empire. If all of them are in trouble, it will be very troublesome. Yang Podi flashed again and appeared in front of the 6 teammates. The 6 had already destroyed the blue-silver prison and seemed ready to attack Tang San at any time. Yang Podi said to the 6 people lightly, you go down first, and the rest of the game is left to me alone. Yang Xianai was full of indignation. Brother, why are we afraid of him going to the 3 sects? At worst, we will die together. Yang Podi looked at his little sister with a little pampering. Xianai, you can rest assured. If I want to win, I will never lose. Everyone go down first and don't interfere with my future actions. Hearing this, the 6 people jumped out of the ring. At this time, the transformed Tang San had completed the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, forming a weapon soul true body, holding the huge clear sky hammer, and seemed invincible. Yang Podi sneered, and something seemed to happen behind him. 2 silver wings stretched out from his back instantly, each wing was more than 3 meters long. Then the wings flapped, and Yang Podi flew into the sky quickly. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Yang Podi's wings were obviously external soul bones. It was unexpected that Yang Podi had such a priceless treasure. Then, Yang Podi looked at Tang San and Uzia Gang as if he was facing a group of ants, and just said lightly, I want to see how you win. What is your basis for winning? At this time, Tang San held the clear sky hammer in his hand and used the weapon soul true body. He seemed invincible, but Yang Podi had already flown into the sky and was very far away from Tang San. He neither launched an attack nor approached Tang San, and just let Tang San stand there holding the clear sky hammer. As time slowly stretched, the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique of the Xiandao team seemed to have problems. The weapon soul true body of the clear sky hammer was indeed powerful, but it also consumed a lot of soul power. Moreover, the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique has a huge shortcoming. Everyone must be connected together to achieve the transmission of soul power. This also means that Tang San cannot leave the other 6 people too far away. Otherwise, without the soul power transmission of the other 6 people, how can he perform his weapon soul true body? Moreover, the clear sky hammer is famous for its strength. It is very powerful in close combat, but it is not suitable for long-range combat, and there is no long-range attack. Moreover, Tang San's clear sky hammer does not have any soul rings and does not have any long-range soul skills. As time goes by, Tang San's face becomes more and more painful, his expression begins to become extremely hideous, a trace of blood overflows from the corners of his mouth, and even his skin begins to crack gradually. But he has only strength, and he is too far away from Yang Podi, so he has no way to attack. Yang Podi just quietly flapped his wings, completely ignoring the expressions of Tang San and his group. Tang San gritted his teeth, his eyes turned purple, as if he wanted to lock Yang Podi, and then threw the clear sky hammer out with a method of a hidden weapon. But Yang Podi quickly flapped his wings and cleverly avoided the attack of the clear sky hammer. Although Tang San's hidden weapon skills were exquisite, using the 1000 Jin clear sky hammer as a hidden weapon was completely concealed, and the speed was as slow as a turtle. With Yang Podi's current speed, it was too easy to avoid it. As Tang San and the other 7 people were getting worse and worse, they seemed to be getting more and more dangerous. It might not take long before Yang Podi didn't even need to make a move, and all 7 of them would be disabled. At this time, Yu Zhigang seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem, and hurriedly said to the referee, "Referee, we admit defeat, but with the current state of the 7 people, the referee didn't dare to interrupt rashly." And Yang Podi was just watching a play, watching how the 7 of them would end up. At this moment, Tang San seemed to have received some reminder, and actually used his soul power to forcibly put away the clear sky hammer, but when the clear sky hammer was taken back, the 7 people's faces were still pale, and they fell on the ring, as if they had been seriously injured. And Yang Podi also waved his wings and returned to the ring. In this soul fighting competition, Yang Podi just dodged and stayed away. It was not because he was afraid of the weapon soul of the clear sky hammer. With Yang Podi's current strength, he could easily defeat a soul saint or even a soul Douluo. But if he really made a move, it would be a bit hard to say if he was hit by these 7 people. After all, the rules of the competition do not allow intentional injury to opponents. This is when Yang Podi did not make a move. The 7 people were already seriously injured and fell to the ground. If he really made a move, it is estimated that all 7 people could be killed in seconds. The referee looked at Yang Podi and then at the 7 people lying on the ground, and finally said, "The final champion of this Soul Master competition is Xiandao Team 2. There were bursts of surprises at the scene. There has never been a Soul Master competition final like this one. Xiandao Team 2 did not use a soul skill and won the final victory, and even did not consume any soul power. Especially the 3 Golden Generation members of Spirit Hall, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot." According to Yang Podi's strategy, if the Spirit Hall team did not actively rush to attack Tang San when facing the 7-in-1 Spirit Fusion skill yesterday, but everyone dispersed and roamed, they might have easily won. Everyone looked at Yu Zhigang strangely again. This so-called 7-in-1 Spirit Fusion skill seemed very powerful, but it turned out to have such an effect in the game. It was a pity that they admired Yu Zhigang for a long time, but in the end it was useless. Chapter 157 Tang Hao appears. As the referee announced that Team Xiandao had won, Team Xiandao finally won the final championship of the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Competition. Yu Zhigang quickly walked onto the stage and supported Tang San, who had fallen to the ground, but Tang San's spirit power was obviously exhausted at this time, and it could even be said that he was seriously injured. While checking Tang San's body, Yu Zhigang seemed a little puzzled and said to Yang Podi, "Yang Podi, with your strength, you should have no problem even if you take the weapon's soul body of the clear sky hammer. Why did you use the tactics just now?" Yang Podi just shook his head. "It's just a weapon's soul body without spirit rings, what power can it have? I used the tactics just now just because I don't want to cause trouble." Yang Podi thought to himself, "If I take action myself and make one of the 7 people disabled, who knows what Yu Zhigang and Bibi Dong will say. At that time, they will blame me and say that I ignored the rules and hurt people, and directly judge me as the loser, letting Team Xiandao win, which is a bit tricky." At this moment, Ning Fengzi in the spectator seat summoned a huge 7 treasures glazed tower, and the 7-color light was immediately injected into the members of the Xiandao team. In just a moment, everyone's soul power and even physical condition recovered a lot, worthy of being the first auxiliary soul master in the continent. But at this time, something abnormal suddenly happened. When the huge auxiliary soul power was injected into Xiao Wu's body, a rebound effect appeared. A silver grass flew out of Xiao Wu's body. Yang Podi, who was proficient in pharmacology, instantly recognized that this grass was the silver spirit grass, which was a treasure that hid the breath. No wonder it could hide Xiao Wu's soul beast breath all the time and not be detected by the title Douluo. However, Yang Podi still felt a little strange. Whether in the original work or now, when Xiao Wu accepted the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed tower, why didn't the rebound soul power appear? It was the assistance given by Ning Fengzi that had this phenomenon. At this time, Xiao Wu also woke up after the assistance, but seemed to have noticed a hint of abnormality, and quickly took the silver spirit grass back to her body. But at this time, all the title Douluo in the square seemed to have changed their faces, especially Po Bidong, who was gloomy about losing the championship. Instead, he stared at Xiao Wu on the field, as if thinking about something. Jian Douluo seemed to have noticed something unusual, and hurried to Ning Fengzi's side, whispering a few words, which made Ning Fengzi look at Xiao Wu very strangely. Even his grandfather Yang Wudi and grandfather Niagao cast a little desire for Xiao Wu. You know, 100,000-year soul bone is priceless, much more valuable than the 3 soul bones of the Soul Master competition champion. With the recovery of the 7 people of Xiandao Team 1, Tang San and his group followed Yu Xiaogang down the stage, and Yang Podi was the only one left on the stage. A cardinal said, "Please ask the representative of Xiandao Team 2 to come on stage to receive the championship reward." Yang Podi looked back at his 6 teammates, then at his grandfather, and then walked to the podium with a determined face. Yang Podi walked very slowly, and came to the podium under the gaze of everyone on the scene. When Yang Podi came to the podium, only Po Bibidong was there. However, Bibidong looked even more beautiful and peerless at this time. Her figure seemed to have become extremely tall, and she seemed to exude an invincible aura. Anyone in front of her would seem very small. Bibidong seemed to have recovered and spoke majestically. "Congratulations to the second team of Xiandao Royal Academy for winning the championship of this Soul Master competition. These 3 soul bones are your rewards and what you deserve. I hope you will continue to work hard and enter the Douluo Palace in the future." After Bibidong finished speaking, she held the wooden box containing the soul bones in both hands and handed it to Yang Podi. Seeing this, Yang Podi quickly stretched out his hands and very solemnly accepted the reward handed over by Bibidong. Everyone at the scene seemed to have a greedy look at the wooden box in Yang Podi's hand. If it weren't for the Pope's palace now, I'm afraid countless people would come to compete for this wooden box. Bibidong looked at Yang Podi, who was holding the wooden box in both hands, and spoke to him meaningfully. "Congratulations, classmate Yang Podi. I wonder if you are interested in joining our Wuhan Hall. Our Wuhan Hall will definitely give you the best training." Yang Podi narrowed his eyes slightly, bowed directly to Bibidong, and then said with a serious face, "Thank you, Your Holiness the Pope. I appreciate your kindness, but now my Poi clan is still weak. I plan to take my family to Almo Mountain for development. I hope Your Holiness the Pope understands." Bibidong seemed to have known Yang Podi's answer for a long time, and just said lightly, "Almo Mountain is a good place. I hope you can lead the Poi clan to rise soon." Yang Podi saluted Bibidong again, and then took the wooden box back to the team of Xiandao Team 2, but before everyone could speak, Yang Podi directly put the 3 soul bones into the soul guide. "Let's talk about anything when we get back. Let's leave now." Then, Yang Podi led all the team members to the side of Grandpa Yang Wudi and Grandpa Niagao, and Yang Podi intentionally or unintentionally approached the Crown Prince Zuking, which caused Zuking to smile slightly. At this moment, Bibidong's eyes seemed to become serious. "The Soul Master competition is over. Spirit Hall, catch that girl for me." With Bibidong's gaze, everyone noticed Xiao Wu, especially the Spirit Hall's Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who seemed to be ready to attack Xiao Wu. Yu Xiaogang quickly stood in front of the team and shouted angrily, "Your Holiness, what do you mean by this?" Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo on the side seemed to understand something and wanted to help. Bibidong glanced at Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo, and just said coldly, "Master Ning, please respect yourself. If you interfere with the important affairs of the Spirit Hall, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect will be the enemy of the Spirit Hall." Ning Fengzi heard this, just sighed slightly, and then stayed where he was and stopped moving. Yu Xiaogang didn't understand what Bibidong and Ning Fengzi said at all, and just tried his best to speak. "I am also an elder of the Spirit Hall and have the right to know the truth." Bibidong looked at Yu Xiaogang's expression, and seemed to be a little reluctant, but finally she gritted her teeth and said, "Xiao Wu from your Xiandao team is the incarnation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. The Spirit Hall maintains peace in human society, so it is necessary to organize humans to fight against the Soul Beast clan. Anyone who dares to favor the Soul Beast clan will be the enemy of my Spirit Hall." Hearing this, everyone on the scene changed their faces, especially the Xiandao team, and even Tang San. All looked at Xiao Wu with confusion. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, seemed stronger than ever. She looked at Bibidong with resentment on her face. "You were the one who led people to kill my mother." Bibidong just said coldly, "It is natural for human spirit masters to kill spirit beasts. If I guess correctly, you should be the fish that escaped the net that year. I didn't expect you to dare to fall into the trap." Tang San seemed to understand something at this time, and stood in front of Xiao Wu. "Anyone who wants to hurt Xiao Wu must step over my body." The rest of the Xiandao team seemed to look at each other. not knowing what to say. Everyone's feelings seemed not as good as the Shrek Academy in the original book. After all, they did not accept Tang San's fairy grass. Tai Long and Bai Xiaofei quickly stood on both sides of Tang San and said very resolutely, "No one is allowed to hurt our young master." But at this time, Flanders suddenly said, "You are all our students. We old guys are not dead yet. How can we let you die?" After saying this, Flanders and Liu Erlong also came to use Iagang's side. The three of them stood in front of the team members, as if ready to fight at any time. Bibi Dong looked at the situation in front of her, especially seeing Yu Xiagang's resolute face. She finally gritted her teeth and said, "Do it." At this time, the soul ring on Chrysanthemum Douluo flashed, and countless chrysanthemum petals flew towards all the people of Xiandao Team 1 like blades. Ghost Douluo turned directly into a ghost and rushed towards the people of Xiandao Team 1. Yu Xiagang, Flanders, and Liu Erlong looked at each other, and then the three of them walked together and summoned their martial spirits at the same time. The martial spirits of the three people seemed to have some connection, forming a golden triangle, and roared, "The sun and the moon shine, and the gold turns." Then, the martial spirits of the three people actually merged together to form a huge golden dragon, which looked very powerful and should be able to barely reach the strength of the title Douluo level. However, the three of them were weak after all, especially Yu Xiagang, who was only level 29, and his soul power and physical fitness were much worse. Facing Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, they were both real title Douluos, and their soul power had reached level 95. The three of them soon fell into trouble. What was even more troublesome was that Bibi Dong also summoned her own martial spirit and spirit rings. A huge death spider emperor appeared around Bibi Dong, and at the same time displayed 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red spirit rings. Especially the red spirit ring, it put endless pressure on everyone on the scene. Seeing that Yu Xiagang and the other two were about to lose, especially Bibi Dong's unfathomable strength, a voice suddenly came from the sky, "A chrysanthemum, a little ghost, actually want to hurt my son." At this time, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. This person was wearing a tattered black robe. His appearance looked very decadent, but there seemed to be inexplicable strength and hatred in his eyes. This person was Tang Hao. Tang Hao summoned a huge clear sky hammer in his hand, and 9 spirit rings appeared on his body at the same time. The spirit rings were also 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red. A shocking momentum collided with Bibi Dong. Then, a strong white light emanated from Tang Hao, covering the whole world. At the same time, Tang Hao's soul ring flashed, and the clear sky hammer instantly became huge. It was Tang Hao's clear sky hammer martial spirit. A huge blood-red figure formed in the sky, holding a huge clear sky hammer, and seemed to smash towards Bibi Dong. At the same time, a huge voice came out, "Zio-sen, look carefully, this is the real clear sky hammer." Tang Hao's words seemed to have a meaning, probably to respond to what Yang Po said to Yu Xiagang. Bibi Dong and her group seemed to have some unusual movements. Bibi Dong, Zhu Douluo, and Ghost Douluo all used their martial spirits, as if they wanted to block Tang Hao's shocking hammer, but Tang Hao's hammer seemed to be extremely powerful. With just one hammer, the 3 people in the spirit hall seemed to have fallen into a slump. At this moment, 4 rays of light came from the interior of the spirit hall, and 4 figures also flew quickly towards Tang Hao, as if ready to meet Tang Hao's blow at any time. Tang Hao seemed to be ruthless too, holding the hammer in both hands and attacking again. Even the whole world turned blood red. Yang Podi was also stunned at this time. Looking at Tang Hao's appearance, he was obviously injured, but the shocking blood red was obviously the domain of the god of death. He didn't expect Tang Hao to be able to use the domain of the god of death and the Haotian true body of the Haotian hammer together, which seemed to be extremely powerful. Grandpa Yang Wudi and Grandpa Nia Gao, on the side, seemed to be reluctant, and seemed to be recalling the scenes of fighting side by side in the past. Yang Podi hurriedly grabbed the 2 of them, and at the same time injected a soul power into them, reminding them to pay attention to the current position. With Tang Hao's full strength attack, even at the last moment, the 2 yellow soul rings on his body exploded, and the Haotian hammer became much larger. Moreover, Tang Hao's last hammer actually bypassed Bibi Dong and the other 7 people and attacked the Pope's palace directly, as if he wanted to flatten the entire Pope's palace. Seeing this, the 7 people in the Wuhan Hall all mobilized their soul power and blocked the huge Haotian hammer. At this moment, Tang Hao quickly flew to the Xiandao team, used his soul power to roll up Tang San and Xiao Wu, and left quickly. Before Tang Hao left, he seemed to look at Yang Wudi and Niu Gao intentionally or unintentionally, and Yang Podi even felt that Bibi Dong seemed to look at the two of them. In the end, Tang Hao took Tang San and Xiao Wu and quickly left the spirit hall, and Bibi Dong's face seemed to show that she was very unwilling. Tang Hao is really powerful. I didn't expect that I still lacked power after years of hard training. Then, Bibi Dong ignored the turbulent emotions of the crowd and ignored the request of Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo to chase Tang Hao. When Yang Podi saw this situation, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. They are all a group of old actors. The Spirit Hall missed this best opportunity, and I am afraid that they will suffer a lot in the future. But what does this have to do with me? On the other hand, the Prince Zhu King on the side seemed to grit his teeth, and an inexplicable emotion came out of his eyes. Chapter 158, Immortal Grass and Soul Bone Distribution. With the end of the Soul Master competition, the teams in the Xiandao region followed the Crown Prince Zhu King and the 500 guards back to Xiandao City. As for the soul bones, they were all collected by Yang Podi. No one knew how they were distributed, and Yang Podi himself did not want to divide the soul bones so quickly. The details needed to be discussed after returning to the Poi clan. The journey back to Xiandao City was very safe, and there was not even anyone to harass them. Everyone knew that the champion of the Soul Master competition would be 3 high-level soul bones, but no one dared to come and make plans. After all, there were 3 titled Daluos in the team, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Du Douluo. If there were really fearless people who dared to rob, they would probably be afraid of death. After returning to Xiandao City, everyone did not return to the Xiandao Royal Academy, but came directly to the Xiandao Palace. In the Xiandao Palace, Emperor Zhu Yi seemed to be extremely high-spirited at this time. In this continent-wide high-level Soul Master Academy elite competition, the Xiandao Royal Academy took the top 2 places, which was an unprecedented honor. In order to welcome all the participating teams, a grand ceremony was held in the palace, and almost all the high officials of the Xiandao Empire participated. In the end, all the participating teams accepted the canonization of Emperor Zhu Yi. According to what Emperor Zhu Yi said before, the Xiandao Team 2 won the championship, and the title could be upgraded to 1 level. But unexpectedly, Emperor Zhu Yi directly canonized Yang Podi as a Marquess, and because he won the championship of the Soul Master competition, he was directly named Champion Marquess. The fiefdom was Almo Mountain, and it was not just Almo Mountain, but even included the area of nearly 300 kilometers around Almo Mountain. It can be said that in terms of the area of the fiefdom, Yang Podi is already the Marquess with the largest fiefdom in the entire Xiandao Empire. You must know that the Bara Kingdom is only 1,000 kilometers, and it is still the largest kingdom in the Xiandao area. The area of some small principalities is not even as good as that of Yang Podi, the Marquess. Yang Pingan was canonized as an Earl, and the rest of the team members were all Viscounts. All of their fiefdoms were near Almo Mountain. Among them, Yang Podi became the youngest first-generation Marquess, Yang Pingan became the youngest Earl, and Yang Xianyu became the youngest Viscount. Even Yang Yuxun and Niu Kui, who came on as substitutes, were given the title of Viscount. In addition, everyone was given a mansion in the Xiandao City area. After the ceremony, everyone in the Xiandao second team applied to the Crown Prince Zhu King for graduation. After some communication between the two sides, Zhu King finally agreed. However, although Yang Xianyu had graduated, she was still listed as a Xiandao level student, which was a preparation for the future. After all, Yang Xianyu was only 13 years old. Then a group of people all came to the Po Yi clan. In the secret room of the Po Yi clan, many people gathered. The older generation included Yang Wudi, Yang Wushuang, Niu Gao and Du Douluo. The middle-aged generation included Yang Zhenshan, Niu Jinfang and Nia Mang, and the younger generation included Yang Podi, Yang Pingan, Yang Xianyu, Niu Meng and Du Guiyan. Yi Lingling did not participate for the time being. Yang Wudi said to everyone seriously, "Today's matter is of great importance. No one can tell anyone, otherwise the consequences will be very serious." Seeing that everyone nodded, Yang Wudi said to Yang Podi, "Podi, you will handle today's matter." Yang Podi nodded, and then took out a lot of things from his body. The first thing he took out was the 3 soul bones obtained in the Soul Master competition. Yang Podi thought about it carefully, and handed the extreme flying left leg bone to Yang Pingan. "Pingan, your attack power is not bad. With this left leg bone, Your attack power should be stronger. Then, Yang Podi handed the red flame-burning right arm soul bone to Niameng, cousin. In fact, this speed soul bone is also very suitable for you. Your speed is still slow, but your defense is good, and your attack is relatively poor, so this flame-burning right arm soul bone is given to you to increase your attack power. After hearing this, Niameng also took the red soul bone. As for this spiritual wisdom head soul bone that is more than 60,000 years old, Yang Podi gave it to Yang Xianayu. Xianayu, you have good qualifications. With this top-grade head soul bone, you should be able to develop better in the future. Yang Podi glanced at Duguyan and Dugubo next to him, and couldn't help sighing, and then took out another soul bone from the soul guide. This soul bone was the 8 spider soul bone obtained from the Xingdao Great Forest. Yang Podi handed it to Duguyan. This is an external soul bone, taken from the human-faced magic bead about 2,000 years old. It also has poisonous properties. It is very suitable for your martial soul, the green phosphorus snake. It should be twice as powerful in the future. Everyone at the scene was stunned after seeing this soul bone. They didn't expect Yang Podi to hide an external soul bone. You know, this soul bone is probably not inferior to the 100,000-year soul bone in terms of value. Especially Dugubo and Duguyan, their eyes were staring straight at this soul bone, as if this soul bone had infinite temptation power. Yang Podi interrupted the gaze of the two people and said to Dugubo with a smile, "Grandpa Dugu, this soul bone is for Sister Yan. You don't want to snatch it." Dugubo's face suddenly turned slightly red, and he seemed a little angry and said, "Little monster, am I the kind of person who would snatch my granddaughter's things? But you have to think about it, the value of this soul bone is too high. Are you sure you want to give it to Yan?" Yang Podi shook his head. "Among so many of us now, only Sister Yan is a poison attribute soul master, and the others are not so suitable." Just when everyone thought that the matter was over, Yang Podi continued, "What happens next is very critical. It is related to the life and death of our families. I hope everyone will keep it secret." After Yang Podi finished speaking, he took out several jade boxes from his body and prepared to hand them to the people around him. However, before Yang Podi could make a move, his two grandfathers had already snatched it away. They even couldn't help but say, "Podi, I knew that you had hidden something, and today you finally took it out." Yang Podi looked at the two grandfathers speechlessly. "Grandpa, this is what I gave them. You don't want to snatch it, do you?" Grandpa Yang Wudi couldn't help but say, "What are you snatching? How could I snatch something from a child? I just want to know what you have hidden." Then, the two opened the first jade box, and there was a plant that looked very good inside. The most dazzling thing about this plant was that there was a fruit at the tip of the plant. This fruit was golden and seemed to contain mysterious power. Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang looked at it carefully for a while before handing the jade box to Niameng. "Zio Meng, this is the King Kong Luohan fruit. It is said that after eating it, it can greatly increase physical fitness and possess the power of King Kong Luohan. In the future, your physical fitness and defense will be even stronger." Then, the two opened another jade box, and there was a huge Ganoderma lucidum inside. The whole Ganoderma lucidum was as red as blood and looked very extraordinary. Yang Wudi handed the jade box to Yang Pingan. "Pingan, this is the 9th grade dragon Ganoderma. According to legend, it is made of Ganoderma lucidum bathed in dragon blood. It has dragon attributes. It is the best among Ganoderma lucidum and the best among fairy herbs. After you take it, you should have certain dragon attributes. Both your physical fitness and talent will be greatly improved." Then, Yang Wudi opened a jade box, and a dark green bamboo shoot appeared in the jade box, which also looked very extraordinary. Yang Wudi seemed to be a little doting and handed the jade box to Yang Xianayu. "This black jade bamboo, Xianayu, you have a very good talent. This black jade bamboo is also a top-grade fairy herb. After taking it, it can not only increase your soul power, but also increase your martial soul strength and physical fitness. It is very suitable for you." Finally, Yang Wudi opened the last jade box. There was a purple flower in the jade box. There seemed to be 7 different auras coming from the flower, especially the very strong snake attribute aura coming from it, which seemed to be a bit similar to Dugubo. Yang Wudi handed the jade box to Duguyan. "The green-scaled 7 wonders flower is a top-grade immortal herb with a poisonous attribute. After taking it, both your martial soul and soul power, and even its poisonous attribute can be greatly improved. Your martial soul should be able to evolve into the green phosphorus snake king. This should be the most suitable immortal herb for you." Duguyan happily took the jade box, But Douluo seemed a little dissatisfied. "You little monster, if you want to eat breakfast, take it out." And Yanayan wouldn't have suffered so much before. Yang Podi shook his head. "This immortal herb is really too outstanding. After taking it, it can not only enhance soul power, but even make the martial soul evolve. If Sister Yan takes it, it will be easy for others to discover the changes in her body, and then it will easily attract the attention of people with ulterior motives, especially some people who have fallen into a bottleneck. I am afraid they will do everything they can for Sister Yan's safety. I have never dared to take it out, otherwise I would harm her." When everyone heard this, they seemed to understand what Yang Podi meant. There are many people in this world whose martial souls have been stuck in bottlenecks due to malignant mutations. For example, Yu Zhiagang of the Xiandao team. If he or the people behind him knew the effect of the fairy grass, it would probably attract Yu Yuanzhen, or even Bibi Dong. These people are not only powerful, but they will also do whatever it takes. After all, for soul masters, martial soul evolution is almost everyone's dream. In the following time, under the protection of everyone, the four people also began to absorb soul bones and take fairy grass. As for the method of taking fairy grass, all were taught by Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang. In particular, when the two saw the fairy grass, they seemed to love it and were very reluctant to let it go. There was also a little abnormality in the absorption of soul bones. After Du Yan absorbed the 8-bead soul bone, 8 spider legs grew uncontrollably from behind, directly tearing Du Yan's clothes, and suddenly revealing a piece of snow-white upper body. Seeing this, Douluo quickly blocked it with his body and quickly took out clothes from the soul guide for Du Yan. After Du Yan changed her clothes, Douluo seemed a little angry and spoke to Yang Podi. "You little monster, why don't you give my granddaughter any soul bone to absorb? But you actually gave her this external soul bone, and you didn't even tell her in advance. What the hell are you thinking? I don't care. Now that you have seen my Yanayan's body, you must be responsible for my Yanayan." Yang Podi was speechless. "Grandpa Douluo, you blame me for this? You were not like this when you got the soul bone just now." Du Yan hurriedly grabbed Douluo, with a hint of shyness on her face. "Grandpa, how can you be like this? Podi gave me the soul bone for my own good." Douluo snorted coldly. "You little monster, I'll let you go this time for Yanayan's sake, but I'll still settle the score with you in the future." Yang Podi was speechless for a moment. It was rare for him to be a good person, but he was directly blamed. The mother and 2 grandfathers beside them were watching the joke the whole time, and they all had very strange smiles on their faces, which made Yang Podi feel very confused. It took the 4 of them 2 days to absorb the soul bones and the fairy grass, and they all absorbed the soul bones first and then the fairy grass, which seemed to have a better effect. Chapter 159, Dealing with Zhuanshan Treasure Record. After 2 days, after the 4 absorbed the soul bones and the immortal grass, their strengths were greatly improved. Among them, Yang Pingan's soul power was raised to level 57, and his physical fitness was greatly improved. There seemed to be a trace of dragon's breath in his blood. Even the originally dark soul-breaking spear began to turn a little blood red. Perhaps it should be called the Dragon Soul Spear. After Du Yan absorbed the immortal grass and soul bones, his soul power was raised to level 55, but Du Yan's martial soul had evolved to the green phosphorus Snake King, and the toxicity on his body was even stronger. There should be no problem in cultivating to the title Douluo. Even the martial soul poison on his body was completely eliminated and turned into the toxicity of the body. Niu Meng's physical fitness seemed to have improved the most among all of them. In the process of taking the immortal grass, his whole body seemed to snap, and his limbs became stronger, especially his skin, which almost turned into bronze. His soul power was also raised by 5 levels, and now it has reached level 50. Finally, it was Yang Xianayu. As a girl, her physical fitness was much worse than others, but after absorbing the black jade bamboo, her physical strength seemed to be enhanced a lot. The speed of her soul-breaking spear became sharper, and even the toughness became stronger. Her soul power increased by 6 levels, and now it is level 47. Especially after the 4 people absorbed the soul bones, the effect was very obvious, especially Yang Xianayu's head soul bone, which was the most valuable. Her mental power is now very good. Although she is only a soul ancestor, she has reached the level of soul emperor. In the surprise of several people, everyone else left the secret room, leaving Yang Podi, Yang Wudi, Yang Wushuang, Father Yang Zhenshan, Grandfather Niagao and Du Douluo. The rest needed to consider family decision-making. Grandpa Yang Wudi seemed to have thought of something and spoke directly. Old Rhino, what do you think will happen to Tang Hao? He obviously has serious injuries, and he also used the explosive ring. I'm afraid these have exceeded the limit of his physical fitness. He might die. Before Grandpa Niagao could speak, Yang Podi spoke first. Grandpa, you underestimate Tang Hao too much? Tang Hao is indeed injured now, but don't forget that his 9th soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring. In addition, his entire body is probably full of high-year soul bones that are more than 50,000 years old, and there are even 2 soul bones inherited from the Haotian Sect. This injury should not be a problem. Besides, if Tang Hao is really seriously injured, he can just escape back to the Haotian Sect. Now the leader of the Haotian Sect, Tang Xiao, is his eldest brother. How could he not help him? Besides, when Tang Hao had just entered the title Douluo, he was able to kill Kyank Sunji, who had a 6-winged angel martial spirit, and he defeated 3 title Douluos alone. His strength is very exaggerated. After thinking about it, Yang Wudi nodded slightly. Indeed, this time against Tang Hao, the Spirit Hall mobilized 7 title Douluo, but they still let Tang Hao escape, which is strange. Yang Podi heard this and just thought to himself without saying anything. The performance of the Spirit Hall is simply a bunch of pits. Although Tang Hao escaped, he was obviously seriously injured. If they sent a flying title Douluo or a title Douluo of the agility attack system to track and kill him all the way without giving Tang Hao a chance to recuperate, it would be strange if Tang Hao didn't die. As a result, after a big battle, the Spirit Hall didn't even take any measures, let alone chasing and killing him. It was simply letting the tiger go back to the mountain. After a group of people discussed for a while, Yang Wudi said to his grandson, Podi, what should we do now? Are the whole family really moving to Elmo Mountain? Yang Podi nodded. Of course we have to move, and as soon as possible, preferably within a year. All personnel should move to Elmo Mountain, the base of Xiandao City, and at most 1 elder should be left to guard it. Grandfather Niagao also seemed very strange. Is it really that urgent? Isn't it a bit too fast? There's nothing in Elmo Mountain now. Maybe everything needs to be built from scratch. Yang Podi shook his head. Now it's not a question of how fast we move. The situation is already very strange. Take the finals of the Soul Master competition for example. With the strength of the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao could have been kept, but from beginning to end, they did not show too high combat effectiveness. Even Po Dong, have you seen her use the 100,000-year soul ring skills and soul bone skills? Now the entire Spirit Hall is obviously forbearing. If they stop forbearing one day, it means that the world is going to change. Poison Douluo seemed a little doubtful. Little monster, are you exaggerating too much? Although the Spirit Hall is powerful, it is probably not at that level. Yang Podi glanced at Poison Douluo. Grandpa Dugu, that's not how things are calculated. If the Spirit Hall sends a large number of Soul Masters, plus 7 title Douluo, 4 of whom are sent to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, and 3 are sent to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, do you think these 2 families still have the chance to survive, especially Bibi Dong? With her strength, she is definitely stronger than Sword Douluo, but this time they didn't even leave a Tang Hao behind. It's obvious that they are hiding something. Grandpa Yang Wudi seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly said, then what about the decisive battle between Old Rhino and Iron Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo? The Spirit Hall is so powerful, how could they agree to this decisive battle? Yang Podi smiled slightly. The Spirit Hall is eager to come to this decisive battle. In fact, their requirements are very simple. They just want the attitudes of our 2 families. Anyway, a decisive battle between title Douluo won't result in casualties so easily. After a decisive battle, the worst that can happen is that the 2 title Douluo can recuperate for a while, especially our Po Yi clan is too close to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. It's only a few hundred kilometers away. With the speed of your 2 grandfathers, it's probably only an hour or 2 to get there. If they want to attack the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, they will definitely find a way to stop us from intervening. We are moving to Elmo Mountain now, they would be eager for that. You know, now we are only dealing with Yu Yuanzhan, Jian Douluo, and Bone Douluo. If our 2 families intervene, with the assistance of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Tower, it will be difficult for them to defeat us. Grandpa thought for a moment and continued, our Po Yi clan has indeed accumulated a lot over the years, but if we build a new clan site, especially in Elmo Mountain, I'm afraid the cost will be very huge. If things go wrong, it will drain most of our family assets of the past 10 years. Yang Podi just smiled, then took out a few books from his body, which were the 6 secret books obtained from Tang San. Yang Wudi seemed puzzled. Didn't you say that I should be cautious when practicing these books? Why did you take them out now? Yang Podi looked at the books. Grandpa, these are not books at all, they are all money. Yang Wudi seemed to understand a little. You mean to sell these books? But wouldn't that be too ostentatious? Yang Podi shook his head. These books certainly can't be auctioned with great fanfare, but my plan is to print dozens of copies of 5 of the secret techniques, and then Dad, you will take Xinian to all the black markets in the continent and sell 1 copy in each black market. According to the value of these 5 secret techniques, each book can be sold for 500,000 or even 1 million gold coins. How much money will it be in total? After thinking for a moment, they were all shocked. According to your way of selling, these secret books will probably spread all over the continent soon, and in this way, we can at least earn hundreds of millions of gold soul coins. After all, these 5 secret books are all very good. Grandpa Niagao was a little hesitant. Do we have to pass on these secret books? If so, I'm afraid we won't have any advantage in the future. Even if we keep the Zhuanshan Guang you mentioned, the gap will get smaller and smaller in the future. Grandpa, how can the gap get smaller and smaller? On the contrary, under the premise that we have unique Zhuanshan Guang, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. After all, only we can practice the secret skills to a higher level. However, this matter is of great importance at this time. At this stage, only core disciples who are absolutely trusted can practice it. After 3 to 5 years, we can secretly sell the first few levels of Zhuanshan Guang, and keep the last few levels separately. Anyway, no matter what, we can maintain our advantage. Dad Yang Zhenshan was still a little puzzled. Why must I go with Xinian? I can go alone, and it is more convenient to act alone. Yang Podi smiled evilly. Dad, Xinian is the key to this trip. Use Xinian's martial spirit and find a way to simulate a traitor of Haotian Sect and sell all these secrets. In that way, even if someone tracks us later, they can't find us. Yang Zhenshan was still a little puzzled. Traitor of Haotian Sect? Is this feasible? Of course it is feasible. Anyway, we have to hide our whereabouts during the process, and even cover our whole body. It's just that in the occasional transactions, we have conflicts with the other party and are forced to show the Haotian hammer spirit. Leave some specious clues for them to find out for themselves. By then, these secrets will probably be in the hands of the Spirit Wall and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. With their strength, they will naturally be able to trace the Haotian Sect based on the clues we left behind. Let them handle the rest of the things, and we shouldn't ask about it anymore. And during this process, our 2 families are making a big fanfare to go to Mount Almo. Who would suspect us? Grandpa Niagao was still a little puzzled. What can this do? It seems to be hurting others but not benefiting ourselves. Yang Podi couldn't help but stroke his forehead. What is the IQ of these people in his family? I explained my stuff so clearly, but they still didn't understand. Finally, Yang Podi had no choice but to speak. Grandpa, if you were from the Spirit Hall or the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, what would you think if you received this information? These secrets can enhance the melee strength of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Spirit Masters. The Clear Sky Sect actually has such a secret technique. Whether it's the Spirit Hall or the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, it will intensify the conflicts among the several families. This way we can take the opportunity to stay away and develop on our own. Anyway, the more chaotic the world is now, the better. The more chaotic it is, the more time we have to cultivate and improve ourselves. By the time Ping'an and I become titled Douluo, there will be more than a dozen titled Douluo. We won't need to look at other people's faces. Whether it's the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, we can easily crush them. Everyone thought about it, and finally all of them looked at Poison Douluo, which made Douluo a little embarrassed. Grandpa Yang Wudi said directly, Old Poison, will you go to Mount Almo with us? Douluo seemed a little embarrassed. I want to go too, but I owe Prince Zuxing a favor. It's not good to leave rashly. You know my character. I can't leave until I repay this favor. At this time, Yang Podi suddenly said, Grandpa Douluo, isn't it just a favor? I guess you can repay this favor soon. Douluo seemed a little puzzled. Prince Zuxing attaches great importance to this favor of mine. I'm afraid he won't use it casually. Yang Podi said dimly. Of course he won't do it for others, not even for himself, but for his good nephew, Prince Zubeng. I'm afraid he will have to use up this favor of yours. Chapter 160 Avalanche falls into trap. When everyone heard Yang Podi's words, they seemed to be thinking about something. Recently, everyone has received some gossip. It is said that the fourth Prince Zubang is ambitious and has close contacts with the Spirit Hall. He is trying to collude with the Spirit Hall and confront his brother, the Crown Prince Zuking. When this gossip first came out, everyone felt very strange. Isn't Zubang always known as a playboy? How could he suddenly have such great ambitions? But there are people who carefully summarize Zubang's past deeds and find that this person has always been bearing humiliation and has done many very good things. For example, Zubang gathered a lot of bad friends and did a lot of evil things in Shyandao Royal Academy. He used excuses to drive away many young talents who wanted to join the Crown Prince Zuking, which led to the poor strength of Shyandao Royal Academy. Even the Shyandao team almost left. His scheming is deep. For example, Prince Zubang had used excuses to pursue Du Yuyan, Yang Xianyu, etc., in an attempt to find a backer at the title Douluo level to fight against his brother, the Crown Prince. What's even more exaggerated is that the group of friends around Zubang all have prominent family backgrounds and hold important positions in the Shyandao Empire. They usually don't show off their talents, but once they show off, they will be a huge force. After layers of analysis by various people, it was found that Prince Zubang was obviously an ambitious and forbearing genius. Recently, it was reported from nowhere that Prince Zubang actually colluded with the Spirit Hall and intended to get the support of the Spirit Hall. At this time, Prince Zubang was indeed not doing well. He just had some contact with the Spirit Hall, but was summoned into the palace by Emperor Zuyi and scolded. It seemed that Emperor Zuyi was very angry. But Prince Zuking, as an older brother, seemed to be a peacemaker, but kept giving advice, which showed that Zubang had a poor character. In Prince Zuxing's palace, Prince Zuxing seemed to be very disappointed with his nephew, Prince Zubin. A prince of the Shyandao Empire was actually involved with the Spirit Hall, which directly violated the biggest taboo of Emperor Zuyi. Prince Avalanche, on the other hand, looked indifferent. Uncle, I just have some connection with the Spirit Hall, how serious can the matter be? Besides, the Spirit Hall is indeed powerful and sincere. They have already stated that they will send Soul Douluo masters to assist me for a long time. If necessary, they can send Title Douluo to help at any time. Prince Zuxing seemed very angry. I asked you to pretend to be a playboy, not to be a real playboy. As a result, now people have dug up all your past affairs. And you even dared to collude with the Spirit Hall. If you collude with the Spirit Hall, will the Shyandao Empire be named Zhu or the Spirit Hall in the future? Prince Avalanche was still a little puzzled. The Spirit Hall is so powerful, I just want to use their strength to fight against my royal brother, otherwise I'm afraid I will die ugly. In the past year, the Soul Douluo sent by the Spirit Hall to be by my side have helped me a lot and escaped several assassinations. Prince Zuxing was also confused. I also find it very strange. Logically, your two brothers died without anyone noticing. How could someone dare to assassinate you now? This is totally unlike Zuking's style of doing things. Prince Zuxing and Prince Zubang were both confused. At the same time, in the palace of the Shyandao Empire, Emperor Zuyi was also very puzzled. According to his estimation, it should be Prince Zuking who colluded with the Spirit Hall. How come it became Prince Zubang now? Now both sons seemed to be in a fog and could not understand what the two did. But at this time, Prince Zuking looked at the report in his hand with a smile on his face. Since the last transaction with Yang Podi, the gains have been very great. Not only did he alienate Emperor Zuyi and Prince Zubang, but he also gained a lot, at least putting Zubang, the contender for the throne, in the spotlight. At this time, only Yang Podi and Yang Wudi were left in the secret room of the Po Yi clan. Yang Podi said a little seriously, Grandpa, have you absorbed all the soul bones of the family? Yang Wudi shook his head. These soul bones are very valuable. I am too old and my potential is very limited. Even if I absorb them all, I can't improve much. I want your father to absorb them all. With his potential and strength, there is hope that he will reach a higher level in the future. Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. In any case, these soul bones in the family need to be absorbed as soon as possible to improve your strength as soon as possible. Whether it is the duel you are about to have or the enemies you may encounter later, you must have enough strength to deal with them. Yang Wudi looked at Yang Podi a little helplessly. Podi, don't you like any of them? These are all top-grade soul bones, especially the head soul bone you brought back last time. The age and value are frighteningly high. It is even more valuable than the inherited soul bones of the Haotian Sect. Yang Podi just shook his head. Although this soul bone is good, I have other goals. Since you think my dad has good potential, let him absorb all of it as soon as possible. It can be regarded as the family's hidden trump card. After my dad absorbs these soul bones, he should have the hope of reaching level 96 or even level 97 in the future. In that case, our family will be considered a strong man. Yang Wudi thought about it carefully, and finally nodded. I will discuss this with your second grandfather and your father as soon as possible. This matter really can't be delayed any longer. By the way, Podi, do we need to sell a few layers of the Zhuanshenguang? With the exquisiteness of the Zhuanshenguang, I really can't bear to part with it. Besides, the family is actually not short of money. There is no need to do this for a little money. Yang Podi shook his head. This must be sold. As time goes by, those who have other secret books will sooner or later discover the shortcomings. If only our family can practice it, it will easily become a target. Selling a few layers appropriately will at least let others see hope, and no one will target us. Even if someone finds out that we have practiced Zhuanshenguang, we can use the excuse that we bought it on the black market. There will always be all kinds of things on the black market anyway. It's just that we were lucky and bought more. Yang Wudi thought carefully for a while, and finally nodded. You are more thoughtful, and maybe you are right. Only by muddying the water can we develop better. Podi, what are you going to do next? Practice in seclusion at home. Yang Podi shook his head. I plan to go to Almo Mountain with my grandfather in a while. Regarding our family and some subsequent planning issues, I will practice directly on Almo Mountain after confirming the plan for Almo Mountain. Yang Wudi also nodded. That's good. It will be quieter if you practice there. No one should disturb you. The environment there is indeed suitable for soul masters to practice. By the way, Grandpa, if these elders in the family have potential, we can also increase resources and try our best to cultivate them. They are the backbone of the family. It would be best if one or two more titled Douluo came out, so that the family will be safer. Yang Wudi nodded. I understand this. The 6 elders of the family have dedicated their lives to the family. Although we cannot let them know the secrets of our core, it is still very necessary to train them. The strength of Soul Douluo is indeed a little bit weaker. I will communicate with your father clearly about the details. After a detailed discussion, the two basically determined the future plan of the family. Grandpa Yang Wudi also made up his mind to give all the resources of the family to his father. Perhaps his father Yang Zhenshan is the most promising one among the Po Yi clan to improve in the short term. In the following time, both the Po Yi clan and the Yu clan were very calm, and even the matter of selling secret books was temporarily postponed. The most important thing now is to deal with the decisive battle between Grandpa Yang Wudi and Grandpa Niagao. After all, the opponent this time is quite strong. Both Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo are veteran titled Douluo with soul power reaching level 95. After Yang Podi left the secret room, he came to Yilingling's room. There were big things happening between the two families, and it was not convenient for Yilingling to participate, but Yang Podi still preferred their own little world. At least it would not be disturbed by the outside world. When Yang Podi came to Yilingling's room, Yilingling seemed a little unhappy. Brother Yang, how are things going? Are you done with it? Yang Podi nodded. Now the family is most concerned about the decisive battle between my grandfather and Juji Ui Douluo, and our future trip to Almo Mountain. There are a lot of miscellaneous matters. Yilingling seemed a little angry. Is there still something about soul bones? Yang Podi couldn't help but touch Yilingling's head and smiled slightly. What are you thinking about, silly girl? Aren't these just a few soul bones? In fact, these soul bones are not very suitable for you, otherwise I would give them all to you. Yilingling rarely acted like a spoiled child. You are the only one who knows how to talk, and I'm not jealous of these soul bones. Why are you avoiding me? Yang Podi shook his head. It's not about soul bones, there are some other family matters. After this decisive battle, our Poi clan and Ui clan will move to Almo Mountain, and there are still some details that need to be discussed. Yilingling seemed a little reluctant. Do we have to go to Almo Mountain? If we go, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to see my grandfather. Yang Podi seemed to have made up his mind. We have to go. The world is obviously about to go wrong. I'm afraid big things will happen to the whole world. Leaving early can also avoid disasters. In fact, it's best to ask your grandfather to go to Almo Mountain as well. It will be safer. Yilingling shook her head. I am familiar with my grandfather's character. In my grandfather's eyes, The patient is the first priority. No matter what kind of patient it is, as long as he comes to him, he will do his best to treat him. He will never leave Xiandao City, let alone go to the sparsely populated Amo Mountain. Besides, with Grandpa's reputation and status, no one should hurt him. Besides, there are many soldados protecting Grandpa, and ordinary people can't hurt him. Yang Podi seemed to have thought of something. Lingling, has your grandfather eaten the 1,000 years ginseng king that I gave him last time? If he hasn't eaten it yet, let him eat it as soon as possible. It can also improve his soul power and physical fitness, so that he will be better able to face problems in the future. Yi Lingling nodded. Grandpa has always liked that 1,000 years ginseng king, but he is reluctant to eat it. I will go and persuade Grandpa as soon as possible. Yang Podi kissed Yi Lingling gently. Tell your grandpa not to care too much about the 1,000 years ginseng king. I still have this kind of thing. Chapter 161 Love Heartbroken Red. Yang Podi said softly to Yi Lingling, Lingling, don't worry, I will give you the best things in the world, and I will make you the happiest woman in the world. Yi Lingling seemed very happy too. Podi, I believe in you, I believe you can do it. Yang Podi looked at Yi Lingling in front of him and took out a jade box from the soul guide. Lingling, you will be happy. Yi Lingling seemed a little puzzled. Podi, what is this? Yang Podi said softly, you will know when you open it. This is my love for you. After hearing this, Yi Lingling gently opened the jade box. In the jade box was an ordinary-looking white flower. The flower was the size of a palm and shaped like a peony, without any leaves. A large stone was connected to the rhizome. The stone was black all over and extremely heavy. There were a few amazing red pieces on the white flower, as bright red as blood, which looked a bit thrilling. Yi Lingling couldn't help but cover her mouth, and finally said with excitement, Podi, is this the acacia heartbroken red you mentioned? Yang Podi nodded. This is indeed the acacia heartbroken red, a divine treasure among the immortal herbs. It has the effect of bringing the dead back to life and turning bones into flesh. It will definitely remove the 9-hearted begonia curse on you. Yi Lingling looked at this acacia heartbroken red, and she was stunned. Tears kept flowing from her eyes. I don't know if it was joy or excitement. Yang Podi hurried over to hug Yi Lingling, letting Yi Lingling cry in his arms, but he felt distressed and pity in his heart. I don't know how long it took. Yi Lingling finally calmed down, and her mood seemed to be much better, and even the worry in the corner of her eyes for a long time was gone. Yang Podi then let go of Yi Lingling. Lingling, you need to pick this acacia heartbroken red yourself. You should know the story of this flower. But remember, you need to have no distractions when picking it. You must think of your beloved in your heart, be sincere, and sprinkle a drop of blood on the petals. If you are a little bit indecisive, even if you spit blood and die, you can't pick the flower. Yi Lingling stared at Yang Podi blankly. At this moment, she no longer had the curse of the 9-hearted begonia in her heart, no longer had any family constraints, and no worldly things. The two seemed to be an ordinary pair of lovers, a pair of lovers who would never change until death. Thinking of this, a trace of blood seemed to protrude from the corner of Yi Lingling's mouth, and the blood dripped on the acacia heartbroken red. The whole acacia heartbroken red seemed to be glowing red and shining abnormally. Then, the Wuju stone at the root of the acacia heartbroken red seemed to be affected by something, and cracks appeared on the surface. Eventually, the cracks spread all over the Wuju stone, and the Wuju stone turned into fragments. The acacia heartbroken red in front of him actually floated up alone and floated in front of Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling and the acacia heartbroken red seemed to have a sense of connection, like relatives, and also like master and servant. Yi Lingling seemed a little reluctant. Podi, I really don't want to eat this acacia heartbroken red. I think there seems to be a connection between acacia heartbroken red and me. Yang Podi stroked Yi Lingling's face. Lingling, you have already had a connection with acacia heartbroken red. You can feel acacia heartbroken red yourself. She should also have her own ideas. Yi Lingling heard Yang Podi's words and carefully felt the acacia heartbroken red. Unexpectedly, acacia heartbroken red seemed to have a great attraction to Yi Lingling. Then, Yi Lingling's martial soul, 9-heart begonia, appeared involuntarily. The 9-heart begonia and acacia heartbroken red seemed to echo each other, as if there was some connection between the two flowers. In the end, acacia heartbroken red turned into a red light and slowly merged into the 9-heart begonia. At the same time, the 9-heart begonia seemed to turn into a huge begonia flower, wrapping Yi Lingling's entire body, like a pistil, and like a flower cocoon. As time passed, the 9-heart begonia seemed to have changed. The originally light blue 9-heart begonia flower actually changed. Wisps of white and blood red slowly appeared on the 9-starred begonia. The 3 colors finally merged into one, forming a brand new 9-heart begonia. At the same time, the light of the 9-heart begonia also changed, and it seemed to emit a red light, which seemed extremely noble, as if it was the king of the world. After an unknown amount of time, the 9-hearted begonia flower gradually returned to a person's body, and Yi Lingling's own aura also changed. Both her soul power and physical fitness seemed to have improved significantly. The gentle aura she originally possessed now seemed more noble, and she had a feeling of being peerless. At this time, Yi Lingling opened her eyes and hugged Yang Podi excitedly. "Podi, I succeeded. I feel that my martial soul, the 9-hearted begonia, has evolved, and the defects in my martial soul are completely gone. Now my soul power has been increased to level 50, but I feel that my soul power is far more than level 50. After I absorbed the soul ring, my soul power should increase significantly, and I found that in addition to healing, my martial soul now also has a built-in defensive soul skill, 9-hearted divine light body protection, and the skill seems to become stronger and stronger as my soul power grows." Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. "Under the effect of Acacia Heartbroken Red, your soul power will be increased by at least 5 levels, or even more, and the martial soul defect of the 9-hearted begonia has been solved. More importantly, under the effect of Acacia Heartbroken Red, your physical fitness has been greatly improved, and even the recovery strength of your body will be greatly improved. You should have no problem absorbing a 20,000-year soul ring now." Yi Lingling nodded. "I also feel that my body has become much stronger. I plan to go back to the family in the next 2 days to tell my grandfather the good news. My grandfather has been worried about the family all his life, so this will also reassure him." "What about your 5th soul ring? Do you want me to go with you?" Yi Lingling shook her head. "I want to go a few days later. I'll go back to see my grandfather first." Yang Podi thought about it and said, "That's good. Let's play for a few days, and then we will go to the Sunset Forest together." It just so happens that Niu Meng also needs the 5th soul ring. Then the two hugged each other and seemed to gradually sink. At the same time, in a relatively secluded place in Xiandao City. Since Tang Hao and Qianjin Douluo Jiangmo Douluo fought a battle, the Li clan's residence was destroyed, and the Min clan was also affected to a certain extent. The two families moved their families into Xiandao City. But now it is no longer the family's residence, but the remaining people of the two families have joined together and directly put on the name of Tang Sect, but now Tang Sect is not doing well. The Min clan itself has poor combat power and a low source of income. Although the Power clan made a lot of money by making hidden weapons, after that battle, the family suffered heavy losses, and even the family residence was razed to the ground. Life was even more miserable than when they just left the Haotian Sect at this time. In a secret room of the Tang Sect, Tang Hao, Tang Sen, Bai, and Tai Tan were together. Tang Hao was obviously in poor physical condition. When he was in the spirit hall, Tang Hao was 1 against 7, and even used the explosive ring, which could be said to be a desperate attack. Even though Tang Hao was so strong, he was still seriously injured. In addition, the previous serious injuries recurred. If it weren't for his strong physical fitness and high-aged soul bones all over his body, he would probably die on the spot. Fortunately, the spirit hall did not pursue him, and Bai He's support allowed him to escape, but he was still seriously injured. After Bai He took Tang Hao and Tang Sen away from the spirit hall, facing Xiao Wu, several people didn't know how to deal with it. If Xiao Wu followed Tang Hao and his group, even with Tang Hao's powerful strength, he would not be able to stop the many covetors, and would even attract the pursuit of countless titled Douluo. In the end, Xiao Wu had no choice but to leave alone. Now Xiao Wu also felt the malice of humans and the endless danger. She planned to return to the depths of the Xingdao Great Forest, where Daming and Erming existed, and at least her safety could be guaranteed. After Xiao Wu left, Bai He took Tang Hao and Tang Sen back to Xiandao City. At least in Xiandao, as long as they were not discovered, the three of them were relatively safe in the short term. At the same time, Bai He took Tang Sen and Tang Hao to the residence of Yi Rengxin, the 9-hearted begonia. Yi Rengxin was known as the #1 healing soul master on the mainland, and it should be of some benefit to Tang Hao's injury. After the three of them arrived at Yi Rengxin's residence, although Yi Rengxin didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the Spirit Hall and the Haotian Sect, in accordance with his character as a doctor, he still carefully diagnosed Tang Hao and treated Tang Hao with all his strength. However, after the treatment, Yi Rengxin couldn't help but shook his head. Seeing Yi Rengxin's attitude, Tang Hao couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yi, how is Tang's injury now? Can it be completely cured? Yi Rengxin looked at Tang Hao. You should know your injury better than anyone else. Your old injury should have been caused 14 years ago. It has not been treated in all these years, and the injury has penetrated deep into the bone marrow. In this battle in the spirit hall, you forced yourself to fight with all your strength without healing your old injury. You have already injured the root. Although I am known as the best healing spirit master in the continent, I am only a spirit Douluo, and I can't do anything about your old injury, although I can temporarily help you stabilize your injury now, and even some lighter injuries can be cured, but you forcibly use the explosive ring. You should know the side effects of the explosive ring better than anyone else. This is not something that can be cured by external force. Unless I can reach the level of title Douluo, there should be no one in this world who can completely cure your injury. Tang San on the side seemed unusually nervous. Senior Yi, is there no way to cure my father's injury? If you can cure my father, I will definitely repay you in the future, Yi Rengxin just said lightly. With your father's injuries, in order to completely cure them, you need a title Douluo level healing spirit master, and there is no such spirit master in the entire continent. If we can find a genius who can treat serious injuries, there may be a chance. Tang San still seemed a little unwilling. Senior Yi, if you do your best to heal him, is there no other way? Isn't the nine-hearted begonia known as a miracle in the spirit master world? Can it guarantee immortality? Yi Rengxin seemed completely unmoved. I have tried my best in the treatment just now. Your father is almost healed on the surface now. As long as he doesn't fight with others with all his strength, his life will not be in danger. But you didn't use the 8th spirit skill just now, you just used ordinary spirit skills. Yi Rengxin shook his head. Young man, it seems that your knowledge is still limited. All the spirit skills of the nine-hearted begonia have the same effect. No matter how many spirit rings are added, there is only one healing spirit skill. Whether it is the 1st spirit skill or the 8th spirit skill, the effect is the same. If you really want to cure your father's injuries, there should be no way from the perspective of spirit masters. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope from the aspect of medicine. The three of them finally had no choice but to leave the Yi family. After leaving, Tang San seemed a little puzzled and said to Tang Hao, if Yi Rengxin tries his best to heal you, can he heal you? Tang Hao shook his head. The injuries on my body are accumulated over the past 10 years. Many hidden injuries have penetrated deep into the bone marrow and there is no way to completely heal them. As he said just now, I'm afraid it will require rare treasures to heal them. Hearing this, Tang San seemed to think of something and quickly said, Dad, what Bibi Dong and Yang Podi said in the spirit hall. Yang Podi became so powerful because he had eaten the strange Rongtong Shinju, and the Poi clan is famous for refining medicine. Will they have any way to heal their father? Tang Hao shook his head again. Now our relationship with the Poi clan is so stiff, especially last time, we almost fought. It is impossible to get their help, especially Yang Wudi. His character is extremely strong, and he doesn't respond to soft or hard tactics. I can't use my full strength now, and we may suffer if we start fighting. Besides, if you want to completely cure me, I'm afraid you'll need natural treasures. The Po clan will never use such natural treasures on me. They will never forget the disaster I brought to them. The last time I was in the spirit hall, I was besieged by 7 people from the spirit hall. Yang Wudi and Nia Gao didn't want to come to help me. I think they have made up their minds not to interfere in the feud between me and the spirit hall. Chapter 162 Level 95 Yang Zhenshin. The Po clan didn't care what Tang San and Tang Hao were thinking. Anyway, it was impossible to help them now that it had come to this point. It was good enough that they didn't stab them in the back. After Yang Podi and Yi Lingling had a passionate love affair, maybe because of the effect of the acacia heartbroken red, Yang Podi felt that he would soon be able to break through, and within a few days at most, he would be able to break through to level 68. Yi Lingling seemed to become a little shy. You bad guy, you always bully me. Yang Podi just smiled and took out a lead box from the soul guide. Yi Lingling seemed a little strange. Podi, what is this? It seems that it should be a relatively valuable item if it is put in this kind of lead box. Yang Podi just smiled. Open it yourself and take a look. I said that I will give you the best things. Yi Lingling took the lead box and opened it. A deep blue light seemed to permeate the entire room. A strong breath of life came from the lead box, which was even stronger than Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia martial spirit. Yi Lingling looked at the items in the lead box and was stunned. There was a piece of deep blue bone in the lead box. The bone was dark blue and exuded an infinite breath of life, which was even far more than the 3 soul bones rewarded by the spirit hall. In particular, the breath of this soul bone was very similar to Yi Lingling, both of which were rare plant attributes. Yi Lingling seemed a little excited. Podi, what kind of soul bone is this? I feel that the breath of life on it is very strong, and it suits me very well. Yang Podi just smiled. I got this soul bone by accident. It is a 100,000-year soul bone, which is very suitable for you, your martial soul and attributes. Yi Lingling hurriedly said, 100,000-year soul bone? This is too expensive, I can't accept it. Yang Podi shook his head. This soul bone is very suitable for you. After you use it, the healing property should be greatly enhanced. Besides, there are no other wood-attributed soul masters around me, so you are the most suitable, but you have to pay attention. The origin of this soul bone is a bit wrong. Don't show it unless it's absolutely necessary, otherwise it will bring disaster. As Yang Podi said, in the entire Douluo Continent, there have been number 100,000-year soul bones in recent decades. Even the inherited soul bones of the top 3 sects cannot reach the 100,000-year level. If it is really revealed, it will probably bring countless disasters. Yi Lingling seemed to be a little hesitant, but this soul bone is too precious, and you don't have a soul bone yet. Have you ever thought about absorbing it? Yang Podi just shook his head. I will naturally have plans for my soul bone in the future, just absorb it with confidence. After hearing this, Yi Lingling took the soul bone with peace of mind and began to absorb it. It took a whole day to absorb the soul bone this time. Yang Podi deliberately stood by to prevent any abnormalities or to prevent others from discovering it. After all, the origin of this soul bone was too complicated. After Yi Lingling absorbed the soul bone, the life pheromones of the whole person became more intense, and the whole person seemed softer and more comfortable. Yang Podi quickly said, how is it? This soul bone is good, right? Yi Lingling's face was full of joy. Look at what you said. How can a 100,000-year soul bone be bad? I have gained 2 very good skills. One is healing, and the other is flying. I think my healing ability has been greatly improved. If I use the healing ability of soul bones, I can even regenerate broken limbs. Yang Podi said a little seriously. Lingling, you must remember, unless it is absolutely necessary, you must never show the skills of this soul bone. Such a heaven-defying ability will probably attract the pursuit of countless titled Douluo, and it may bring disaster to the family at that time. Yi Lingling nodded quickly. Matters related to the survival of the family do need to be paid special attention. After a day's rest, Yang Podi and Yi Lingling went to the Yi family in Xiandao City. Of course, the 3rd elder Yang Wudi followed them on this trip. Now Yang Wudi has openly followed Yang Podi, especially the soul Douluo strength he showed, which can deter many people who have evil intentions. After all, in the Soul Master competition, Yang Podi showed his external soul bone, and at the same time, he obtained 3 soul bones of more than 10,000 years in the Soul Master competition, which naturally attracted various people to take risks. Especially in the Soul Master competition, the grandson of the 3rd elder, Yang Yuxun, also won the championship, which was considered famous all over the world, and he also won the title of Viscount. Since Yang Yuxun followed Yang Podi, both his soul power and combat effectiveness have been greatly improved. Now he is among the best in the young generation of the Poi clan. The 3rd elder himself has expressed his gratitude to Yang Podi many times, and he is almost willing to fight for Yang Podi. Yang Podi also thought about it for a long time. He had a good impression of both the 3rd elder and Yang Yuxun. He felt that they were worth training. He planned to decide on the specific training plan when he arrived at Almo Mountain. After Yi Lingling and Yang Podi came to the Yi family, Yi Rengson seemed very happy, especially when he knew that after Yi Lingling used the Acacia Heartbroken Red, not only did she get rid of her martial soul defects, but she even had her own protective skills. He was so excited that he almost burst into tears. However, Yi Rengson still had a hint of hesitation, and finally spoke. Recently, Tang Hao came to our Yi family for treatment. Tang Hao should be hiding near Xiandao City now. You may have to be careful when you meet Tang Hao in the future. Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. Grandpa, how is Tang Hao's injury now? Is it possible to cure it completely? Yi Rengson shook his head. Tang Hao's injury is very serious, plus years of accumulation, and he has used the explosive ring desperately many times. I can only barely cure some of his external injuries, but his bones have been damaged. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to make progress in this life. Grandpa, how much of Tang Hao's strength can he still exert now? Yi Rengxin thought carefully for a while. According to my estimation, Tang Hao can only exert 70% of his strength at most, especially the explosive ring. I'm afraid he won't dare to use it casually in the future. I don't know if it's right or wrong to treat Tang Hao this time. Yang Podi hurriedly comforted. Grandpa, your reputation is known to the world. In your eyes, Tang Hao is just a patient. Even if the spirit hall knows about it, it won't say anything. Besides, with Tang Hao's current situation, I'm afraid he can't come to the Poi clan to cause trouble. Yi Rengxin shook his head. I'm not afraid that the spirit hall will know. Many high-level officials of the spirit hall have received my favors. They will not act rashly against me. But now, if Tang Hao wants to be completely cured, he may need a rare treasure. I'm afraid he will go to your Poi clan to find a treatment method. Yang Podi didn't care. My Poi clan has long fallen out with the Haotian Sect last time. Because of the medicinal bath issue, Tang Hao almost took action against my Poi clan. Now he is not strong enough. If he really comes to my Poi clan to make trouble, we will teach him a profound lesson to prevent him from always trying to take advantage. Yi Rengxin nodded. A Tang Hao period is indeed not to be feared. His eldest brother is Tang Zio, the leader of the Haotian Sect. You may need to pay more attention to this. Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. The group of people in the Haotian Sect are just cowards. If they really dare to come out, someone will naturally deal with them. By the way, Grandpa, if Tang Hao forces all his internal injuries to his arm and then breaks his arm, is it possible to cure it? Yi Rengxin thought for a while before speaking. This is indeed a good idea, and there is hope that his internal injuries can be cured, but with Tang Hao's current injuries, at least one arm and one leg must be broken, and after that, I'm afraid his soul power will be greatly reduced. Unless he finds a natural treasure or other methods that defy the heavens, he will never be able to recover in his lifetime. After the two communicated for a while, they rested at the Yi family for a night. The next day, Yi Lingling followed Yang Podi and left the Yi family reluctantly. As for Yang Podi's invitation to Yi Rengxin and the Yi family to go to Mount Amo together, Yi Rengxin directly refused. According to the old man, he is now old, and those so-called disputes have nothing to do with him, so there is no need to leave. As for the 10,000-year-old ginseng king, under the repeated instructions of Yang Podi and Yi Lingling, Yi Rengxin only ate a small half. According to his idea, the other half of the 10,000-year-old ginseng king can cure more patients under his hands, and it would be a pity to eat it. Moreover, at his age, his soul power has not been improved for many years, and he himself has long been indifferent to it and will not pursue the improvement of soul power. After returning to the Po Yu clan, Yang Podi, Yi Lingling, and Niu Meng follow their father Yang Zhenshin to the Sunset Forest to obtain soul rings. This time, it was relatively simple to obtain soul rings. Niu Meng only found a 20,000-year-old iron-backed gray bear, which is also considered the best among bear soul beasts, especially its defense ability, which is almost the best among similar soul beasts. With Niu Meng's current physical strength, especially after taking the diamond Luo Han Guo, his physical fitness is frightening, and there is no problem absorbing a 20,000-year-old soul beast. Yi Lingling's soul beast is even simpler. She directly found a 20,000-year-old Cheyenne King vine. Anyway, as long as the plant-type soul beast is enough, no matter what soul beast's soul ring is absorbed, it will only be a healing soul skill. However, after absorbing the soul ring, both of them have greatly improved. Niu Meng has been promoted to level 52 and obtained a good defense-type soul skill. Yi Lingling's soul power was more exaggerated. It was directly raised to level 58, which almost shocked Yang Zhenshin and others. Father Yang Zhenshin was even speechless. What did Podi give your Lingling to eat? The soul power was raised so much? Even if it was the Acacia Heartbreak Infrared plus the soul ring, it would not be able to raise the soul power by 9 levels at once. After returning to the Po Yu clan, everyone began to retreat. One by one, they were adapting to the soul power increase of the fairy grass and the soul ring, preparing to welcome the decisive battle between Yang Wudi and Nia Gao and the two people from the Wuhan Hall. The most important one was his father. The two grandfathers took out several soul bones that they had recently obtained and planned to let Yang Zhenshin absorb them all, so as to strive to improve Yang Zhenshin's strength as soon as possible. Yang Zhenshin was surprised unprecedentedly, and even felt very scared. Among these soul bones, including the 80,000-year-old King Kong gorilla right arm soul bone, the 76,000-year-old Gale wolf left leg soul bone, and the 80,000-year-old golden lion king head soul bone, No matter which soul bone, it is a priceless treasure on the market. Originally, my father Yang Zhenshin was already at level 93, which was the effect of the 9th grade dragon mushroom. After my father Yang Zhenshin absorbed these 3 soul bones, coupled with the hard training in the past few years, his soul power has been raised to the peak of level 95. According to the current improvement speed and soul power, it is estimated that he will be able to break through to level 96 in 10 years at most, and even to level 97 in the future. As for level 98, I am afraid there is no hope. After all, my father has absorbed 3 top-grade soul bones and eaten top-grade fairy grass, and now he is considered to have the highest soul power level in the family. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Decisive Battle. During the following period of time, Yang Podi practiced his soul power with meditation on the one hand, and studied the things in Zhuanshan Baolu on the other hand. It must be said that the things in Zhuanshan Baolu are really good, especially Zhuanshan Guang, which is worthy of being the top-level Taoist practice. After practicing, it can be endless and endless, especially after being converted into soul power. It is deeper than the soul power of soul masters at the same level. The purple extreme demon pupil is more exquisite and practical. From low to high, it is divided into 4 levels: vertical observation, microscopic, mustard seed and vast. It has the ultimate observation ability and can cause mental damage to the enemy. Observe from afar and observe in detail. In the entire Douluo Continent original work, this is the only practice that can cultivate mental power. The disadvantage is that it can only be practiced at the moment when the sun appears every morning. It needs to absorb purple air, which is quite restrictive. Moreover, when using it, the eyes will turn purple and it is easy to be exposed. According to the original work, Tang San reached the realm of overview before he became a soul master, and after becoming a soul master, he reached the realm of subtlety. When Tang San absorbed the dew of longing, he reached the mustard seed realm, and finally reached the vast realm when he passed the 9 tests of the sea god. When Tang San reached the mustard seed realm, he could actually see through Xiao Wu's body, which means that entering the GZ realm is basically equivalent to reaching the level of tidal Douluo in mental power, and the practical value is very strong. As for the remaining few unique skills, their effects are relatively much worse. Controlling the crane and catching the dragon is a grappling technique. For soul masters, it may have a certain effect in the early stage, but the effect in the later stage is very limited. Ghost Shadow is a set of body skills, similar to the Lingbo micro-step in the martial arts world. It has a significant effect in the early stage, but it does not seem to have much effect for high-level soul masters. As for the hidden weapon 100 solutions, it is just the production of some hidden weapons. It is more effective for soul kings below, but as long as you reach the soul king or above, you are not afraid of hidden weapons in terms of reaction and physical fitness. Yang Podi carefully studied and sorted out the 6 techniques, thinking about how to deal with them so as not to leave hidden dangers. Zhuanshan Gong was directly divided into 9 parts according to the 9 levels, and each level was processed to a certain extent, deleting some of the essence. The 100 solutions to hidden weapons was sorted out according to the difficulty of making hidden weapons, and was also divided into multiple parts. As for the other 4 techniques, they were also processed to a certain extent. After the processing, the difficulty of practicing will double, and the power will be discounted. When all these were almost processed, it took nearly a month, and it was almost time for the decisive battle. Yang Podi himself had already broken through to level 68, and now he was only 2 levels away from Soul Saint. Grandpa Yang Wudi and Grandpa Niagao agreed to fight the 2 title Douluo of the Spirit Hall at Douluo Mountain, which was more than 100 kilometers away from the residence of the Poi clan. There was no one living around Douluo Mountain, and there was no fear of being disturbed. Although many people knew about this duel, neither side publicized it. Only some high-level people from major forces knew about it. As for ordinary people, they had no choice and no courage to go to the scene to watch the battle. Even if the title Douluo was just the aftermath, it could cause great harm to ordinary people. In the past month, both my grandfather Yang Wudi and my grandfather Niagao have been in seclusion, and have been gathering strength to prepare for this duel. Now both my grandfather Yang Wudi and my grandfather Niagao are only level 92, while Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo are both level 95. The difference in soul power is still quite large. Early in the morning of this day, a group of people took a carriage to Douluo Mountain. The people who went included the whole family. All things were arranged by my father Yang Zhenshin. In addition, almost half of the family elders went, and a small half of the clan members also went. Many of them were survivors of the year. After all, this time it was nominally for the family to avenge the blood feud of the year. Yang Podi and others followed their father and began to arrange some things, which was recognized by the whole family. From beginning to end, both grandfather and grandfather closed their eyes in the carriage to rest and gather strength, and paid no attention to anything. About 2 hours later, the group arrived at Douluo Mountain. On Douluo Mountain, at the agreed time, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall also arrived, as well as several Spirit Hall bishops, including the Platinum Bishop Cirrus of the Shandao region, and many other people. There was no referee for both sides this time, and the witnesses were Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Gu Douluo, Zhu King, Du Yubo, etc. The Spirit Hall also sent 2 titled Douluos, Qianjin Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo. It seemed that it was the first time that Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, and Gu Douluo appeared together. It might be that this place was less than 100 kilometers away from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and they could go back very quickly with the speed of several people. There were many people watching in the dark, including the patriarchs or senior officials of the major families. After all, a decisive battle at the title Douluo level is rare. And Tang Hao also brought Tang San and his group to the dark. Tang Hao said to Tang San, "Zio San, I had planned to take you to practice alone, but I stayed to watch this duel. I also wanted you to see the battle of the title Douluo level in advance, which can make you truly understand the gap between you and the strong." At this time, a feminine voice suddenly came, "Yang Wudi, Nia Gao, we are all here, let's start." Yang Wudi and Nia Gao in the carriage suddenly opened their eyes, then flew out of the carriage at a high speed and appeared on Douluo Mountain. Yang Wudi said in a deep voice, "Yuguan, Gimme, today's battle is only for revenge. Back then, Yuguan Hall slaughtered so many people from our 2 families. Today we must avenge the previous shame." Ghost Douluo said gloomily, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Then let's fight." Seeing this, Yang Wudi held the soul-breaking spear in his hand and shot directly at Zhu Douluo. The force of this shot was so strong that it seemed to pierce Zhu Douluo's whole body. Zhu Douluo turned into a huge strange chrysanthemum, and countless petals turned into swords, trying to meet Yang Wudi's shot. But unexpectedly, under this shot, all the petals turned into fragments, as if nothing. Seeing this, Zhu Douluo quickly dodged, and then, Zhu Douluo used his 5th soul skill, the gathering of cold flowers. Suddenly, countless petals turned into sharp swords, covering the sky and the earth, as if he wanted to tear everything apart. Nia Gao quickly blocked in front of Yang Wudi and directly activated his 4th soul skill, the Iron Wall. A huge plate-armored giant rhino blocked in front of Yang Wudi and directly blocked all the petal attacks. Ghost Douluo was as fast as lightning, turning into multiple ghosts and quickly attacking Yang Wudi. It was the ghost's 1st soul skill, the Extreme Shadow Clone. Yang Wudi was fearless, holding the soul-breaking gun in both hands, and quickly stabbed the flying ghost. Although his speed was slightly slower than Ghost Douluo, his attack power was much stronger. Seeing this, Ghost Douluo quickly sent out his 4th soul skill, Ghost Shadow. A black vortex formed between his palms and then released many ghosts to attack Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi and Nia Gao looked at each other and turned around. Nia Gao activated his 3rd soul skill, Heavy Armor Defense, to block the ghost. Yang Wudi directly activated his 3rd soul skill, Explosion. The tip of the spear suddenly burst out a layer of black light, increasing the attack power to a more terrifying level. Once it pierces any object, the soul power will produce a terrifying explosive force, making the spear have a stronger destructive power. Yang Wudi's attack was directly directed at Chrysanthemum Douluo. This transformation of the 2 seemed to catch people off guard, but Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo have cooperated for many years and have a tacit understanding. Chrysanthemum Douluo activated his 4th soul skill, Strange Flower. Chrysanthemum Douluo instantly used his soul power to condense a clone and blocked in front of him. The clone even exploded, trying to attack by detonating it. But Yang Wudi was not afraid. He fought desperately, and a soul-breaking spear pierced through the clone directly. He even ignored the explosion and faced the challenge and stabbed Zhu Douluo directly. Zhu Douluo was caught off guard and finally barely dodged it, but he seemed to be seriously injured because of the explosion. The two sides fought for more than 10 minutes, and neither side seemed to have any big advantage. On the contrary, Zhu Daoluo's attack power against the soul-breaking spear was still slightly inferior. Yang Wudi shouted, "If you two are only this strong, then stay here today." Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo looked at each other, and seemed to see a trace of determination. They spoke at the same time and activated the seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. Behind Zhu Daoluo, a huge strange chrysanthemum appeared, as if connecting heaven and earth, and it was indestructible. Ghost Daoluo himself turned into a ghost and entered a state of nothingness, greatly increasing the speed of immunity to damage, improving all his attributes and reducing soul power consumption. Yang Wudi and Niagao looked at each other and activated their seventh spirit skills. Niagao used his spirit body, while Yang Wudi used his weapon body. Niagao transformed into a giant plate-armored rhinoceros, more than 10 meters long, with thick plate armor on his body, and incarnated absolute defense, directly blocking Gui Mei and Yu Guan. Yang Wudi transformed into a huge blood-red figure, holding a huge and dark soul-breaking spear, which became deeper and more powerful, and contained infinite murderous intent. In the sky, four huge figures collided back and forth, as if they were going to tear the whole world apart. The aura of some spirit skills caused countless damages to the entire Douluo mountain. However, in terms of the situation, Niagao and Yang Wudi seemed to have a slight advantage. The two of them attacked and defended, and they cooperated very well. Although Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo were slightly at a disadvantage, they were also longtime partners with a very close rapport. Moreover, they were respectively powerful and agile attack spirit masters. Compared to the purely defensive Niagao, their speed was slightly superior. Ning Fengzi seemed to be frowning at this moment, watching the battle on the field. It was not because the battle on the field was not intense enough, but on the contrary, the intensity of this battle exceeded his imagination. The two sides were really fighting for life and death, extremely fierce. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, what do you think of this battle?" Jian Daoluo stared at Yang Wudi on the field. The soul-breaking spear of the title Daoluo level is the first time in history. The soul-breaking spear is worthy of being a top-grade weapon spirit. Its attack power is indeed very strong. The spirit power on Jian Daoluo's body even moved slightly, as if he had a great desire. The seven-killing sword was also a top-grade weapon spirit, and Jian Daoluo was known as the world's #1 attack Daoluo. Naturally, he wanted to compete with Yang Wudi, who focused on attacking. Gu Daoluo on the side stared at Niagao. The plate-armored giant rhino is indeed one of the strongest defensive martial spirits, and it is a member of the Yu clan who is proficient in defense. I'm afraid its defense is not weaker than mine. After both sides launched the seventh soul skill, the battlefield seemed to be more intense, and the affected area was wider. The entire Douluo mountain seemed to be full of potholes, like an earthquake. Although Yang Wudi and Niagao had a slight advantage, in terms of soul power, there was still a certain gap between level 92 and level 95, especially since Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo had been in the title Daoluo for decades, and the title Daoluo level had more combat experience. Niagao and Yang Wudi seemed to understand their own shortcomings. They looked at each other, and there seemed to be a hint of determination in their eyes. Niagao was standing in front of Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo, while Yang Wudi stayed behind Niagao, and the soul ring on his body seemed to begin to melt. Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo were also extremely experienced. They instantly understood what Yang Wudi was doing and decisively launched their respective ninth soul skills. Zhu Daoluo activated his ninth soul skill. Chrysanthemums withered, wounded all over the ground, and people were heartbroken when flowers fell. Zhu Daoluo's soul power exploded and turned into petal blades all over the sky, rotating around and turning into a giant tornado with huge destructive power, as if he wanted to wrap Niagao and Yang Wudi in the tornado. Ghost Daoluo also activated his ninth soul skill, Infinite Ghost Devouring, forming a black hole in space, releasing infinite ghosts, and causing a powerful explosion at the same time. At this time, Niagao gritted his teeth and activated his ninth soul skill, Infinite Plate Armor. The plate armor giant rhino roared, and countless defensive plate armors blocked Niagao's surroundings, obviously trying to withstand the attacks of Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo. At this time, Yang Wudi seemed unmoved. The first 8 soul rings on his body melted all, and all the power was integrated into the 9th soul ring. Then the 9th soul ring flashed, which was Yang Wudi's 9th soul skill, Kill. The entire soul-breaking spear turned blood red, and it seemed to have infinite killing intent, which could kill everything around it. Yang Podi even felt that his grandfather's move had a hint of the killing god domain. With a shocking blow of Yang Wudi's blood-red soul-breaking spear, it directly pierced through the tornado of Zhu Daoluo and the black hole of Ghost Daoluo, and even pierced through the figures of Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo's martial souls, as if nothing could be broken. Chapter 164, Shengzhi Ghost Daoluo. Yang Wudi and Niagao fought against a title Daoluo, Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo. It seemed that the final blow from Yang Wudi decided the winner. Yang Wudi's ninth soul skill after the fusion of the rings not only broke the tornado of Zhu Daoluo and the black hole of Ghost Daoluo, but also directly destroyed the martial souls of the two. It was like a blood-red giant spear, piercing the huge Kirin Tong Xianzhou in the ghost. Qianjin Daoluo and Jiangmo Daoluo, who were watching the battle from a distance, said inwardly, "Not good." Then, Qianjin Daoluo and Jiangmo Daoluo quickly stepped forward and used their martial soul panlong sticks to block the soul-breaking spear. Even in the face of two huge panlong sticks, the blood-red soul-breaking spear still went forward, making a loud and sharp piercing sound, and even a very large explosion. When everyone looked at the battlefield again, the entire Yuluo mountain was flattened to a large extent. Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo were lying on the ground at this time, their breath was very weak. Obviously, the last blow just now had seriously injured the two. Even Qianjin Daoluo and Jiangmo Daoluo, who came to stop them at the end, seemed to be forced back a long way. There was a huge scratch in front of them, which was obviously caused by the friction between them and the ground. Yang Wudi and Niagao were also panting, and seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. Yang Wudi said angrily, "What do you two want to do? Stop us from dueling." Qianjin Daoluo shook his head. "Yang Wudi, Niagao, you two have won this battle, and our spirit hall has to admit defeat. Your soul-breaking spear is indeed very powerful, especially the attack power is no weaker than my coiling dragon stick, but you are only level 92, which is far from us two brothers." Yang Wudi's face was full of anger, and he was also very unwilling. "Qianjin, Jiangmo, aren't you two just relying on the longer time of training? In 10 years, my Po Yi clan and Yu Yi clan will definitely go to the spirit hall to experience your coiling dragon stick." Qianjin Daoluo seemed a little serious. "Yang Wudi, Niagao, are you going to challenge me to duel?" Yang Wudi said in a deep voice. "You two also participated in the battle of Haotian Sect back then, and it can be regarded as a blood feud. 10 years later, we are still fighting here. I hope you two don't lack the courage to come." After hearing this, Jiangmo Daoluo burst into laughter. "Good, very good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge us two brothers. Anyway, it's a bit boring in the spirit hall. Then 10 years later, I'll wait for the challenge from your two families." Yang Wudi snorted coldly, then looked at Niagao and left Yuluo Mountain. Among the people in the spirit hall, two healing spirit masters quickly walked out and treated Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo, but it was obvious that Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo were seriously injured and had no reaction for a short time. Seeing this, the others also left Yuluo Mountain. With Qianjin and Jiangmo present, no one could take advantage. At this time in the carriage, Ning Fengzi said to Jian Daoluo and Gu Daoluo, "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, how are Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo injured?" Jian Daoluo thought for a moment before speaking. "It will take 3 to 5 years for the two of them to recover." Yang Wudi's last shot exerted his strength to the extreme. "Even if it was me and Old Bone who were fighting, I'm afraid we would be seriously injured." Ning Fengzi thought for a while. "Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo of the Spirit Hall are seriously injured now. I'm afraid they won't make any moves in the short term, and our pressure will be much less." But what did Yang Wudi and Niagao mean by the last battle just now? Do they have the confidence to defeat Qianjin Daoluo and Jiangmo Daoluo in 10 years? Jian Daoluo shook his head. "With the potential of Yang Wudi and Niagao, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to defeat Qianjin and Jiangmo in 10 years. The cooperation between Yang Wudi and Niagao is indeed very good, one attacking and one defending. They are a perfect match. If they are only fighting against one of Qianjin and Jiangmo, they have a chance to win now, but if they fight against Qianjin and Jiangmo at the same time, I am afraid that even Liu Gatao and I may not be able to win, unless they have another adventure or other trump cards." Ning Fengzi was silent for a while, and finally shook his head. "It's a pity for Yang Wudi and Niagao, the two masters. Seeing the recent situation of the Po Yi clan and the Yu Yi clan, they should move to Almo Mountain soon. There is no way to let them join us in fighting against the Spirit Hall. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, what do you think about our Seven Treasures glazed tile sect and the Po Yi clan forming a marriage? Jian Douluo shook his head. Feng Shui, I also know what you are thinking. You want to match Rongrong with Yang Podi, but Yang Podi is definitely not a person who is willing to be inferior to others. If the two get married, it is hard to say who has the final say at that time, not to mention that Yang Podi is now with a girl from the Yi family. I am afraid that Rongrong will be wronged. Ning Fengzi's eyes seem to flicker. It doesn't have to be Yang Podi, Yang Pingan, Yang Xianayu or even Niumeng can all be used. These three people are probably all titled Douluo, especially Yang Xianayu, whose aptitude is no worse than Yang Podi. Hearing this, Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo fell silent. Both of them were protector Douluo, and most of their time was spent on cultivation. They could only be regarded as the sect's thugs. The development of the sect was still decided by Ning Fengzi, the sect master. At the same time, Tang Hao, Tang Sen, Bai, and Tai Tan were also sitting in a carriage. The four of them also fell into silence, each thinking about something. Tang Hao suddenly spoke up. Zio Sen, what do you think of today's battle? This is a rare title Douluo level battle. Tang San's face was also very heavy at this time. After all, the title Douluo level battle was still too far away from him. Dad, I think Yang Wudi and Niu Gao are much stronger than I imagined, especially their cooperation is very good. I'm afraid that no one can stop Yang Wudi's last move. Tang Hao nodded. The soul-breaking spear is also a top-grade weapon spirit. Its quality is not much worse than our clear sky hammer. Yang Wudi is the only title Douluo in the history of the soul-breaking spear. His attack power is no weaker than that of the clear sky hammer spirit master of the same level. After Niu Gao entered the title Douluo level, his defense power also exceeded my imagination. It's a pity that the two are too old and there is not much room for development. Tang San thought for a moment before speaking. Dad, although Yang Wudi and Niu Gao's realms can no longer be improved, the several younger generations of the soul-breaking clan have exceptional talents. I'm afraid they will all be titled Douluo in the future. Tang Hao nodded again. It is precisely because of these outstanding younger generations that they don't want to have anything to do with our Clear Sky sect. They want to move to Mount Amo this time, which is to buy a few decades for these younger generations. In the Soul Master competition, whether it was your battle with Yang Pingan or the final decisive battle, it is obvious that your use of the Clear Sky Hammer is very poor. I plan to take you to seclusion for a period of time and train your Clear Sky Hammer skills alone. In this way, you can truly improve. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to beat Yang Pingan, let alone Yang Podi. Tang San seemed to think of something. Dad, to what extent is Yang Podi's strength reached? Is he really that strong? Tang Hao thought for a while before speaking. This Yang Podi has never used his full strength from beginning to end. According to my estimation, he has at least a combat power of the peak Soul Saint level, or even higher. Even if I am at the same level, I may not be able to defeat him. Especially this person is extremely meticulous, and has unique insights in both vision and cultivation. In the finals of the Soul Master competition, he was fully capable of resisting your weapon's soul body, but he chose the simplest way to win. Obviously, he has a strong insight and discovered your shortcomings so quickly. Zio-sen, you seem to know the strange chrysanthemum that Yang Podi ate. What effect does it have? Will it be better than your crystal blood dragon god? Tang San shook his head. The function of the strange chrysanthemum is to open up the 8 meridians and cultivate the indestructible body of Vajra. It can greatly improve the user's physical fitness and even the speed of cultivation. The crystal blood dragon ginseng is more about improving the strength of blood and soul power. In terms of efficacy, the strange chrysanthemum will be better for the improvement of soul masters. I am afraid this is also the reason why he can always absorb soul rings beyond his level. After the two talked for a while, they seemed to decide to leave Xiandao City and conduct secret training. Titan and Bei on the side have been silent. The two of them were originally brothers with Yang Wudi and Niu Gao. Now Yang Wudi and Niu Gao are fighting bloody battles for the hatred of the past, and their strength has also greatly improved, and they have both broken through to the title Douluo. On the other hand, the situation of the two of them is much worse. Since the four clans broke up, it seems that everything is not going well. The base of the Power Clan was destroyed, most of the clan members were killed or injured, and Titan even lost an arm. His strength was greatly restricted. I am afraid that there is no hope of improvement in this life. Bai is even more miserable. The life of the Min clan seems to be getting harder, and their own strength has not improved at all. With the current situation of the two, it is estimated that the family has no hope of revenge. What's more pitiful is that the gap between the descendants of the four clans seems to be getting bigger and bigger. As for other families and sects, even the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is just watching the battle and watching the excitement. Now no matter which side is fighting, they are not the existence they can afford to provoke. Although the current Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is still one of the top 3 sects, it is obviously not as strong as the two families combined. I am afraid that it will be more difficult to act in the future. On the carriage of the Po Yu clan, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, Yang Henshin, Nia Jinfeng, and Yang Podi were together. As soon as they got on the carriage, Yang Wudi and Nia Gao both spit out blood, and it was obvious that they were injured. After all, the two fighting were both level 95 title Douluo. Yang Henshin and Nia Jinfeng supported Yang Wudi and Nia Gao respectively, and their faces were full of worry. The two of them adjusted their breathing for a while before slowly recovering. Yang Wudi shook his head. "Don't worry, old Rhino and I are fine, just a few minor injuries, and we will be fully recovered in 10 days or half a month." Nia Gao also spoke at this time. "Old Goat, this battle was very satisfying, and we won very happily. The burden that has been weighing on my heart for more than 10 years has finally been relieved." Yang Wudi also nodded. "Every time I think of what happened back then, and the tribesmen who died back then, I find it difficult to fall asleep. Today I finally let out more breath of anger. After this battle, no one will dare to ride on our heads anymore. Those two arrogant guys, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, may not recover in 3 to 5 years." Dad Yang Henshin seemed a little puzzled. "Dad, since we have one, why do we have to make another appointment for a fight in 10 years? Kyanjin and Jiang Mo are both at the peak of level 96. Yang Wudi seemed a little angry. "What? Is there a problem? After 10 years, of course it will be you who will go on stage. Do you want me and old Rhino to fight by then? Don't tell me that you can't break through to level 96 in 10 years. Yang Henshin seemed speechless. "Dad, of course there is no problem for me to break through to level 96, but there are 2 of them." Yang Wudi was full of disdain. "So what if there are 2 of them? If it doesn't work, you will try your best to break through to level 97. Besides you, don't we still have Jinfeng? If that doesn't work, don't we still have Podi? Do you still want to give in?" Yang Henshin's face was full of solemnity. "Dad, don't worry, after 10 years, Jinfeng and I will definitely defeat Jinjun and Jiang Mo." Niu Jinfeng on the side also spoke quickly. "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely defeat them." Hearing Niu Jinfeng's words, Yang Wudi and Nia Gao nodded in satisfaction. As for Yang Henshin's words, they were ignored by the two. Yang Henshin absorbed the 3 best soul bones of the family. This was his responsibility and what he should do. Yang Podi on the side was thinking secretly that if we talk about the current talents of his elders, in fact, the highest one is his mother Nia Jinfeng, because only his mother's martial spirit has fully evolved, from the plate armor giant rhinoceros to the ancient dragon rhinoceros. Recently, his grandfather has been urging his mother to have another child, if he can inherit the martial spirit of the ancient dragon rhinoceros. Chapter 165 Almo Mountain Planning. After everyone returned to the Po Yu clan, they began to discuss future matters. Grandpa and Grandpa were only slightly injured this time and would recover soon. In the Po Yu clan's secret room, several core elders of the family gathered together, and various secret manuals were placed on the table. After thinking about it, Yang Podi picked out the 4th and 9th level castrated versions of Zhuangtiangong. Yang Podi said to everyone, "Grandpa, I have already dealt with these secret books. Now we can copy 50 to 100 copies of them and sell them in black markets in various regions of the continent. We can charge various treasures such as gold soul coins, but do not charge gold soul coin cards to prevent someone from tracking them. And there is one more thing. Dad, you and Shinian should go to Jiangxin City and buy as many precious metals as possible. They will be very necessary for our family's defense in the future." Recently, Grandpa and Grandpa have used the excuse of being injured after the duel to go into seclusion, and the others should start the action, and it's better to make it a big deal. This time, our 2 clans will basically use all their strength to go to Almo Mountain. Grandpa was a little hesitant. "Podi, are we too hasty to do this? The construction of Almo Mountain has not yet started. It will probably take a year and a half just to build it." Yang Podi shook his head. "After this duel, our family is famous all over the world. Now Grandpa and Grandpa are recovering from their injuries. It's best to leave now. Especially when the two people from the spirit hall are seriously injured, I'm afraid that other people will have some bad intentions. Grandpa was still a little puzzled. Old goat and I have shown such strength, will other people have any bad intentions? Yang Podi smiled. Now that our family has shown its strength, other people will have more ulterior motives. I bet that people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family are probably on the way, and most of them want to marry us. Even people from the Clear Sky Sect may come to our door. After all, it's rare to have such a powerful shield, especially since we have seriously injured Douluo and Ghost Douluo from the Spirit Hall this time. Dad Yang Zhenshin was a little puzzled. Shouldn't I stay at home at this time? This way I can face the solicitation of major forces. Besides, Podi, haven't you and Yilingling already? Why would they still want to marry us? Yang Podi shook his head. I'm not too sure about Xinian. If it weren't for you, Dad, taking action yourself, I'm afraid something might happen, or Xinian might have some ulterior motives. Besides, if you take action yourself, others shouldn't be able to track him. As for the marriage, besides me, there are Ping and Tianyu and even my cousin. The three of them have shown good strength in the Soul Master competition. They are definitely titled Douluo seedlings. It's hard to guarantee that others won't have any thoughts. After everyone discussed for a while, they decided to execute it immediately. In the following time, Yang Wudi took Yang Podi to attend the family elders meeting for the first time. In the meeting room, Yang Wudi sat in the first seat, Yang Zhenshin and the 6 elders sat in a circle, and Yang Podi stood behind Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi looked at the elders and said very seriously, "The reason why all the elders of the family are gathered here today is mainly because there are a few things that need to be announced. Since leaving the Haotian Sect, after so many years of development, the family has recovered its vitality and its strength has also improved to a certain extent. In terms of high-end strength, our Po Yi clan and Yu Yi clan combined are no weaker than the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, and it can even be said that they are no weaker than the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Especially in recent years, the family has developed very well, and the business is doing very well, and we have some assets. However, recently both the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family have always wanted to form an alliance with our family. In fact, they just want us to join them in fighting against the Spirit Hall. This battle with Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall can be regarded as washing away the shame of our Po Yi clan and seriously injuring them. It can also be regarded as revenge for the family. After much consideration, Old Rhino and I decided to move the entire family to Mount Almo. The area around Mount Almo that is nearly 300 kilometers away is Podi's fiefdom, and it will be our family's base in the future. And there is another thing. Podi and his children won the championship in the Soul Master competition this time, which can be regarded as making the family famous. I also distributed the Soul Bones awarded as champions of the Soul Master competition to several children. I hope everyone in the family will understand this. After all, the children are the hope of the family. Do you have any ideas now? You can tell me the details. The 6 elders sitting together seemed to have fallen into silence. Everyone had heard about the family's relocation to Mount Almo a long time ago, and they had a certain idea in their minds. An elder spoke up at this time. Clan leader, after we move to Mount Almo, do all members of the family have to live in seclusion? Just like the current Haotian Sect, not caring about worldly affairs. Yang Wudi glanced at Yang Podi. Podi, tell me about our plans after we go to Mount Almo. Yang Podi nodded. Elders, we are different from the Haotian Sect, or we should say that we are a bit similar to the other major sects. After arriving at Mount Almo, we will build the family headquarters on Mount Almo, and the family members will mainly live on Mount Almo. At the same time, we will build a city in the center of my fiefdom. The main purpose of this city is to provide various resources for our family, and it will also facilitate the sale of some elixirs refined by the family. After entering the fiefdom, we will help children within 300 kilometers to awaken their spirits, just like the current Wuhan Hall, and build an academy for all children to come and study. We can choose some of the outstanding students to join our Po Yi clan, and they will be considered as the outer disciples of the family. Of course, if they perform well, they can also join our inner disciples. As for all the small sects near Mount Almo, we will incorporate them all and make them our family's outer sects. If they don't want to join our sect, they can be driven away. Of course, we will treat inner and outer sects equally in the future, only the family resources will be different. When Yang Podi finished speaking, the 6 elders seemed a little stunned. According to Yang Podi's approach, it was purely like the operation method of some large sects, except that the locations were more remote. The great elder Yang Wudi thought for a while, if we do this, will there be any conflict with the spirit wall? Or with the Heaven Dao Empire? Yang Wudi shook his head. With the strength of our Po Yi clan and Yu Yi clan, the spirit hall will not interfere with our future affairs in the base. Besides, after we entered Mount Almo, the core of the family is to build an academy. As for the Heaven Dao Empire, it is already the fiefdom of Podi, and the official will not have any obstruction. The great elder Yang Wudi seemed to be a little reluctant. We have been operating in the Xiandao area for more than 10 years. Are we just giving up everything like this? Isn't it a pity? The loss will be a bit big. Yang Wudi couldn't help his tone. I know what everyone is thinking. Everyone thinks that life in the Xiandao area is more comfortable. Besides, our Po Yi clan has made a lot of money over the years. But everyone has experienced the battle of Haotian Sect after the spirit wall cleaned up Haotian Sect. There has been no action in these years. I am afraid that the next step is to deal with other troublemakers. For the continuation and development of our family, we must stay away from this place of right and wrong. As for the current Kingagan Mountain, we can just send an elder to garrison there, but all the clan members need to leave, otherwise I'm really afraid something will happen. After everyone had a conversation, it was finally decided that everyone would move to Almo Mountain. As for the garrison at Kingagan Mountain, they would consider it later. Since this family meeting, both the Poi clan and the Ui clan have quickly mobilized. Everyone is very busy, preparing various items, resources, even herbs, medicine furnaces, and even food. It's like a big move. Just as Yang Podi expected, all the major forces seem to have sent people to the door, and all kinds of marriages, marriage proposals, and alliances were endless, but they were all rejected. Yang Podi himself, with his friends, had already followed his grandfather and several others to Almo Mountain in advance. It was mainly about a future family planning, even including the construction of the new city and the college. Such things still require Yang Podi to personally deal with them. As soon as Yang Podi left, Ning Fengzi brought Jian Daluo, Ning Rongrong and Ning Heng to the Poi clan, and the only thing missing was the word marriage written on their foreheads. As a result, the marriage candidates did not even see their shadows, and they were immediately disappointed, and the matter of trading self-created soul skills also ended in vain. Jian Daluo was very excited and had a discussion with his grandfather Yang Wudi, which was also a confrontation between the Seven Killing Sword and the Soul-Breaking Spear. Unfortunately, after the Seven Killing Sword was passed on to Jian Daluo, there was no successor, while the Soul-Breaking Spear developed better and better, and various geniuses emerged in an endless stream. It is estimated that the Seven Killing Sword martial spirit will disappear in the long river of history sooner or later. Especially when Ning Fengzi saw that the Poi clan looked like they were moving, he couldn't help shaking his head. As soon as Ning Fengzi left, Tang Yuhu followed Tai Tan and Bai He to the door, as if she wanted to reminisce about the past. Yang Wudi met with several people because of their previous brotherhood. Tang Yuhu spoke very well, repeatedly apologizing for what happened back then. According to her words, the Haotian Sect will come out again in recent years, and will then revive the reputation of the world's #1 sect. The Po Yi clan can return to the Haotian Sect if they really don't want to. The Haotian Sect is willing to form an alliance with the Po Yi clan to fight against the spirit wall together. Yang Wudi almost exploded when he heard this, and cursed at Bai He and Tai Tan next to him, saying that the two had no backbone and had forgotten their hatred for the Haotian Sect in the past. In the end, he directly blasted all three of them out of the Po Yi clan. Chapter 166, The Big Event at Douluo Continent. Regardless of the attitude of the outside world towards the Po Yi clan, Yang Podi and a group of friends followed his grandfather Nia Gao and others to the Almo Mountain in the north. Except for Tian Yu, the lowest level of the people going to the north this time was the Soul King realm. Everyone hurried on their way without taking a carriage. However, Xiandao City is indeed far away from Almo Mountain, more than 3,000 kilometers away. Some people traveled for more than 10 days to reach Almo Mountain. The largest city near Almo Mountain is Monet City, which is about 70 kilometers away from Almo Mountain. The economy in the area is relatively good. But when the group arrived at Monet City, they were speechless. The entire city wall of Monet City is very small, and the urban area is also very small. There are very few people in the city. It is much smaller than the Soto city I have seen before. It can only be said that it is one of the characteristics of the northernmost city, and the population will be relatively sparse. Moreover, according to statistics, Shandao has only about 5 million people in the entire 300-kilometer radius. The population and area are about 1/10 of the Heilongjiang province in the previous life. It is one of the places with the lowest population density in the entire Shandao Empire, and the total population is not even as high as Soto City. Monet City is almost the size of Notting City. After seeing Monet City, Grandfather Niagao seemed a little hesitant. Podi, do we really want to build a city here? I'm afraid that even if we build a city, there won't be too many people. Yang Podi shook his head. Although this Monet City is a little small, it is relatively complete in all aspects. We will expand the length and width of the entire city by about 5 times and build it into one of the largest cities in the entire north. By then, through the sale of medicinal materials and some other businesses of the Po Yu clan, the number of people should gradually increase. Besides, our main goal is not this city. This city only provides us with economy. We don't need to spend too much energy. We should focus more on the construction of the sect on the mountain, especially some protection issues. After observing Monet City for a day, the group went directly to Almo Mountain. As shown in the information, Almo Mountain is very high and very dangerous. The foot of the mountain is green and lush, which is suitable for growing some medicinal herbs. The temperature on the mountainside begins to drop sharply, which is no longer suitable for ordinary people. The entire top of the mountain is covered with snow. It is difficult for some soul masters to live on the top of the mountain. After a group of people communicated, my grandfather analyzed and designed the geographical situation, and finally roughly determined the design plan of the sect in the future. At the foot of the mountain, in addition to building a large area of medicinal fields, an academy was also built for the future disciples of all the major families and all the children who awaken their martial spirits within a radius of hundreds of miles. The location on the mountainside is the main station of the sect. It is divided according to the major families. It contains various training grounds and houses for living. In the future, disciples of other families will live on the mountainside, which is considered a gathering place for personnel. The top of the mountain is considered the core area of the family. It is mainly the residence of some core disciples and key training disciples. Although the environment is relatively harsh, it is more suitable for the practice of soul masters and the polishing of soul masters' physique. The protection problem of the entire sect is mainly concentrated on the mountainside, which is a relatively good natural barrier. Of course, there are also many secret escape passages, which lead directly to the north of the mountain. If someone comes to attack, the family can quickly evacuate from the secret passages and directly retreat to the snowy north. Various training places have also been built in the snowy area north of Mount Almo for everyone to exercise their physical strength. It must be said that my grandfather is indeed an expert in architecture. After some thinking, he basically came up with a specific construction plan for the sect, and even various dangerous protection plans were directly at hand. Especially the core area of the family mountaintop, the snow all year round has almost become a natural barrier. Outsiders may not even be able to find the core area of the family, let alone attack. After a few days of design, my grandfather Niagao directly took a few clansmen to open up a small living area on the top of the mountain for Yang Wudi and others to practice. As for other planning matters, my grandfather took a few clansmen to deal with them personally. After all, for Yang Wudi and several children, practice is the most important thing. What is surprising is that, not sure if it is because the place is too remote, various soul beasts were found around the mountain. Moreover, because the environment at the top of the mountain is completely different from that at the bottom of the mountain, there are many types of soul beasts, which can be called a small soul beast forest. In the future, if the family needs to hunt ordinary soul rings, it will be more convenient. In the following time, Yang Wudi and his companions began to practice with peace of mind. It seems to be more convenient to practice on the top of Mount Almo. In the next few months, people from the two major families also moved here from the Shandao area. There are thousands of soul masters in the Poi clan and the Ui clan alone, almost filling up the entire Monet City. Grandpa took his appointment letter of Marcus and directly arranged for the family members to take over Monet City and began the vigorous construction. Over the years, the number of the Yu clan has exceeded 500, most of whom are soul masters, and they are all defensive soul masters. Those who have awakened are all plate armor giant rhinos, and they are basically good at construction. Whether it is building a city or a family residence, the speed is very fast. According to estimates, it will take only about half a year to complete the construction according to all the plans. This also attracted Yang Podi's admiration. In terms of this construction speed, it is much faster than those so-called infrastructure maniacs, and the efficiency is simply terrifying. During this period, many things happened on the Douluo Continent. The first thing is that the Po clan and the Yu clan, which have been famous in the world in recent years, have moved out of Xiandao City. In terms of reputation, the Po clan and the Yu clan can be said to be the most dazzling existence in the entire Soul Master world in recent years. The patriarchs of the two clans, Yang Wudi and Niagao, have broken through to the title Douluo respectively. This is also one of the very few title Douluo who have appeared in the open in recent years. Especially the revenge battle between Niagao and Yang Wudi and the Spirit Hall's Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, which shocked the world. The two major figures of the Spirit Hall were seriously injured. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo have not been heard from recently, which seriously damaged the reputation of the Spirit Hall. In addition, the children of the Po Yu clan and the Yu clan won the championship of the Spirit Master competition without any suspense, and several talented disciples were also famous all over the world. However, in the eyes of everyone, these two families, which were in their heyday, actually moved to the Amo Mountain in the northern region, which was considered isolated from the world, and shocked the world. Normally, if any family or sect had such strength, it should recruit outer disciples, attract various talents, and establish a powerful sect. How could it make sense to move away directly like these two clans? After all, in the eyes of many ordinary soul masters, these two families together are comparable to the existence of the top three sects, and even surpass the old sect Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. But the two families were so unambitious that they attracted countless people to wonder. The second major event that happened on the Douluo Continent was that a lot of strange secret books suddenly appeared on the Douluo Continent black market. These secret books look very strange, with various very exquisite cultivation methods, including a very advanced meditation method, which was even more advanced than the meditation methods passed down by the major families. In particular, after seeing them, some senior soul masters immediately felt like they had found a treasure and began to study them. Among these secret books, the most important one was a method of spiritual cultivation, which could enhance mental strength after cultivation. This method of cultivation was almost unprecedented in the entire Douluo Continent. In addition, there were some methods for making various weapons. Various weapons were very precise and relatively difficult to make, but in the eyes of those senior blacksmiths, they were all priceless treasures. Unfortunately, when these senior blacksmiths wanted to make them, they found that a lot of valuable metals were needed in the manufacturing process, and the metals in the entire Jiangxin city were actually swept away by the mysterious man, which also caused the prices of various metals to soar. For a while, the entire Soul Master world seemed to be boiling. It was incredible that such a treasure could be spread. However, the crowd could not trace the source. They only knew that two mysterious men in black were selling them in various black markets, and even secretly selling them in various families, at very high prices. Some people also tried to track down the two mysterious men, but they seemed to come and go without a trace. They were obviously high-level soul masters, and they did not even leave any traces. Even the most brilliant soul-tracking masters could not detect them. According to the people who had traded with them, these secrets all came from a mysterious ancient monument. This ancient monument was a large sect 10,000 years ago. But for some unknown reason, it was destroyed by natural disasters, which also led to the loss of these secrets. The two mysterious men discovered this ancient monument after exploration, and now they are selling it in order to obtain more resources for future breakthroughs. The last major event was that Douluo actually fell out with Prince Zuxing. The outside world could not know what happened specifically. The outside world only knew that the reason might be that Prince Zubing provoked someone he should not have provoked. Prince Zuxing was forced to use the favors he had used to rescue Douluo to settle the matter. Since then, Douluo and Prince Zuxing have no relationship anymore. However, under the repeated retention of Emperor Zui, Douluo still serves as the worshipper of the Xiandao Empire, but it may not be so easy to ask him to help in the future. The reputation of Prince Zubing in the Xiandao Empire is very bad now, especially the constant rumors. Some people even pointed out that the two princes who died of Emperor Zui were also secretly killed by Zubing, and everything was just to fight for the throne. Black-bellied, cunning, Insidious, vicious, and ambitious are all synonymous with Prince Zubing. If you were not a prince of the Xiandao Empire, Zubing would have become a character that everyone wanted to beat. At Prince Zuxing's mansion, Prince Zuxing and Prince Zubing looked very gloomy at this time, especially Prince Zubing had 2 slap marks on his face, which looked extremely dazzling. Prince Zuxing seemed very angry. I told you to act like a dandy, but I didn't mean to tell you to be a dandy. Even if you want to recruit experts, you can't do it through such despicable means. This will not only make enemies for yourself, but also for our entire Xiandao Empire. It turned out that Prince Zubing listened to the advice of some strategist. Hearing that Long Gong and Long Po were both outstanding, he wanted to recruit them, but unfortunately they really looked down on Zubing. After analyzing Long Gong and Long Po, it was found that they especially loved their granddaughter Meng Yiren, so they planned to start with Meng Yiren. As a result, when Prince Zubing saw Meng Yiren, he immediately became lustful and intended to use force, and he almost succeeded. Fortunately, at the last moment, Long Gong and Long Po came to stop him in time. Facing his granddaughter who was almost humiliated, Long Gong only had his lovely granddaughter in his eyes, and he didn't care about the identity of Prince Zubing. He directly attacked Zubing. Zubing originally relied on the protection of the Douluo of the Spirit Hall to act recklessly, but who would have thought that the Douluo of the Spirit Hall would be defeated by Long Gong in just a few rounds. Even if Prince Zuzing came forward, he could not calm the anger of Long Gong and Long Po, and finally had to ask Douluo to take action. Douluo barely won after a big battle with Long Gong and Long Po, but the two sides also had a great feud. Douluo was also very speechless. He actually offended a titled Douluo level master for a scum like Zubing, especially for such a trivial matter. He felt that his face was really ashamed. In the end, Douluo broke off his friendship with Prince Zuzing in anger. After Emperor Zhu got the news, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood, and slapped Zubing twice. The title Douluo Master that the empire had finally won over with favors was wasted by Zubing. At Prince Zuxing's mansion, Prince Zuxing was cunning after all, and seemed to have seen through something. He spoke to Zubing in a serious tone. Where's the person who gave you the idea to recruit dragon lords and dragon ladies? Where is he now? Zubing said speechlessly. I don't know if that person was frightened by something, and now he's gone. I can't find him, and even his family members are gone. Prince Zuxing was furious. You idiot. You have been completely schemed against. They have planned every step to use you to repay the favor of Douluo. Now look, not only has Douluo lost a favor I owe you, but you owe the Spirit Hall a favor instead. Zubing said hesitantly, don't I have a cooperative relationship with the Spirit Hall? How could I owe them a favor? Prince Zuxing was speechless. What kind of cooperative relationship do you have? Just for a prince like you? Their Douluo is seriously injured in order to protect you at the risk of his life. Sooner or later, they will ask you to pay you back, especially after this incident, which caused such a huge loss to the empire, and now even my brother hates you. What hope do you have to fight for the throne in the future? Chapter 167, Secret Book spreads across the world. Faced with Prince Zuxing's words, Prince Zubing had no choice but to plead in a low voice, Uncle, you must help me. What should I do now? Prince Zuxing shook his head. Although my brother is angry, he did not punish you, which means you still have a chance. From now on, keep a low profile in the mansion. If you cause trouble again, I can't help you. Zubing felt a little relieved, and finally spoke with a bit of surprise. Uncle, who do you think is behind this matter? Prince Zuxing also shook his head. Logically, the person who would plot against you should be Zuking, but Zuking is the prince of the Xiandao Empire. How could he do something that damages the foundation of the empire? The two of them were still confused when communicating. After all, Prince Zuxing was experienced and always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. Perhaps colluding with the Spirit Hall was Prince Zubing's only bargaining chip now. At the same time, in the prince's mansion, Zuking was extremely happy at this time. After many calculations, he finally removed the biggest backer of the avalanche, and it would be much easier to deal with it in the future. At this time, the Po Yu clan and the Yu clan had all moved to the Amo mountain, which was isolated from the world. Only a small number of disciples were responsible for the affairs of Monet City and the family's elixir trading. However, the secret book matter became more and more serious, and the entire Douluo Continent was in chaos, like a strong wind. In the Spirit Hall and the Pope's Hall, Pope Bibidong and a group of high-level officials were all there, Even Hulina was there. On Bibi Dong's desk, there were various secret books, which were collected by the Spirit Hall through various means recently. Because Haoja Douluo and Ghost Douluo were seriously injured and had been recovering recently, the people responsible for handling affairs became Flame Eagle Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo. Both of them were sensitive attack spirit masters and Bibi Dong's confidants. They were quite efficient. Bibi Dong said to the crowd, "How is the investigation of the source of these secret books going? Is there any specific information?" Flame Eagle Douluo said quickly, reporting to His Holiness the Pope. "Through our investigation over the past few months, we found that there were 2 people selling the secret books, but their whereabouts are secretive and we can't find any information. However, according to the news on the black market, this person once revealed his martial soul during the fight in Jiangxin City. The martial soul should be the Clear Sky Hammer. There is no other specific information," Bibi Dong said with a serious expression. "Apart from this fight, is there any other information? Why can't our spies track them down?" Flame Eagle Douluo continued to report, "These 2 people came and went without a trace. It is estimated that they are at least at the Soul Douluo level, or even higher. The Soul Douluo we sent out tracked them several times, but could not find any information about the 2 people, especially 3 months ago. These 2 people sold the secret books in most cities on Douluo Continent, and then disappeared without a trace." Pope Bibi Dong was still a little unwilling to give up. "Is there no way to trace them from other aspects? After they sell the secret books, they always have to deal with these huge amounts of materials. Can we trace them from these materials?" Flame Eagle Douluo shook his head. "These 2 people are very cautious. They do not accept any gold soul coin cards. They only accept gold soul coins and various treasures. They cannot be traced at all. And the prices they sell them for vary, ranging from 100,000 to 1 million gold soul coins, and according to statistics, they probably got hundreds of millions of gold soul coins and various treasures in total from the sale of the secret books this time. All the resources added up are probably comparable to a large sect." After hearing this, Bibi Dong was still puzzled. What forces are these 2 people from? Are they really from the Haotian Sect? Logically speaking, such a precious secret book should not be sold casually. Even if it is sold, the price should not be so low. I always feel that they have some special purpose. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, everyone at the scene fell silent. This kind of secret book that can be passed down as a family inheritance, it is hard to imagine who would sell it out easily. Bibi Dong thought for a while and continued, "How is the research of these secret books going? What are the effects of practicing them?" At this time, Ghost Leopard Douluo also spoke up. "According to the analysis of the research experts in our Spirit Hall, the contents of these secret books are very profound, and the effects of practicing them should be very good, comparable to the top-level techniques in the world today, and through the confirmation of several bishops, the techniques in the secret books are somewhat similar to the techniques Tang San showed in the Spirit Master competition, especially the technique in the hand-refining book. After practicing to a high level, it will be as wide as jade, very similar to what Tang San showed. Moreover, some of the various weapons recorded in the secret books are the same as the weapons sold to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect by the Tang sect founded by Tang San. Your Holiness, I think it is very likely that it was passed down by the Haotian Sect. The Haotian Sect has been in seclusion for 15 years now. They have been hiding in their ancestral land, but they still need various cultivation resources. I don't know if it is because they are short of resources that they arranged for people to sell the secret books." Bibi Dong shook her head. "No matter how stupid the people in the Haotian Sect are, they will not sell secret books of this level. It's just a few resources. With their strength, they can get it without anyone knowing. This matter seems to be purely personal. They just want to make a fortune from the beginning to the end. As for the future, I am afraid they have not considered it at all." At this time, Ghost Leopard Douluo still spoke. "Your Holiness, whether or not the Haotian Sect deliberately sold them, it is obvious that these secret books should come from the Haotian Sect, or at least have something to do with the Haotian Sect. I am afraid these secret books are also related to the strength of the Haotian Sect." Bibi Dong thought about it carefully, and finally spoke. "In any case, these secret books must be related to the Haotian Sect. Let's arrange some disciples to practice first and see their specific practice effects. How are Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo's injuries now? How long will it take to recover?" Flame Eagle Douluo on the side said quickly. "I went to visit them a few days ago, and their injuries have improved. Especially Ju Douluo has a lot of precious herbs, and our spirit hall's healing soul saints treat them every day. They should be able to fully recover in about 2 years. Bidong was still quite concerned about her right-hand man. Yes, although they lost this time, they also tested the strength of Niagao and Yang Wudi, which is considered a contribution to the spirit hall. We will try our best to heal them at all costs. Flame Eagle Douluo seemed a little puzzled. Your Holiness, Yang Wudi and Niagao dared to seriously injure the title Douluo of our spirit hall, and seriously damaged the reputation of our spirit hall. Do we need to retaliate? Bidong shook her head. It's a normal battle. If we lose, we lose. It's no big deal. This can also hide our strength. Besides, haven't Niagao and Yang Wudi already made an appointment to fight with Qianjin and Jiangmo? Let Qianjin and Jiangmo handle the rest. How are Niagao and Yang Wudi doing now? Are they making any moves? Flame Eagle Douluo shook his head. After leaving Xiandao City, the Po Yu clan and the Yu clan are now in Almo Mountain. They are mainly dealing with family establishment matters. Both clans seem to be hiding and don't care about the outside world at all. Only a very small number of disciples are managing Almo Mountain and Monet City. In view of the strength of the two titled Douluo, we dare not investigate too deeply. Bidong nodded with a bit of satisfaction. These two people are quite sensible. Well, we only need to send spies near Almo Mountain, and let them do other things on their own. All major forces have collected a lot of secret books. The things in the secret books are indeed very attractive, but out of caution, the major families have arranged a very small number of disciples to practice at the beginning. What to do specifically needs to see the results before deciding. Among the major forces, the craziest one is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. When Ning Fengzi saw these secret books, he could tell at a glance that these secret books came from the Haotian Sect, or from the Tang Sect. Ning Fengzi has always been very interested in Tang San's self-created soul skills and the production of hidden weapons, but due to Tang Hao and Haotian Sect, he has never had the opportunity to start. Now that he has obtained these good things just on the black market, how can he not be happy? Ning Fengzi immediately summoned some disciples to start practicing the things in the secret book, wanting to confirm the effect of the secret book as soon as possible. Especially for the drawings of various hidden weapons, Ning Fengzi was even more crazy. With these drawings, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect can make various hidden weapons by themselves, and no longer have to buy them from the Tang Sect. As a businessman, what can be happier than saving a lot of money? As the largest and richest sect on the continent, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect has various industries all over the continent, including the blacksmith industry. After all, the initial development of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect relied on the martial spirit of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower to find mineral veins. Ning Fengzi summoned a large number of blacksmiths at the first time and began to make various hidden weapons. Although there was no master craftsman in the family, there were still many high-level blacksmiths, and it only took a short time to make various hidden weapons. After obtaining various secrets and skills, Ning Fengzi also stopped the issue of trading Yang Podi's self-created soul skills. It would be better to learn more secrets now, especially the body movements and hand training techniques, which are tailor-made for the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. As for the two empires, they also began to step up their time to study these secrets, and invested a lot of manpower and material resources for this purpose, especially the production of hidden weapons, which can obviously greatly enhance the military strength of the empire. If we talk about a sale of secrets, the biggest loss is probably the Tang Sect, since the secrets appeared. The largest customer, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, has no orders. Even the Xiandao Empire, which originally intended to buy, has no news. The Power Clan and the Min Clan are in trouble again, and they are no longer as high-spirited as when the Tang Sect was first established. The most puzzled one is Tang Yuhu. Now various secrets have been leaked, and there are rumors outside that these secrets come from the Haotian Sect, but as Tang Zio's sister, she has no idea where these secrets come from. It seems that the Haotian Sect does not have such secrets, but it is somewhat similar to the technique practiced by his nephew Tang San. Unfortunately, there has been no news about Tang Hao and Tang San recently, and there is no way to ask. Tang San has been practicing in secret with Tang Hao, isolated from the world during the practice, and has no idea that the Tang Sect technique that he regards as his life has spread all over the world. If he knew, I don't know what his expression would be. Chapter 168 Xiangxing Academy. At this time, everyone in the Po Yi clan and the Yu clan seemed both excited and nervous. After more than half a year of construction, The construction of Almo Mountain has been completed, and even Monet City and the academy at the foot of the mountain have been completed. Many medicinal fields have been built at the foot of Almo Mountain, which can be regarded as the future development and wealth of the Po clan. Even Douluo, with his son Douluo and some clansmen, came to the Po clan, which can be regarded as the third family on the mountain. At the same time, due to the arrival of Yi Lingling, Yi Rankson, after much consideration, also sent some clansmen to Almo Mountain to make some preparations for the family. Among them, the highest one included a healing soul saint, which made up for the shortcomings of the three families. As for the large and small sects around Almo Mountain, basically most of them were incorporated and became the outer sects of the Po clan, but these sects were very small, with dozens of people in the majority and only a few people in the minority. According to Yang Podi's plan, everyone became an outer disciple or went to the academy to be a teacher. At this time, in the meeting room of the Po clan, some core figures gathered together, and each of them looked solemn. Because the plan Yang Podi just proposed was too rare and too shocking. According to Yang Podi, in the future, the family can handle their own affairs independently, but in the future, they will deal with all kinds of things in the name of the academy. In other words, the core of the major families will focus on the construction of the academy in the future. According to Yang Podi's suggestion, the newly built academy was named Shiangsing Academy, and it was divided into the inner and outer courtyards. It could recruit all kinds of students. As long as they were those who awakened their innate soul power in the fiefdom, they would all be recruited to study in Shiangsing Academy. Ordinary students all studied in the outer courtyard, and some more reliable students could be selected. Whether they were loyal to the major families or had very good talents, such disciples could be recruited into the inner courtyard of Shiangsing Academy. Whether in the outer courtyard or the inner courtyard, all the soul masters of the former major families were sent to serve as teachers, but they were trained from childhood. The disadvantage is that I am afraid that in the long run, everyone will only know Shiangsing Academy, and will no longer know only the major families. At this time, everyone in the conference room fell into silence, thinking about whether this plan was feasible and the future development of the family. Yang Wudi said with a serious expression, "Podi, have you thought it through? Do you know that if you do this, our Po clan will probably slowly disappear in the future, especially if you follow your approach? Various problems will probably arise." Yang Podi nodded. "I have thought these over carefully. If any family only has a single martial spirit, it will probably be difficult to continue. In the past 1,000 years, the most powerful have been the Haotian Sect, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Relying on powerful martial spirits and their respective advantages, the three of them have basically brought the family to the extreme, especially the Haotian Sect. Everyone in the world knows that the Haotian Sect's inheritance is the Haotian Heimer martial spirit. However, even though the Haotian Sect is so powerful and Tang Chen was so powerful back then, it is still inevitable that it will decline. In the event of a large-scale Soul Master War, there is even the possibility of destruction. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect has done relatively well. With an auxiliary martial spirit, it has been able to develop to this point today. But who can guarantee that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect will not be destroyed 100 years after Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo? You must know that without Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect will be the biggest piece of fat in everyone's eyes. After we establish the academy, we can absorb all kinds of powerful students and martial spirits. Even if 10,000 years later, my Po clan is not the leader of Shiangsing Academy, it can still be passed down. There is another problem. The elders of our three families have a very good relationship now. Whether it is the Po clan, the Yu clan or the Bilin family, they all look very good now, but when it comes to making specific decisions, how should we deal with it? If there is a conflict between the two families, how should we deal with it? Now we all have title Douluo. It can be said that our three families are the most powerful in history. What if our family has no title Douluo? Won't we be in trouble immediately? If the academy exists, it can be regarded as a hub connecting the major families. We can deal with things together when encountering problems. As long as everyone has a title Douluo, the continuation of the three families can be guaranteed. Perhaps we will introduce new families in the future, but this will also make the academy stronger, especially in the face of the great changes that may happen next. And in terms of long history, the several existing elemental academies are not inferior to the top three sects. Even if they don't have a title Douluo, or even a soul Douluo, they can still last for thousands of years. Yang Wudi was still a little entangled. The Po Yi clan has been passed down for hundreds of years. I'm afraid that I will become the sinner of the Po Yi clan in the future. Yang Podi shook his head. Grandpa, no matter how it develops, the Po Yi clan will develop better in the future, and our several major families will also develop better in the future. Don't forget the Zhuanshan Baolu and Zhuanshan Guang that I got. Regarding the dissemination of Zhuanshan Guang, only the core disciples of the family can practice it in the future, and the original copy of Zhuanshan Guang, after we remember it on the scene, we will destroy it all. In the future, only the core disciples of the family can pass it on orally. As for ordinary disciples, I will make a streamlined version, which will be easier to practice than the castrated version spread outside, and can also be practiced better. This will also be our biggest advantage. After hearing this, the scene fell into silence again. Everyone was thinking whether this plan was feasible and whether it would be beneficial to their family. Yang Wudi thought for a while, then spoke to Niagao and Douluo beside him. Old Rhino, Old Poison, what do you two think? Grandpa Niagao thought about it, and finally couldn't help sighing. Old Goat, I have actually been very entangled. Over the years, your Po Yi clan has developed too well, or too strong. Now in your Po Yi clan, even without counting Jin Feng, there are already 3 titled Douluo, especially the 3 children Podi, Ping'an and Tianyu, who are all qualified to be titled Douluo. If our relationship was not so good, and if you hadn't helped us so much, and if the real owner of Almo Mountain was not my grandson, I really wouldn't dare to come to Almo Mountain. I'm afraid that many years later, my Yu clan will become a vassal of your Po Yi clan. Podi's words today have awakened me and given our Yu clan a hope of inheritance. As Podi said, after the establishment of the academy, the major families will develop on their own, and they must face things together. Even if our generations are gone in the future, at least the family can continue. The 2 of us have followed the Haotian Sect in battles for countless years. How many families have disappeared? How many martial spirits have disappeared? If the plate-armored giant rhinoceros of our Yu clan can last for 10,000 years, it will be the greatest achievement of our generation. You should also know that whether it is the plate-armored giant rhinoceros or the soul-breaking spear, there is still a certain gap between them and the Haotian hammer and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. With their martial spirit inheritance, it is impossible for a family to last for 10,000 years. I agree with the idea of breaking the enemy and establishing an academy. In the future, it will be called the Academy to the outside world, and each family will be managed separately internally. After Niagao finished speaking, several people looked at Douluo together. Douluo was speechless. Why are you two looking at me? We have relatively few people in the Bailan family, and as long as the family can be passed on, that's enough. You two are thinking about things thousands or tens of thousands of years later. I'm just thinking about having more heirs in the family and not letting the Bailan snake lineage be cut off. Yang Wudi and Niagao were also speechless when they heard what Douluo said. This guy has changed too quickly. He just said that he didn't want to be bound by the rules of the academy. How come he said such things in the blink of an eye? Yang Wudi continued, Podi, how should the academy be planned specifically? Yang Podi glanced at the people around him. In the future, each of our 4 families will have a patriarch who will manage the affairs of their own family. Among the 4 patriarchs, 1 will serve as the dean of Shiangsing Academy, and the other 3 will serve as vice deans. If there are major decisions, they will all be decided by the 4 patriarchs, with 2 votes for the dean and 1 vote for the vice dean. At least 3 votes are required to pass major decisions, and they must not interfere in the affairs of other families. Other titled Douluo can serve as academy elders to jointly maintain the academy. The dean will take turns, and the specific number of years of rotation needs to be considered by you. In addition, I will establish a school rule, and everyone must abide by the school rule. However, the basis of our school rule is equality among the 4 families, low-key development, and no trouble. The Po clan is mainly responsible for the work of medicine fields and refining medicine to create profits for the academy. A certain proportion needs to be set aside every year to maintain the academy. The Yu clan is responsible for patrolling and guarding, including the management of Monet City. The Bailan clan is responsible for maintaining the school rules, including punishing those who violate the rules. The Jixin clan is responsible for logistics and medical care. After hearing this, several people finally nodded. As for the next thing, it was mainly some details, and Yang Podi didn't need to ask about it anymore. After much thinking, Yang Podi established a relatively complete courtyard rule and sent it to several people, asking them to confirm whether it could be implemented. In the next few days, Several major families seemed to be in an uproar, and they were all shocked by the sudden news. It seemed difficult to accept it in the short term. However, several people have extremely high prestige within the family, and they are also the strongest in the family. After a story, the family can be considered to accept it. The more troublesome one is the 9-heart begonia family. There are relatively few people coming, and the highest is only a level 72 healing soul saint. However, these things are directly decided by Yu Lingling. After all, she is the direct descendant of the 9-heart begonia martial soul and the next patriarch of the 9-heart begonia family. And Yang Podi also took this time to pass the original version of Zhuanshan Guang to several people, including Yang Pingan, Yang Xianayu, Nia Meng, Du Yan, and Yu Lingling. As for the other disciples, Yang Podi created a simplified version of Zhuanshan Guang, which is slightly better than the castrated version outside. At least there will be no loopholes and omissions, and it will be easier to practice, but it is still inferior to personal improvement and the speed of practice. Moreover, it only has 5 levels, and the last 4 levels require the consent of the clan leaders of each clan before they can be taught. As for the original version, it can only be passed on orally to the next clan leader. Strict requirements have also been made within each clan. No one can pass on the skills to others, otherwise they will be dealt with according to the clan rules. In the rest of the time, they will work hard to practice and improve their soul power. Chapter 169, Practicing Zhuanshan Guang. Since coming to Mount Dalmo, Yang Podi has changed his meditation method to practicing Zhuanshan Guang. Although he needs to learn from scratch, the effect is indeed very obvious after practicing Zhuanshan Guang. Zhuanshan Guang is worthy of being the ultimate Taoist skill. After practicing it, it can really make the soul power endless and boundless. Among the soul masters of the same realm, the soul power will obviously increase a lot after practicing Zhuanshan Guang. The biggest feature of Zhuanshan Guang is the understanding of meridians, which is also the biggest difference between the martial arts world and the Douluo world. In the martial arts world, the internal force circulates throughout the body, and there is a lot of research on meridians. From a certain level, the research on the human body will be more detailed. In the Douluo world, there is no such thing as meridians. It is more about running soul power throughout the body. The level may be higher, but it is not as detailed as the martial arts world. Especially the meridian map of the human body. Now only Yang Podi and a few people have the complete version. Those castrated versions of Zhuanshan Guang that have been spread outside have castrated meridian maps. This is the biggest difference. Those castrated meridian maps only have a rough division of meridians, but do not have a detailed list of the 8 extraordinary meridians. The meridians in the human body can generally be divided into 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. The 12 meridians refer to the gallbladder meridian, liver meridian, lung meridian, large intestine meridian, stomach meridian, spleen meridian, heart meridian, small intestine meridian, bladder meridian, kidney meridian, pericardium meridian, and triple burner meridian. These 12 meridians connect the positive energy of the 5 internal organs, such as the heart, lungs, liver, spleen, kidney, large intestine, small intestine, stomach, gallbladder, bladder, and triple burner. If the meridians of the whole body can be opened, the circulation of the body can be achieved naturally, and the body will be endless and continuous. If the study of meridians is basic knowledge, then the study of the 8 extraordinary meridians is a higher level study of meridians. The 8 extraordinary meridians are different from the 12 regular meridians. They are neither directly related to the internal organs, nor have a relationship of coordination between the exterior and the interior. They are called extraordinary meridians because they go in a different way. The 8 extra meridians are interlaced and distributed among the 12 meridians. Their functions are mainly reflected in 2 aspects. First, they communicate the connection between the 12 meridians. The 8 extra meridians connect the meridians with similar positions and functions, so as to achieve the function of controlling the qi and blood of the relevant meridians and coordinating yin and yang. Second, the 8 extra meridians have a regulating effect on the accumulation and infiltration of qi and blood in the 12 meridians. When the qi and blood of the 12 meridians and internal organs are vigorous, the 8 extra meridians can accumulate them. When the human body's functional activities require it, the 8 extra meridians can infiltrate and supply it. It is precisely because of these differences that Yang Podi dared to release the Zhuanshan Guang. At the same time, Yang Podi was very fortunate that he had eaten the Kirin Tongshan chrysanthemum. One of the greatest functions of the Kirin Tongshan chrysanthemum is that it can open the 8 meridians. In other words, Without practicing internal force or soul power, you can reach the state where soul power runs automatically in the meridians. It can be called a magical object. After half a year of practice, although Haotian Sect has only reached the third level, the first level, which is the simplest, only took 1 month, and the second level only took 2 months. According to estimates, the third level may take about 4 months. But Yang Wudi personally feels that it will take at most 2 years to practice Haotian Sect to the level of his own soul power. After passing Haotian Sect to several other people, their practice speed is obviously much slower than Yang Wudi, and it takes almost twice as long as Yang Wudi. But for everyone, this time is also very worthwhile. The highest among them is only Soul King, which means that when they practice to the 5th level of Haotian Sect, they can fully adapt to the practice of Haotian Sect. At that time, they will have a wider practice space and a broader prospect. Compared with soul masters of the same level, their soul power is much stronger, and even the recovery speed of soul power is much faster. Unexpectedly, the one who practiced Zhuanshan Guang the fastest was not Yang Xianayu, who had the highest talent, nor Yi Lingling, who had the highest soul power, but Niu Meng. Perhaps it was because the King Kong Luohan fruit had a similar effect to the Kirin Tong Xianju, and his meridians would be smoother. After half a year of hard training, Yang Wudi finally reached the peak of level 69 and would soon enter level 70. According to his own estimation, it would take at most 10 days and a half a month to break through to the Soul Saint realm. At this time, the family residence had been built and Shiangsing Academy was finally about to start school. In the past 6 months, the clan members had taken over the entire Elmo Mountain area, and in the past 6 months, they had arranged personnel to awaken the martial souls of ordinary people in the entire Elmo Mountain area. The Spirit Hall had evacuated the entire Elmo Mountain area, and even the officials of the Xiangdao Empire had evacuated the Elmo Mountain area. Although the various sub-hall and branch halls of the Spirit Hall were spread all over the continent, they still could not involve the surroundings of those major sects. The mayor of Monet City is a member of the Yu clan, a level 73 soul saint. He also built a champion Marcus mansion in Monet City, but no one lives there. It is just a symbol of the supreme rule of the region. The Elmo Mountain area now almost completely belongs to Yang Wudi, or to Shiangsing Academy. I don't know if it is because the entire Elmo Mountain area is too remote, and many children in many areas have not awakened in time. This time, in addition to the 6-year-old children, there are also some 7 or 8-year-old children who have awakened their martial souls in the entire Elmo Mountain area. There are about 300 children who have awakened their martial souls, but generally speaking, their soul power levels are relatively low. More than 90% of them are below the innate soul power level 5, and there are only more than 30 people with innate soul power above level 5. The highest is only the innate soul power level 7. And there is only 1 person. Moreover, according to the regulations just issued by the Champion Marcus Mansion of Mount Almo, Shiangsing Academy will enroll students of all ages. Anyone under 12 years old who has awakened their innate soul power can enroll, and anyone between 12 and 18 years old who has become a soul master can also enroll, but there are only 100 people in total. However, with these 400 people, the academy can almost run normally, but this also leads to a very strange phenomenon. Among all the academies in the entire Douluo Continent, the faculty of Shiangsing Academy is almost the strongest, but the overall level of students is the worst. However, neither Yang Wudi nor the family members care much. At this stage, the most important thing is the accumulation of some students and teaching. After a long time, or when the reputation of the academy spreads, it will naturally increase slowly, and even the level of students will gradually improve. Any high-level Soul Master Academy is formed after years of accumulation. Shiangsing Academy is still very different from other academies. All students in the academy are free, and all funds are provided by the academy. It also includes various cultivation resources, mainly some facilities and simulated environments. As for more resources, they need to rely on their own efforts to obtain them, such as getting the favor of a certain teacher, or being talented and willing to stay in Shiangsing College to make contributions in the future. No matter what kind of measures are taken, the purpose is to enhance the strength of Shiangsing College. Some children of several major families have also entered Shiangsing College to study, but there are only a few dozen people in total, which is the backbone of Shiangsing College students. At this time, on the top of Mount Almo, on a ring, Yang Wudi and the others are on the ring, and some core members of the family are watching around. But at this time, Yang Podi stood alone on one side, and the other side was the rest of the people. They include Yang Pingan, Yang Xianayu, Du Yuan, Yi Lingling, Nia Meng, Yang Yuxuan, and Nia Kui. Yang Podi said to the other 7 people, all along, the 7 of you have been practicing on your own, and you have certain experience in fighting in the Soul Beast Forest. Perhaps among your peers, you have relatively rich combat experience, but today I want to teach you another lesson, and it is also the most important lesson. Do you know what you are still missing now? The 7 people on the opposite side shook their heads. The 7 of them were very good in terms of strength and talent. Even with a 7-man lineup, they could win the championship of the Soul Master competition. They were the strongest among their peers. Yang Podi said coldly, you have been in the academy all this time, and have never really fought a life and death battle with the enemy, nor have you killed anyone. There is a big difference between the fighting spirits in the academy and the fighting in the Soul Master world. The biggest difference is that you will do whatever it takes to kill the opponent. I will fight with you today. I will not use soul skills. No matter my soul power and strength, I will suppress you to the same level, so that you can understand what real killing is. The faces of the 7 people on the opposite side suddenly became very solemn. They had fought against Yang Podi before, but they were defeated miserably every time. No one could last a few rounds against Yang Podi, and this was when Yang Podi did not use his full strength. At this time, Yang Wudi, who was acting as the referee, also stood on the stage. You kids didn't know that our generation became stronger after countless battles. No matter what kind of soul master you are, you have to face life and death in the end to become stronger. People from our tribes can die in battle, but you must not be afraid, let alone retreat. Today's game is an unlimited battle. You must use all your means and any secret methods to fight. Now the game begins. The 7 people hurriedly summoned their martial souls and prepared to start fighting according to the lineup plan of the Soul Master competition. But at this moment, Yang Podi also summoned his martial soul, and at the same time, the white light on the soul-breaking gun shone, and the white light spread throughout the world, all the people in the white light. Everyone on the battlefield suddenly felt as if they had entered a sea of blood and corpses, and seemed to tremble from the depths of their souls, as if they were in endless killing. Whether it was the speed of soul power operation or even the power of soul skills, they were greatly reduced. In their eyes at this time, Yang Podi was like a blood-red sheriff figure, and like a killing demon. Even Yang Wudi on the stage felt great pressure. This is Yang Podi's killing god domain, and this is the first time that Yang Podi has shown it in front of other relatives. Yang Pingan on the opposite side suddenly shouted, everyone calm down, we are fighting now, we are all warriors, not cattle and sheep to be slaughtered. After Yang Pingan finished speaking, he directly used the 5th soul skill, White Tiger Destruction Kill. This is also Yang Pingan's strongest attack skill. Seeing this, Yang Podi held his soul-breaking spear with both hands and stabbed forward, but to the surprise of others, this time it was not the tip of the spear against the tip of the spear, but a little staggered, and there was a little upward force. This was modified by Yang Podi based on the theory of controlling the crane and catching the dragon, which is a bit like using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. After the 2 guns collided, Yang Pingan's offensive was directly pushed away, and even Yang Pingan seemed to be a little involuntarily tilted. And Yang Podi took advantage of this moment and quickly rushed to the other people behind. Seeing this, Niu Meng directly activated his 5th soul skill, Iron Armor Defense, blocking Yang Podi. But Yang Podi was unmoved. He flashed and went directly behind Niu Meng, stabbing at Yi Lingling in the distance. Yi Lingling's body suddenly flashed red, and a red light blocked Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear, but Yang Podi remained unmoved and waved his spear several times in a row. Amid the countless gun shadows, the red light began to slowly dissipate. Yang Xianayu and the other 4 people on the side ran over in an instant and surrounded Yang Podi in the center. Moreover, the 4 of them launched their strongest soul skills, trying to completely trap Yang Podi, while Niu Meng and Yang Pingan on the side also quickly followed, forming a 6-man strangling trend. Especially Yang Pingan, he directly launched the Soul Bone skill and ran over quickly. It must be said that after the experience of the Soul Master competition, the cooperation of these 7 people is very good, the attack and defense assistants are fully equipped, and they have a tacit understanding. But how could this small scene scare Yang Podi? Yang Podi swung the soul-breaking spear continuously, and countless spear rays appeared on the spear blade of the soul-breaking spear. In an instant, everyone was attacked by the spear rays. From beginning to end, Yang Podi's only target of attack was Yi Lingling. Just when everyone else was resisting the spear rays, Yang Podi flashed and appeared in front of Yi Lingling again, holding the spear with both hands and stabbing directly. In particular, there seemed to be a dragon's roar in this shot, which was the second of the 9 soul-breaking styles, and the spear came out like a dragon. Yi Lingling was unable to react in time, and used all her soul power to resist with difficulty. A red light blocked Yang Podi's way. Niu Meng and Yang Pingan seemed to have anticipated Yang Podi's actions long ago. Both of them activated their own soul bone skills. Yang Pingan held the soul-breaking spear at an extremely fast speed, while Niu Meng's right arm was like a raging fire, as if it was about to explode. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Soul Explosion Pill. In the battle between Yang Podi and the other 7 people, it seemed that he was going to be at a disadvantage for a short time. After all, Yang Podi did not use soul skills from beginning to end, and his speed and strength were reserved, basically suppressed to the Soul King realm. But at the moment when the others surrounded him, Yang Podi suddenly turned the gun head, and this gun shot out like a dragon and stabbed Yang Pingan. Because Yang Pingan was too fast, his reaction seemed to be a little slow, so he had to slow down his attack and suppress his speed. But Yang Podi was waiting for this moment. He held the gun with both hands, and a powerful and heavy gun split directly broke Yang Pingan's defense. Then the gun body swung, and the tail of the air-breaking gun hit Yang Pingan directly, and directly knocked him off the ring. The other 6 people realized that Yang Podi's target was Yang Pingan. But Yang Podi was in a dominant position and did not spare others. He rubbed his hands and the gun body rotated quickly, directly meeting Niu Meng's soul bone skills. It was seen that a sharp cone appeared in the huge fire, directly splitting the fire. The sharp cone formed by the soul-breaking gun went forward and stabbed Niu Meng. Even if Niu Meng activated his 5th soul skill again, he still couldn't resist the spike formed by the soul-breaking spear. He was forced back and even suffered a lot of injuries. Seeing this, Yi Lingling hurriedly treated Niu Meng with all her strength. But Yang Podi waved the soul-breaking spear again, and countless spear rays appeared on the tip of the spear, all attacking Yi Lingling, and countless spear rays gradually condensed together to form a huge spear ray, as if to pierce Yi Lingling's entire body. At the critical moment, Niu Kui and Yang Yuxun stood in front of the spear rays, and launched their strongest soul skills one after another, trying to block this move. However, Yang Xianayu, regardless of other attacks, waved the sky-breaking spear and used his 4th soul skill to stab Yang Podi, trying to save Zhao from Wei. On the other side, Du Guyan summoned a huge green phosphorus snake king, and a dark green gas spit out from the mouth of the green phosphorus snake king, also trying to slow down Yang Podi's attack. But Yang Podi quickly avoided the attacks of the 2 and attacked Niu Meng on the side. With just a few shots, he knocked Niu Meng off the stage. Yang Podi first used the go straight to the dragon move, and his target had always been Yi Lingling. But after attracting other people with this move, he then used various feints to the east and west, with Yi Lingling as his primary target. While everyone's attention was on protecting Yi Lingling, he successively knocked out the opponent's strongest Niu Meng and Yang Pingan. Especially under the effect of the killing god domain, the effect of everyone's soul skill seemed to be reduced a lot, and the reaction speed was also reduced a lot. With Yang Pingan and Niu Meng being knocked out of the stage, the remaining few people's combat power would be much weaker, and they couldn't even stop Yang Podi. Sure enough, since the 2 were eliminated, the other 5 people were also quickly knocked out of the stage by Yang Podi, and everyone seemed to be hit hard and had a lot of injuries. Yang Podi stood on the stage and looked at the people who came out. Your thinking is still too rigid, not flexible enough. It is indeed very important to protect the auxiliary Yi Lingling, but you must protect yourself, Pingan, Niu Meng. You 2 just got soul bones, and you cannot fully master the skills of soul bones. Or you rely too much on this soul bone in battle. In addition, you have never faced killing. Facing my killing god domain, except for Pingan at the beginning, the others did not perform well enough. The killing god domain is what I comprehended after countless killings. Obviously you have not experienced any killing and cannot adopt the correct plan. The 7 people also fell into silence, as if they were led by Yang Podi from beginning to end, and they did not play out the styles and advantages of the 7 people at all. However, Yang Xianai was still a little unconvinced. Brother, you are too cunning. You were obviously attacking Sister Lingling with all your strength, but while we were rescuing Sister Lingling, you defeated Brother Pingan and Brother Niumeng first. Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. When you face the enemy, others will do the same. Attack to assist, surround a point to attack reinforcements, and attack from the west with noise. Any measures taken by the enemy will be unexpected to you, and you must also be able to face various emergencies. Yang Pingan seemed a little puzzled. Brother, how should we train now? The movements you just made were not difficult, but they were used very quickly, leaving us no time to react. And how much of your strength did you use just now? Yang Podi nodded. Not bad, your insight is pretty good. From beginning to end, I probably only used about 50% of my strength and speed. If I used my full strength, it would be difficult for you to stop me. Your next training will be killing. There are several gangs of bandits and some mercenaries who kill and rob within a radius of 500 miles. I want you to wipe them all out, leaving no one alive. You will rest and receive treatment today, and then set off tomorrow. You will not get any protection or backup during the process. Among these gangs of bandits and mercenaries, there are Soul Emperor level strongmen, so you must be extra careful. Yang Wudi, who had been silent at this time, also spoke. In today's soul fight, you didn't play your strength at all. On a real battlefield, the enemy will not give you the opportunity to play your best, so I want to tell you, either don't do it, or you must do your best when you do it. Just like a lion fighting a rabbit, those gangs of bandits and mercenaries can be easily wiped out by our Poi clan. We haven't done it yet because we want to leave it to you guys. The 7 people nodded then. This battle was a wake-up call for them, and it also curbed their arrogance after winning the championship, especially the little girl Yang Xianayu. After some flattery, she looked fearless. After everyone left, Yang Podi said to his grandfather, Grandpa, I remember seeing a soul explosion pill on our family's pill recipe. Can it be successfully refined? Especially, can it achieve a greater improvement? Yang Wudi's face became serious. What do you want the soul explosion pill for? It is something that can only be used when you are in a desperate situation. After using it, the soul power can indeed be temporarily improved, but it will seriously damage the foundation and have great side effects. It may not be able to be improved again in a lifetime. Yang Podi shook his head. I want to refine a pill that can improve the soul beasts of soul beasts that are more than 90,000 years old or more than 95,000 years old to the level of 100,000 years. Yang Wudi suddenly widened his eyes. You want a 100,000-year soul ring? Judging from your current situation, you should be able to be promoted to level 70 soon, but level 70 may not be able to withstand a 100,000-year soul ring. Yang Podi shook his head. With my current physical fitness, there should be no problem absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring. And I can break through level 70 in at most 10 days. Yang Wudi thought for a while before speaking. Soul explosion pill can indeed increase the age of soul beasts, but for soul beasts over 90,000 years old, the improvement is very limited, and it requires countless natural treasures, which is not worth a loss. Yang Podi smiled. Grandpa, have you forgotten? A 100,000-year soul beast will definitely produce soul bones. Even if it costs more natural treasures, it is worth exchanging for 100,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul bones. Yang Wudi finally thought about it. According to some of our family's reserve herbs, there should be enough soul explosion pills to meet your needs for the last 3 soul rings. Yang Podi shook his head. I need at least 6 soul explosion pills, or even more. If possible, I need 8. Yang Wudi was a little puzzled. You can only continue to absorb 3 soul rings at most. Why do you need so many soul explosion pills? Yang Podi sighed secretly. Grandpa, this is my biggest secret, and I have never wanted to tell anyone. After saying this, Yang Podi's soul power flashed, and his entire body suddenly turned silver white. Even his hair turned silver white, like a pure silver metal man. Yang Wudi was stunned. What's going on with you? How can you have soul power fluctuations without using your martial soul? And this situation has occurred. Yang Podi then spoke slowly. Actually, when I awakened my martial soul, I awakened 2 martial souls. My second soul is my body. With the strength of my body now, I can fight against a soul sage even without using the soul-breaking spear. Yang Wudi looked at Yang Podi's body and couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that my grandson would have twin martial souls. My Yang family has hope of rising. But you want so many soul-exploding pills. Do you want to obtain a lot of soul rings this time? Practice the first soul of the twin martial souls to the extreme, and then add soul rings to the second martial soul, so that the potential can be maximized. Moreover, you must pay special attention to the phenomenon that the two martial souls of the twin martial souls repel each other, so as to prevent the body from exploding. Yang Podi shook his head. I only plan to hunt for 2 soul rings this time, and I have actually thought of the practice method of twin martial souls to prevent the body from exploding. Yang Wudi seemed a little puzzled. In the soul world, there is only Bibi Dong who has successfully cultivated twin martial souls. This is also one of the secrets of the soul master world. How did you come up with this idea? Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. In fact, the method of cultivating twin martial souls is very simple. It's just that the body is not strong enough to withstand the pressure of 2 martial souls at the same time. As long as you keep training your body to make your physical fitness stronger, and have high-aged soul bones all over your body, you won't explode. And my twin martial soul is different from Bibi Dong and Tang San. My other martial soul is my body, and there is no rejection between the body and the soul-breaking spear. And I can use 2 martial souls at the same time. After speaking, Yang Podi summoned his own martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, and there was indeed no rejection between the silver body and the soul-breaking spear. Yang Wudi nodded with relief, but he was still a little conflicted. The family's existing resources are indeed not enough to refine too many soul-exploding pills, especially with such a high effect you require. To increase the soul power of a soul beast by 5,000 to 10,000 years, you need too many rare treasures. Yang Podi just smiled and handed Yang Wudi a stored ring. Yang Wudi felt the things in the stored ring and was stunned for a moment. Finally, he couldn't help but scolded, "You little brat, these were probably found in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. How much did you hide?" And there are actually quite a few thousand-year-old medicinal herbs in this storage ring, but no fairy herbs. Did you hide something else? Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. Grandpa, I don't have any private collection anymore, plus the ones I gave to the 4 of them last time, I basically took them all out, only a little bit left. By the way, Grandpa, you can take some out of it to train the elders. It's better to communicate with Grandpa as well. After all, it can be regarded as improving the strength of Zhonggayu Academy. Yang Podi really didn't have any ordinary herbs on him, only the fairy herbs were left. Yang Wudi nodded and said, I will try to make 2 soul explosion pills for you in the next half-month. You probably won't use the rest so soon. I will slowly study the recipe to see if I can maximize the effect. Yang Wudi suddenly thought of something. Podi, does your father have so many herbs? Yang Podi just smiled and left. Behind him came the grandfather's angry shout. This bastard actually hid so many things from me. I will teach him a lesson and let him know who is the son and who is the father. Chapter 171 Soul Power Level 70. The next morning, Yang Pingan took 6 people out for training. The 3rd elder Yang Wuju still followed the 7 people secretly and would not protect them unless they were in a life and death crisis. Yang Podi continued to meditate at home, but his father suddenly broke in with a gloomy face. Dad, Yang Zhenshin said with a bad face, Podi, did you tell your grandfather about the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire? I was scolded by your grandfather. Yang Podi suppressed his laughter. Dad, this is not a big deal. This is all for the good of the family. Yang Zhenshin was speechless for a moment. Didn't you suggest keeping it a secret? Why did you suddenly tell it out? Aren't you trying to trick me? Yang Podi shook his head. I want Grandpa to help me refine some soul explosion pills. The herbs at home may not be enough, so I gave some to Grandpa. Yang Zhenshin seemed to understand Yang Podi's thoughts better than others. Is it 100,000 years for you to prepare the 7th soul ring? Then you don't have to tell everything. As a result, early this morning, all the herbs I had were taken away by your grandfather, even the fairy herbs were taken away by him, saying that he wanted to study them. I don't know if I can get them back. Yang Podi suppressed his laughter. Dad, I just said there were some herbs. Why did your fairy herbs be taken away by Grandpa? You can't blame me for this. Even if you want the soul exploding pill, you won't need so many herbs. The herbs at home should be enough for your 3 spirit rings. Dad, I want more spirit rings, maybe 10 or 8, and I want 100,000 year spirit rings. What do you want so many spirit rings for? You can't absorb so many. Dad, didn't Grandpa tell you? I have twin martial souls. Yang Zhenshin nodded. Twin martial souls do require a lot of spirit rings. Wait, what did you say? You have a twin martial soul, how come I don't know? Yang Podi had to tell him about his twin martial souls in detail, and also demonstrated it, which made Yang Zhenshin praise him. Finally, Yang Zhenshin spoke. Podi, you caused your grandfather to take away my magic herb. Shouldn't you compensate me? Yang Podi was speechless. It was my grandfather who took it away. You should go to find my grandfather. Why did you find me instead? Besides, I have nothing on me now. It's no use for you to look for me. By the way, Dad, give me that coxcomb sunflower first. It will be very useful to me. Dad. Yang Zhenshin was a little puzzled. What do you want the coxcomb sunflower for? It's a magic herb with fire attributes, and you can't use it. This is a very important matter. It is related to the future development of the family. After some communication, Dad still gave the coxcomb sunflower to Yang Podi. After Yang Zhenshin left Yang Podi's room, he always felt that something was wrong, and finally couldn't help complaining. Didn't I go to this brat to get the fairy grass to make up for the loss? How come I gave him the coxcomb phoenix sunflower instead? According to his father, the outer soul bone of the earth demon bear had been absorbed by Xianyu, which was also one of Xianyu's trump cards. Yang Podi was relieved about his only sister. After a few days of practice, Yang Podi finally broke through to level 70, and finally entered the Soul Saint. In terms of soul power alone, he was also a small master. Yang Podi first found Douluo and wanted to ask him something. Douluo looked at Yang Podi with a strange expression on his face. Aren't you always arrogant and knowledgeable? Why do you want to ask an old man like me for advice today? Yang Podi said quickly, I'm just a junior. Senior Douluo, you are being too polite. Everyone in the entire Douluo continent knows that Grandpa Douluo is the most powerful poison soul master on the continent. It can even be said that there is no one better. Who can compare to you in terms of poison? Douluo couldn't help but nodded. Of course, I have never been afraid of anyone when it comes to poison. You kid came to me, not because of the last incident with Yanyan, right? I haven't forgiven you for that matter, and I will teach you a lesson sooner or later. Yang Podi was speechless. Grandpa Douluo, I did come here this time to ask you about other things, and only you are familiar with these things. Douluo was puzzled. You little monster, just ask directly if you have any questions. We are also familiar with it. Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. Grandpa Douluo, what kind of poison is more suitable for snake-type soul beasts? Douluo was speechless for a moment. His martial soul was a poisonous snake, and this kid actually asked him what kind of poison was effective on poisonous snakes. Why do you want to know this? You don't want to use poison to deal with me. Yang Podi hurriedly shook his head. I admire Grandpa Douluo so much. How can I deal with you? I just want to get a soul ring. I have my eyes on a giant snake and want to hunt it easily. Douluo looked at Yang Podi carefully for a few times, and finally couldn't help but marveled. Your soul power is improving very fast. You are not even 20 years old, but you have reached the Soul Saint realm. I'm afraid you are the fastest to break through to the Soul Saint realm in history. Your 7th soul ring is not going to be a 100,000-year soul ring, right? Seeing that Yang Podi didn't say anything, Douluo understood that Yang Podi wanted to obtain a 100,000-year 7th soul ring. But he finally shook his head. You kid, are you eyeing the Titan Python in the Sunset Forest? That Titan Python is indeed 100,000 years old. Many people have tried to catch it in the past, but they all failed. Do you know why? Yang Podi was a little puzzled. How is this possible? Is this Titan Python so strong? Normal people should have the 9th soul ring, especially those in the spirit hall. If they knew, they might send 3 or 4 titled Douluo to deal with it, and they will not let this Titan Python go. Douluo shook his head. The strength of that Titan Python is indeed good, but not to that extent. At least it is not as strong as the sky blue bull python in the starred out Great Forest, but it can hide. Seeing that Yang Podi still didn't understand, he finally had to continue. That Titan Python lives in the mud. The entire mud is more than 10 kilometers long and wide, and the visibility is very low. Moreover, this Titan Python is very good at hiding, and even the titled Douluo cannot sense it. There are many snake holes under the mud. Once an enemy is encountered, he will drill into the snake hole and there is no way to find it. I'm afraid no one knows where the snake holes under the mud will extend to. Yang Podi fell into deep thought when he heard this, but finally said, Grandpa Douluo, how come you are so familiar with this Titan Python? Douluo sneered. Of course I also thought about this Titan Python at the beginning. Even if the spirit ring can't absorb it, It is a 100,000-year spirit bone. But I have been squatting in the sunset forest for almost a year, and even injured it once, but I couldn't do anything to it. The spirit hall also sent 2 titled Douluo to deal with this titan python, but they returned empty-handed after squatting for more than half a year. Yang Podi was a little puzzled and said, Grandpa Douluo, why are you dealing with this titan python? Logically speaking, only titled Douluo can deal with a 100,000-year soul beast. If you reach the titled Douluo level, you don't need a 100,000-year soul ring. If you don't reach the titled Douluo level, you can't deal with the titan python either. Douluo shook his head and said, I have been looking for a way to solve the problem of the green phosphorus snake martial soul poison. If there's a soul bone of a 100,000-year-old titan python, the green phosphorus snake venom should not be a problem. Yang Podi thought for a while and then said, if it is centipede poison or toad poison, can it be effective against the titan python? Douluo thought for a while and said, these 2 poisons are indeed the natural enemies of snakes, but to deal with the titan python, you may need centipede poison or toad poison of the 10,000-year level, and the amount must be very large to be effective, but that quagmire is so big, think about how much toxin it will take. Yang Podi finally said with a determined look on his face, as long as it works, the titan python is dead. Douluo was still a little entangled. Even if you can poison him, if this titan python is poisoned, it will definitely hide, and it will be difficult for you to track it, especially in the mud pit. It will be easy for him to attack it. Yang Podi shook his head. If you just make him crazy, will a mad venomous snake hide? Yang Podi did not want to find a 1,000-year-old poisonous toad or something like that, but thought of the secret medicine of the Po Hun clan, the colorful one, which is a mixture of 7 highly toxic substances, and there must be one that snakes are afraid of. If a large amount of Bloody Mary is injected into the mud pit in advance to make this titan python crazy, it will be easy to poison it, and it will even be much easier to deal with it. Bloody Mary is a poison given by the Shura god. All the soul beasts and soul masters on the entire Douluo Continent may not be able to completely eliminate it. The only thing that can possibly eliminate it is probably the purification power of the 6-winged angel. Little monster, what do you want to talk to me about? Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. Grandpa Douluo, how did you make your poison pill? Douluo was speechless for a while. Why do you always want to study me? You don't really want to deal with me, do you? Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. I was thinking, if I can make the soul power in my body like your poison pill, can it operate on its own, so that the speed of cultivation will be much faster in the future? Douluo couldn't help but smile. You little monster has a lot of ideas. I was also suffering from the poison of the martial soul at that time. I wanted to condense all the toxins and expel them from the body. I accidentally made the poison pill. The specific refining method is not complicated, but you have to be careful. If you are not careful in the process, you will explode. After Douluo finished speaking, he took out a poison pill from his mouth and handed it to Yang Podi. You should be able to figure out how to refine it based on this poison pill. After Yang Podi took the poison pill, he saw that the surface of the poison pill was as smooth as a mirror, and there seemed to be some lines. Especially after observing it with mental power, there seemed to be some kind of operating rules inside. As more and more mental power was injected, the poison pill seemed to be displayed more clearly. Yang Podi looked at it for a long time, and finally said with a smile on his face, Grandpa Douluo, thank you so much. Let me borrow this poison pill for a while, and I will return it to you after I use it up. At this time, Yang Podi was thinking that if he had the Xingluo spirit pearl in the method of refining this poison pill, he should be able to study the method of cultivating the soul core, and then the strength of the family could be greatly improved. Chapter 172 Hunting Titan Python. After meeting Douluo, Yang Podi went directly to his father's place and told him that his father was now level 70. Yang Zhenshin was also a little shocked. He didn't expect his son to reach level 70 so quickly. Being less than 20 years old and already at level 70 was probably the highest record in history. Yang Zhenshin thought for a while before speaking. Podi, what is your goal this time? Have you thought about what soul beast you want? Yang Podi nodded. Dad, do you still remember the Titan Python in the Sunset Forest? I plan to use that Titan Python as my 7th soul ring. After listening to Yang Podi's words, Yang Zhenshin's face became a little serious. Podi, you have to think about this clearly. The gap between a soul ring below 100,000 years and a soul ring of 100,000 years is very large. It's not just a matter of color. The energy is probably much greater, and even the soul impact will be much greater, and you still don't have a head-soul bone. Although your physical fitness should be able to withstand it, you may not be able to withstand the soul impact. Yang Podi thought about it, and finally spoke firmly, Dad, it's this Titan Python. I have the confidence that I can withstand it. Don't forget, I have been waiting for it for a long time. Yang Zhenshin shook his head. That Titan Python is too powerful. If we really want to hunt it, maybe several of us will have to go together. Are you sure, Dad? We don't need so many people. Just you and second grandpa will be enough. Our family's colorful magic should have a certain effect on the Titan Python. As long as it works, I will have a way to kill this Titan Python. Yang Zhenshin thought about it and finally spoke. Okay, then we'll wait for a few days and set off when your grandfather's soul exploding pill is refined. Then we'll go find your second grandpa first, and then go deal with this Titan Python together. Even though the entire family moved to Mount Almo, second grandpa only came back secretly twice. He was quite satisfied with the future plans of Shiangsing Academy and the family. The rest of the time he was still in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, on the one hand guarding the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, on the other hand he was practicing in seclusion. After 5 days, Grandpa finally refined 2 soul explosion pills. When he handed the soul explosion pills to Yang Podi, he couldn't help but say, Podi, this time you have to deal with 100,000-year soul beast. You must be careful. If you really can't, you can choose some with a slightly lower age. I believe that when you have your 8th soul ring, there will be no problem at all. Yang Podi also nodded. Grandpa, don't worry, I know what I am doing and I won't force myself too much. After getting the soul explosion pills, Yang Podi and Yang Zhenshin were ready to set off, but Douluo wanted to go with them after hearing the news, wanting to see how Yang Podi would deal with this Titan Python. Besides, he was a little bored staying in Shiangsing Academy all the time, and wanted to go to Xiandao City to take a look. After all, he was also a guest official of the Xiandao Empire. The 3 of them flew directly to the Sunset Forest with their soul power, and Yang Podi was too lazy to hide, and directly flapped his wings and flew with the 2 titled Douluo. Among the 3 people, Yang Podi was the fastest and had the least pressure. They were envious of Yang Podi's wings. These wings consumed little energy and were extremely fast. They were simply a magical tool for traveling. The 3,000 kilometers were reached in just 5 days. This was because the 3 of them found a place to rest at night and did not travel day and night. After arriving at the Sunset Forest, Yang Zhenshin went directly to find his second grandfather Yang Wudi, while Yang Podi followed Douluo to the quagmire first, and then they could meet up near the quagmire. In just half a day, Yang Zhenshin and Yang Wudi arrived near the quagmire and met up with Yang Podi. After the 4 met, they began to discuss countermeasures against this Titan Python. Yang Podi took out 2 poisons directly from his body, one of which was the colorful family inheritance, and the other was a bottle of Bloody Mary, which was obtained from the city of slaughter. Yang Podi had never eaten it and kept it all on himself. After seeing the 2 toxins, Douluo was immediately very interested. The colorful one was the best among all poisons, so he couldn't help but say, Brother Wudi, I didn't expect that you still have this kind of top-grade poison hidden in your home. Take it out as soon as possible so that I can see it. Yang Wudi shook his head. Brother Douluo, this is a secret medicine that is forbidden by our Podi clan. If it weren't for the need for Podi, it is strictly forbidden to use. Moreover, this colorful one is extremely toxic. There is no medicine to cure it except us. If it flows out, it will cause big trouble. Douluo couldn't help shaking his head, but when he saw the Bloody Mary, he tried 1 or 2 drops directly, and couldn't help cursing, Little monster, where did you get this poison? It's actually human blood, and this poison seems to be very complicated. I'm afraid there is no way to cure it. Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. This is a specialty of the city of slaughter. It's not available outside. Everyone in the city of slaughter drinks this. Grandpa Douluo, would you like a few cups? Douluo complained. Although I am Wudi, I am not stupid enough to drink blood. Just give me 1 or 2 bottles for fun. Yang Podi took out 2 bottles of Bloody Mary from his body and gave them to Douluo, and repeatedly told him, this Bloody Mary looks normal, but it will make people addicted and crazy after drinking it. I am afraid that no one in the entire Douluo Continent can solve it. Second grandfather also took the opportunity to take a few bottles and study them a little. This poison is so powerful. It is probably more complicated than the colorful one in our family. Although it is not fatal, it can also make people addicted and crazy. The next thing to do is to wait for the arrival of rainy days. At that time, the toxins can be spread throughout the quagmire with the help of rain. Otherwise, it is difficult to poison the Titan python with the density in the quagmire. Of course, several people have already experimented with living things and confirmed that the Titan python is still in the quagmire, but seeing the Titan python again still feels very shocked. The length reaches 100 meters, the trunk is several meters long, and the two eyes are like lanterns. Maybe the four of them were lucky. In just 2 days, they had a heavy rain. This time, it was their second grandfather who took action. After all, when it comes to the use of poison, the second grandfather is more skilled. The second grandfather took the 2 toxins, and at the same time, with a look of surprise on his face, he took the bloody swan kiss that Yang Podi took out, magnified the toxins, and let the rain flow into the mud. After the rain, the whole mud became turbid, and the mud was full of 2 strange poisons, which had become a poison pool. But even in this situation, the figure of the Titan python could not be felt. It should be said that snake soul beasts are indeed good at hiding, especially this Titan python, which is basically invincible in terms of hiding ability. Then there was another wait, but as time went on, a trace of soul power fluctuation began to gradually appear in the mud. It should be that the Titan python became more and more irritable. After more than 10 days, the fluctuation of soul power in the whole mud became more and more serious, and even bursts of fierce breath came. Even Yang Podi and the other 4 felt a little terrified, worthy of being a 100,000-year soul beast. On this day, the Titan python suddenly rushed out of the quagmire, and its body kept swinging, as if it was crazy. After all, in this Bloody Mary quagmire, it didn't know how much Bloody Mary toxin it had eaten. Especially its breath, it actually began to weaken a little. Obviously the colorful poison began to work. Although these 2 toxins are chronic toxins, the Titan python has been in the toxins for a long time. I am afraid that no matter what kind of soul beast it is, it will not be able to bear it. The 4 saw the Titan python rushing out of the quagmire, and looked at each other. The second grandfather Yang Wudi secretly said, "Do it." Hearing this, everyone quickly flew towards the Titan python, and summoned their own martial soul rings and launched powerful soul skills. Among them, Douluo summoned his martial soul, the Green Phosphorus Snake King, and directly used the 6th soul skill, Green Phosphorus Snake King Break, and a huge green light rushed directly towards the Titan python. Yang Wudi activated his 8th soul skill, Giant Ape Annihilation, and the entire soul-breaking spear became very huge, especially the tip of the spear was wrapped in ordinary black light, as if it was going to annihilate the entire environment. Yang Zhenshin activated his 6th soul skill, Lion Roaring Gold Shattering, as if he wanted to smash all the objects that the soul-breaking spear encountered. And Yang Podi also used his 6th soul skill, Golden Lion Roaring Sky Breaking, and a golden light flew out of the soul-breaking spear, like the phantom of the Golden Lion King, and with a roaring sound. The 3 attacks took advantage of the Titan python's inattention when it fell into madness. But this Titan python seemed very strong. Even such a strong attack could only cause a few huge wounds on the Titan python's body, and could not pose a fatal threat to him. Especially the Titan python, which actually had a thick layer of scales on its surface, and had extremely strong defense. When the soul-breaking spear pierced its body, there were even bursts of metal clashing sounds. The Titan python roared, and then shouted angrily, "Human, you dare to sneak attack me?" Then a huge python tail, like a giant whip, swung directly at the 4 people. The strength was beyond everyone's imagination, and it was probably not weaker than the attack of the title Douluo. Seeing this, the 4 people dispersed to avoid the attack of the Titan python, and then attacked the Titan python from different directions. Dad Yang Wudi directly activated his 7th soul skill, Weapon Soul True Body, and suddenly turned into a huge figure, holding a soul-breaking gun that was magnified countless times, and stabbed directly at the head of the Titan python. At this moment, Douluo also activated his 8th soul skill, Freezing Time. A huge white light shot out from the eyes of the Green Phosphorus Snake King, as if to solidify the Titan python. And the second grandfather Yang Wudi activated his soul skill again and stabbed the Titan python's tail. Yang Podi's soul ring flashed, and he activated his 1st and 3rd soul skills at the same time. The 1st soul skill was the power of 1,000 pounds, and the 3rd soul skill was the power of gold. With a superposition of the 2 soul skills, The soul-breaking spear became extremely heavy, and the attack power was much stronger. The strength of the body was also increased several times. Then he activated his fourth soul skill, Tiger Roar breaks thousands of troops. A huge soul-breaking spear flew out directly and pierced the body of the Titan Python. This was also the first time that Yang Wudi used 3 soul skills at the same time against the enemy. The weight of the soul-breaking spear increased by 700%, the body's strength increased by 200%, and the attack power increased by 300%. After all the soul skills were superimposed, the soul-breaking spear seemed to become indestructible, as if nothing could be broken. The attack power was probably not weaker than the 8th soul skill of the title Douluo. As the attacks of several people fell, the Titan Python was directly seriously injured. The head and body were pierced by Yang Zhenshin and Yang Wudi respectively, and the tail was also blocked. But this Titan Python seemed very strong. Even though it was seriously injured by 3 people, it still swung its entire body like a giant whip, as if it wanted to split the 4 people apart. Seeing this, Douluo quickly activated his head soul bone skill, Medusa's Gaze. A white light shot out from his eyes, trying to freeze the entire Titan Python. Seeing this, the other 3 continued to speed up their attacks. Even the second grandfather Yang Wudi activated his weapon Soul True Body, and Yang Wudi activated his second soul skill, Demon Tiger Destruction Kill. With the increase of the first and third soul skills, the attack was also extremely powerful. After a battle, the 4 people continuously attacked the Titan Python, and the location of the attack gradually shifted from the quagmire to the land next to it. This was also intentional by everyone. They couldn't let the Titan Python escape back to the quagmire in the end. Finally, the 3 of them besieged it for almost half an hour before the Titan Python fell to the ground with its last breath. The soul power of the 4 people seemed to be greatly consumed, especially Yang Wudi, who was exhausted and panting. After all, he was fighting against a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Especially when the Titan Python wanted to self-destruct, it was fortunate that Douluo activated the head soul bone skill again to stop its self-destruction. Even Yang Wudi couldn't help but admire that this poison Douluo was indeed a control system and enhanced attack system. He was really good, especially the head soul bone skill, which was really very practical. Yang Zhenshin hurriedly said, "Podi, you should give him the last blow. This Titan Python should be dying soon." Yang Wudi nodded and directly released the third style of the 9 soul-breaking styles. 10,000 blades returned to 1. Countless spear beams gathered together and pierced the head of the Titan Python from the original wound. But the Titan Python's vitality seemed to be extremely strong. Even though its head was pierced, it still swung for a long time, and finally slowly stopped, and a huge red soul ring appeared. Yang Wudi took out some herbs and handed them to the other 3 people. He also lived on the ground, trying his best to recover his soul power and physical condition. After all, absorbing 100,000-year soul ring was no joke. Chapter 173 7th Soul Ring. After the 4 of them rested for about half an hour, they all finished resting. Next, they had to absorb the spirit ring, otherwise, if it took too long, the spirit ring would dissipate and be wasted. After the 4 of them ate the herbs, their spirit power was basically restored to most, especially Yang Wudi, whose overall spirit power was relatively low, and it was estimated that he had recovered about 70%. Douluo set up a poison array around the Titan Python to prevent it from being harassed by other people or spirit beasts when absorbing the spirit ring, while his father Yang Zhenshin and his second grandfather Yang Wudi began to patrol the surroundings to prevent any accidents. Yang Wudi straightened his spirit and sat next to the Titan Python, ready to start absorbing this 100,000-year spirit ring, which was also Yang Wudi's first 100,000-year spirit ring. It must be said that the 100,000-year spirit ring is indeed much stronger than the 10,000-year spirit ring. Even the previous leapfrog absorption is far less painful than the absorption of this 100,000-year spirit ring. During the absorption process, countless soul powers flew into the body. The whole person was not only like being in magma, but also had endless tearing power, as if to tear the whole body apart. Especially in the mind, it seemed as if a giant python appeared, almost occupying the entire mind, as if to swallow the entire silver giant with a gun. From the perspective of the 3 people outside, Yang Wudi seemed to be in pain at this time, and blood seemed to flow from the corners of his mouth, eyes and nose. His face was extremely hideous. Seeing this, the 3 people were all worried. Just when Yang Podi was about to collapse, Yang Podi seemed to think of the sea of corpses and blood in the killing city, and the endless killing intent on the Hell Road. Then, Yang Podi gritted his teeth fiercely, as if he had bitten his entire gums, and even his eyes were filled with endless fierceness. At this time, the whole body turned silver, and the soul-breaking gun and the body were flashing white light. The closed eyes could not block the red light from the eyes, and the white light seemed to spread around the space around Yang Podi's body. At this time, the entire space in his mind seemed to have turned blood red. A huge blood-red soul-breaking spear pierced directly into the Titan Python in his mind. The Titan Python seemed unwilling to be restrained, and roared loudly, as if it was trying its best. As time passed, the blood-red soul-breaking spear gradually gained the upper hand. Even though the Titan Python was unwilling, it was slowly pierced and torn by the soul-breaking spear. It seemed that everything slowly began to calm down. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Podi's soul power gradually began to stabilize, and his face gradually became calm. Yang Zhenshin and the other two slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from this situation, this 100,000-year soul ring should have been successfully absorbed. When Yang Podi opened his eyes, his whole body seemed to be more comfortable than ever before, and his soul power was extremely condensed, as if a huge shackle had been lifted. Yang Podi looked around and couldn't help but say, "Dad, I succeeded." Dad Yang Zhenshin also had a look of surprise on his face. "Podi, you did a great job. From now on, you are the first 7th soul ring in history to appear in 100,000 years. After confirmation, it took Yang Podi a full 48 hours to absorb the soul ring this time, which is a full 2 days. Podi, how about this spirit ring? What skills does it have?" Yang Podi thought for a moment before speaking. The 7th spirit skill is the weapon Spirit True Body. When used, the attack power increases by 500%, and it is indestructible, and after absorbing the 7th spirit ring, my physical fitness has been greatly improved. According to estimates, my strength has at least doubled, and the soul-breaking spear now weighs 8,000 pounds. Now my spirit power has reached level 73. Douluo on the side couldn't help shaking his head. "You are such a little monster. After the 7th spirit ring, if you use the weapon Spirit True Body, I'm afraid you can fight against the title Douluo. With the amplification skills you mentioned earlier, you may even have the chance of winning." Yang Podi shook his head. "I can indeed fight against the title Douluo, but my spirit power level is still much lower than that of the title Douluo after all, and my spirit power is far less than that of the title Douluo. Unless I win quickly, I will still lose in a long battle." Douluo couldn't help but complain. "You have such exaggerated strength, but you still think it's not enough. Even if you can't beat them, you can use your wings to escape quickly. Have you ever seen anyone who is less than 20 years old with your strength?" Several people couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. At this time, Yang Zhenshin took out a blood-red soul bone and handed it to Yang Podi. "Podi, this Titan Python has a right arm soul bone. You should absorb it now. This is a top-grade soul bone of 100,000 years, and it is a power-type soul bone, which is very suitable for you." After thinking about it, Yang Podi put away the right arm soul bone first. "Dad, let's talk about the soul bone after we get home. Let's go to the next place next." Douluo was a little confused. "Where else should we go? Did you absorb the 100,000-year soul ring, and what happened to your body just now? When you absorbed the soul ring, your body turned silver." Yang Podi and Yang Zhenshin looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh, leaving Douluo and Yang Wudi confused. Finally, Yang Podi spoke up. "Second grandfather, Grandpa Douluo, I'm really sorry. I have been hiding this from you. In fact, I have twin martial souls, and my other martial soul is my body." After Yang Podi finished speaking, his soul power flashed, and his entire body from top to bottom turned silver, like a metal man, appearing to be extremely explosive and extremely defensive. Seeing this, second grandfather Yang Wudi and Douluo hurriedly approached Yang Podi, hiding here and there on Yang Podi's body, and they were extremely horrified and curious. Finally, Douluo spoke up. "Brother Wudi, have you ever seen a martial soul that is part of the whole body? And it's silver?" Second grandfather Yang Wudi was speechless. "I have only seen martial souls that are part of the body, and have never seen Podi's case. But judging from his appearance, it is indeed a martial soul. But even if the martial soul is a part of the body, how can it turn into silver?" After the two of them looked at it for a long time, they also whispered for a long time. Douluo seemed a little speechless. "Brother Wudi, your little grandson hid it too deeply. He didn't even let anyone know that he has twin martial souls, and it's such a rare physical martial soul. Yang Wudi was also speechless. Brother Douluo, this is the first time I know it too. I have never heard Podi talk about it before. I guess my eldest brother doesn't know either. The two studied for quite a while, and finally Douluo spoke. You little monster, you are really a monster, but even if you have twin martial souls, it is best not to obtain the second spirit ring for the second martial soul now. Practicing two martial souls at the same time can easily cause the body to explode, and from beginning to end, only the Po Dong of the spirit hall has successfully cultivated twin martial souls. Yang Podi shook his head. Since my second martial soul is the main body, the two martial souls will not have the phenomenon of rejection, and obtaining the spirit ring for the second martial soul is also planned. There should be no problem. Douluo suddenly became a little frightened. You kid, you are not going to get the second 100,000-year spirit ring again, are you? I don't know where there is a 100,000-year spirit beast, and we can't beat the Titan giant ape and the Titan giant python in the starred out great forest, unless you call your grandfather and your mother all together. Yang Podi shook his head. This time it is not a 100,000-year spirit beast, and this spirit beast is easier to deal with, just a little troublesome. Douluo was a little curious. With your personality, you actually like a soul beast that is not at the 100,000-year level, and you are willing to risk your second martial soul to obtain the soul ring in advance. Could it be that this soul beast is very unusual? Yang Podi smiled. This soul beast is indeed interesting. There is a special forest 800 kilometers west of Soto City. That forest is full of blue silver grass. Among them, there is a blue silver grass that is 85,000 years old. This is my target. Over the years, Yang Podi has studied the map of Douluo Continent and basically determined the location of the blue silver forest. Yang Wudi on the side was also puzzled. Podi, why do you want a plant-type soul beast? You don't have a plant martial soul. Besides, isn't the blue silver grass soul beast a little too bad? The blue silver grass is a well-known useless soul beast and a well-known useless martial soul. You don't have to be so anxious. We should be able to find a better soul beast in the future. Yang Podi asked in return. Second Grandpa, what do you think is the biggest feature of the blue silver grass soul beast? Yang Wudi thought for a moment before speaking. Blue silver grass has always been known for its tenacious vitality, and it also has the ability to grow quickly, and even has good healing abilities. Yang Podi then smiled and said, the most powerful thing about a blue silver grass is its terrifying vitality. If I have an 85,000-year blue silver grass soul ring, the vitality of my body will be greatly improved, and even my healing and recovery abilities will be greatly improved. By then, my body and martial soul will be even stronger, especially when using the body as a martial soul. The biggest advantage is the compatibility of the body. No matter what soul beast or soul ring, I will not reject it when I absorb it. Even if I absorb the blue silver grass soul ring, it will not have any effect if I absorb other types of soul rings in the future, and the most important point is that even in the entire Xingdao Great Forest, there is probably no soul beast with a life force greater than this 85,000-year-old blue silver grass. Yang Podi thought to himself, normal soul beasts need 100,000 years to speak, but this blue silver king is only 85,000 years old, and it can speak and communicate normally, and has a very high IQ, which is obviously very extraordinary. After some communication, the few people finally decided to go to the blue silver forest to hunt soul rings first, especially Douluo, who seemed to want to see this rare blue silver grass high-level soul beast. Chapter 174, Tricking the Blue Silver King. Following the map, the group flew westward for a few days and arrived at Soto City first. However, it took a lot of time to find the blue silver forest this time. The blue silver forest itself was not very large, and it was not even marked on the map. The group searched for more than 10 days before they found a place where the blue silver grass was relatively lush. This place looked very ordinary, and it did not look like there were any powerful soul beasts. The only difference was that the blue silver grass here seemed to be very lush, especially with an unusually full vitality. After entering this forest, it was a bit like entering an ocean of life, and the whole person felt much more comfortable. Douluo couldn't help but sigh in amazement. I didn't expect there is such a good place in the world. The breath of life here is really good. If I had discovered it earlier, I wouldn't have suffered so much from my martial soul. Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. Grandpa Douluo, there are all kinds of strange places in this world, and there are all kinds of miracles. If you used to like staying in the core area of the starred-out Great Forest, your breath of life would be more vigorous, and it would also have a strong suppressing effect on your martial soul poison. I'm afraid you wouldn't suffer so much. Douluo couldn't help but complain. Of course I know that the Lake of Life is very good, but it is a human-restricted area. Even I dare not stay there for too long. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid it will cost me my life. Several people couldn't help laughing when they heard this. When the 4 people went deep into the blue-silver forest, it seemed that a relatively strong mental fluctuation was gradually transmitted. Obviously, there was a high-level soul beast nearby, but unexpectedly, even after exploring, several people could not find the specific location of this soul beast. A few people found several blue-silver grasses that were 10,000 years old. This level of blue-silver grass is very rare in the entire Xingdao Great Ginseng Forest. After all, although blue-silver grass has strong vitality, it basically has no means of protection and can easily become food for other soul beasts. As for blue-silver grasses that are hundreds or thousands of years old, there are even more. Yang Podi was actually a little puzzled. How could a soul beast forest like this blue-silver grass grow to such a state? Blue-silver grass itself has no combat power. It mainly relies on some entanglement. As long as there are some fire attribute soul masters, the entire blue-silver forest can be destroyed. Especially for some high-level plant-based soul saints and soul Daoists, if they want to hunt soul rings, it is simply easy here. At this moment, a voice suddenly came out. Who are you? Why did you trespass into my blue-silver forest? Please leave quickly. Especially among the many blue-silver grasses, an old man appeared. The old man looked very serious, as if he understood that the person who came was very powerful. Seeing this, the 4 people all summoned their martial souls and soul rings and quickly attacked the blue-silver king. Unexpectedly, the blue-silver king also summoned countless blue-silver grasses, which were like overwhelming the sky and the earth, and began to attack the 4 people from all directions. 3 of the 4 were titled Douluo, so how could they be afraid of the attack of a mere blue-silver grass? Douluo's martial spirit spit out a huge green poison gas, and countless blue-silver grasses began to wither, while the other 3 waved the soul-breaking spear and quickly cut at blue-silver grasses. Even though this blue-silver king has reached 85,000 years, it is only the combat power of a soul master high-level soul Douluo, and is still a little inferior to the title Douluo, especially the blue-silver grass has a weak attack power. In just a moment, a large number of blue-silver grasses were smashed into pieces, and countless blue-silver grasses were killed. At this time, the blue-silver king seemed very angry. Who are you? Why are you destroying our blue-silver forest? Yang Podi waved to the other 3, and everyone gathered together. At this time, Yang Podi said to the front, Senior, please come out and meet us. We have something to discuss. The blue-silver king seemed to ignore everyone. You wantonly destroyed the blue-silver forest and hurt my people. What else can we discuss? Yang Podi said coldly. Senior, you have also seen the strength of the 4 of us. Aren't you afraid that we will destroy the entire blue-silver forest? And what I want to tell you is related to your blue-silver emperor. The blue-silver king seemed to be touched and turned into a dangling figure and appeared in front of everyone. The phantom of the blue-silver king said, Do you have any news about my emperor? Where is she now? Yang Podi shook his head. Your blue-silver emperor fell 15 years ago, and now it should be considered half dead. Have you been unable to sense the information of the blue-silver emperor since 15 years ago? Second grandfather Yang Wudi and the other 2 seemed to look at Yang Podi very strangely. When did this kid know any news about a blue-silver emperor? The blue-silver king seemed to be showing a sad face. Since you know the information about my emperor, how did she fall? Your blue-silver emperor chose to transform into a human form and rebuild, and turned into a woman. She fell in love with a man, sacrificed herself for that man at a critical moment, and became that man's spirit ring. Moreover, she was deceived by that man and gave birth to a child. Now the child is almost 15 years old. The blue-silver king seemed very angry. Who is that man? Why did he do this to our emperor? Yang Podi smiled. You should have seen that man. That man should have been here with the blue-silver emperor. He is Tang Hao. Yang Wudi on the side couldn't help but said, Podi, how do you know these things? Is this how Tang Hao's 100,000-year spirit ring came? Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. Second grandfather, Dad, actually you have also seen the blue-silver emperor. He is Tang Hao's wife a yin. Jin Zunji got the news from somewhere and hunted a yin. As a result, A yin was sacrificed and became Tang Hao's ninth soul ring. Jin Zunji was also defeated by Tang Hao, which led to the Battle of Haotian Sect that year. Yang Wudi finally understood a little. It turns out that the original reason for the Battle of Haotian Sect that year was actually for the 100,000-year soul beast. No wonder the battle was so tragic that year. Even Jin Zunji died. At this time, the Blue Silver King seemed to still be angry. Then why did you come to the Blue Silver Forest? Is it for my soul ring? Yang Podi shook his head. Not entirely. I just want to make a deal with you. What kind of deal do you want to make with me? You humans are completely untrustworthy. Yang Podi just said lightly. I have always been very trustworthy. As long as you agree, I promise that you and your people will be well resettled, especially you. I can make you a real Blue Silver Emperor. The Blue Silver King was surprised. What kind of deal do you want? I don't trust you humans. My purpose is very simple. I want 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor Spirit Ring. Then I will take you to Treasure Land where plant spirit beasts can grow 10-fold or 100-fold. Even if I sacrifice myself to you, I can only provide an 85,000-year spirit ring. How can you get a 100,000-year spirit ring? And I can't become the Blue Silver Emperor even if I die? Yang Podi shook his head. I know that after the Blue Silver Emperor is sacrificed, it can form a seed. This seed can grow again. When the time comes, I will transplant this seed into the Treasure Land, and you will naturally grow into a new Blue Silver Emperor quickly. If you don't agree, then we can only destroy the entire Blue Silver Forest, and then we can get an 85,000-year spirit ring. The Blue Silver King was still very skeptical. Where in the world is there such a treasure land that can make plant spirit beasts grow quickly? Besides, I am only 85,000 years old. There is no way I can become the Blue Silver Emperor. Yang Podi just smiled, then took out a jade box from his stored ring. After opening the jade box, a strong breath of life appeared. This is really the Kilo Tulip Immortal product. This is what I found in the Treasure Land, the Kilo Tulip Immortal product. This immortal grass is the king of immortal grasses. It can identify the characteristics of all spiritual objects in the world, command the spiritual objects in the world, and even command the plant soul beasts in the world. You should be able to feel its power. After Yang Podi finished speaking, he took out a red fire stone from his body. I brought 10,000 red fire stones this time. If you refuse to cooperate, I will burn them all in the Blue Silver Forest. At that time, I am afraid that the entire Blue Silver Forest will be destroyed, and your Blue Silver clan will also be destroyed. Yang Wudi and Douluo on the side saw the Kilo Tulip Immortal product, and their eyes widened. Especially the second grandfather Yang Wudi. His face seemed incredible. He didn't expect that his grandson actually hid his treasure. And the Blue Silver King seemed to feel the powerful breath of the Kilo Tulip Immortal product. Especially the Blue Silver King himself seemed a little out of control, and there was an instinctive suppression. The red fire stone in Yang Podi's hand also made him feel endless firepower, as if he was facing a natural enemy. The Blue Silver King looked at the immortal grass and the red fire stone in Yang Podi's hand, and then at the three-titled Douluo behind Yang Podi, and seemed to be beginning to give in. How do you want to cooperate? Yang Podi couldn't help but smile, and took out a soul explosion pill. That's right, you use the characteristics of your Blue Silver clan to absorb the life essence of the Blue Silver grass around you, and increase your soul power to more than 95,000 years. Then use the soul explosion pill to help you break through the last shackles, and you can become a 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor. When the time comes, you will sacrifice yourself to me, and I will plant the seeds left by your sacrifice on the Treasure Land, and at the same time move your Blue Silver clan to the vicinity of the Treasure Land, so that you can grow quickly and become the new Blue Silver Emperor again. Although this pill will damage your foundation and even your potential, you have become the Blue Silver Emperor. What potential do you need? As for your foundation, you can grow again in the Treasure Land after becoming a seed. The Blue Silver King seemed to be very solemn. Why do you want to do this? And how can you guarantee that you will execute according to our agreement? Yang Podi shook his head. If we kill you now, we can only get an 85,000-year spirit ring, and if we cooperate, I can get a 100,000-year spirit ring plus a 100,000-year spirit bone. The difference is still very large. As for the question of ensuring our cooperation, I can swear on my martial spirit. I wonder if this explanation is okay. At this time, the Blue Silver King seemed to be in deep thought. The situation in front of him seemed very bad. There were three-titled Douluo on the opposite side. If he opposed, I am afraid that the opposite people would kill him without hesitation and destroy the entire blue-silver forest. At that time, he would be the center of the blue-silver clan. On the other hand, he was already 85,000 years old and was the blue-silver king. How could he not want to become the blue-silver emperor? And there seemed to be a great opportunity in front of him. The second grandfather Yang Wudi and the other two looked at each other in bewilderment. If the situation continued like this, Yang Podi would be able to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone without any effort. When did this kid become so good at deceiving people? He could even deceive spirit beasts. Chapter 175, The First Soul Ring of the Body Martial Soul. As time went by, the Blue-Silver King seemed to have made up his mind and finally spoke. I can cooperate with you, but how can I be sure that you will do as agreed? How can I be sure that you will protect the people of my Blue-Silver Grass clan? Yang Podi nodded. As long as we reach a cooperation, the four of us can swear by our martial spirits that we will abide by the agreement with you. In addition, you can communicate with your people in advance, and then we will use the storage soul guide to take them and your seeds away, and then we will resettle somewhere else. Of course, the size of the storage soul guide is limited. The storage soul guides that we can use to store living things are probably only about 200 square meters. I don't know how many of your people we can take away. It is recommended that you use blue-silver grass that is at least more than 1,000 years old. The blue-silver emperor nodded. That's no problem. I can gather all the blue-silver grass together. At that time, with the strength of your title Douluo, you can directly use your soul power to carry them away. Yang Podi smiled. Then can we reach a cooperation agreement? If possible, you should try to increase your age a little higher. I'm not sure how much this soul explosion pill can improve you. It's best to directly improve yourself to more than 98,000 years. The Blue-Silver King nodded. Okay, we can reach an agreement now. I hope you can keep your promise and treat our Blue-Silver Grass clan well. After Yang Podi and the other three looked at each other, Yang Podi spoke first. Yang Podi, swear on my martial soul that I will abide by the agreement with the Blue-Silver King. After the Blue-Silver King sacrifices himself to me, I will help the Blue-Silver King grow quickly again, and at the same time help the Blue-Silver clan who followed us away to grow quickly. If I break my oath, my martial soul will be shattered. Seeing this, the other three people, although they all had strange faces, also made the same oath. The Blue-Silver King nodded and said, I hope I won't become a sinner of the Blue-Silver clan. After the Blue-Silver King finished speaking, he seemed to be telling something to the countless blue-silver grasses around him. Then, all the blue-silver grasses in the blue-silver forest seemed to come alive, as if they were bowing to the Blue-Silver King. In particular, these blue-silver grasses seemed to have a great breath of life, which began to slowly flow to the Blue-Silver King. As time went by, the breath of life in the entire blue-silver forest began to slowly gather, and finally formed countless blue-silver grasses, as if it was an ocean of blue-silver grasses, and this Blue-Silver King existed like an emperor among the many blue-silver grasses. At the same time, countless breaths of life were transmitted to the Blue-Silver King, causing the breath of this Blue-Silver King to become stronger and stronger, and the soul power age gradually began to increase from 85,000 years, and finally increased to about 98,000 years. It seemed that this was also the limit of this Blue-Silver King. Yang Podi thought to himself, this Blue-Silver King is really powerful. I am afraid that except for the bloodline, it almost has all the strength of the Blue-Silver Emperor. If it can really complete the final bloodline transformation, it will probably be extremely powerful. At this time, a blue-silver grass appeared on the Blue-Silver King and stretched directly to Yang Podi. Seeing this, Yang Podi took out the exploding soul pill. The Blue-Silver King used the branches and leaves of the blue-silver grass to roll away the exploding soul pill, and slowly rolled the exploding soul pill to a particularly strong blue-silver grass, and began to devour and absorb the energy on the exploding soul pill. Obviously, this is the Blue-Silver King's body. As time went by, after the Blue-Silver King ate the exploding soul pill, his soul power rose again. Although the speed of this rise was not fast, the breath became more and more terrifying. Finally, after 3 full days, this Blue-Silver King seemed to have completed a qualitative transformation. The whole body seemed to exude the breath of the Emperor, and also exuded the breath of 100,000-year soul beast. At the same time, the whole sky seemed to begin to darken, and there was a flash of lightning between the sky and the earth, as if a heavenly calamity had descended. The countless blue-silver grasses around, even though their vitality had disappeared, seemed to be floating, and bowed to the new blue-silver Emperor, as if welcoming the birth of a new emperor. At this time, the Blue Silver King said, "Young man, come here quickly. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for too long and will face the heavenly tribulation. Let's complete the sacrifice now." Yang Podi nodded, came to the new Blue Silver Emperor, sat down alone, and seemed to think of something, and said to the Blue Silver Emperor, "I don't want to absorb the soul bone for the time being, so don't let the soul bone you condense enter my body first." The Blue Silver Emperor also nodded, and Yang Podi summoned his own martial soul, and his whole body turned silver. At this moment, the Blue Silver Emperor seemed to have made up his mind, and the whole world turned blood red. All the people and objects covered in the blood red were all under a special rule and could not move. Even the entire time and space seemed to be solidified. Then, a huge blood red soul ring appeared on the Blue Silver Emperor. The size and energy of this soul ring were not inferior to those of the Titan Python. Obviously, this Blue Silver Emperor was also very powerful and possessed the most extreme life attributes. Then, this red soul ring slowly floated to Yang Podi's body. Countless energies dissipated on Yang Podi's body and gradually took shape. Moreover, these energies seemed to have great benefits for Yang Podi's body, enhancing and transforming his body in some way, and even healing the hidden injuries in his body. The time of sacrifice was relatively short. In just 6 hours, the entire sacrifice process was completed, and a blood-red soul ring appeared on Yang Podi's body. Yang Podi's physical fitness seemed to have reached the limit again in all aspects. Yang Podi even felt that the effect of the 100,000-year soul ring obtained through sacrifice was far better than absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, especially in improving and transforming physical fitness, which could almost reach the extreme, and there would not even be any repulsive force. No wonder in the original work, Tang San's strength increased so much after receiving the sacrifice of the Titan Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. At the same time, a blue soul bone appeared on the Blue Silver Emperor's body, emitting a pure breath of life energy. It was obviously a 100,000-year soul bone. But I don't know if it was too bad luck, but it was another right leg soul bone, which made Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. What kind of luck is this? Yang Podi put away the Blue Silver Emperor's soul bone, and then found a seed in the place where the Blue Silver Emperor's body was. There seemed to be a trace of spiritual fluctuations on the seed. Yang Podi said to the seed, "You should fall into deep sleep soon. It's best to order your people to gather in advance so that I can take them away." There seemed to be a special soul power fluctuation coming from the seed, and then all the blue-silver grass in the distance seemed to begin to gradually gather and shrink. Finally, all the blue-silver grass actually formed a huge blue sphere with a length and width of 100 meters. There was the purest breath of life on this sphere. But I don't know if it was because the Blue Silver Emperor gave an order. The blue-silver grass on this huge sphere did not attack everyone. After Yang Podi collected the seeds, he came directly to the second grandfather Yang Wudi and said, "Second grandfather, let's go to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire together. You use your soul power to carry the sphere formed by the blue-silver grass. They shouldn't resist us." After hearing this, the second grandfather immediately prepared to take action. Then Yang Podi said to Douluo, "Grandpa Douluo, are you going to Xiandao City? Or are you going to the Sunset Forest with us?" Douluo couldn't help but smile. "You little monster, I don't know your little tricks yet. I guess your Po clan has found some treasure in the Sunset Forest. I, an outsider, won't go there to avoid trouble." Yang Podi and the other two couldn't help but smile. "Grandpa Douluo, this is not a treasure, it's just a special medicine garden. The plants there grow faster, and it is also one of the medicinal material bases of my Po clan." At this time, Douluo was speechless. How could you, a little fox, be an ordinary medicine garden? Otherwise, why would Yang Wudi, a titled Douluo, be stationed there in person? Finally, Douluo shook his head and said, "Forget it. I plan to go to Xiandao City to take a look. I may need to go to the palace to deal with some things." Yang Zhenshin on the side also smiled and said, "Senior Douluo, it just so happens that I also need to go to Xiandao City. It has been half a year since I left Xiandao City. Some of the elixir business may need to be renegotiated to avoid any accidents because our Po clan is far away from Xiandao City." After the two communicated, they left together. Yang Podi and his second grandfather Yang Wudi also left here. The second grandfather used his soul power to drag the huge blue-silver grass ball and flew directly to the Sunset Forest. After the two came to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Yang Wudi planted the seeds of the Blue Silver Emperor in a suitable place, and then opened up a separate place on the periphery to place these blue-silver grass. These blue-silver grasses seemed to have very high IQs and were very sensible. After entering the place opened up by second grandpa, they actually took root very quickly one by one. They all seemed very excited, and were obviously very satisfied with this place. Even the blue-silver emperor seeds that they planted emitted a trace of soul power fluctuations again, and they were obviously very excited. Yang Wudi said to Yang Podi, "Podi, what are you going to do now? Are you going back to Mount Amo directly or are you going somewhere else?" Yang Podi shook his head. "Second grandfather, I plan to go to Xiandao City. I may need to deal with some things. Second grandfather, you have to be a little careful here. These blue-silver grasses are not weak. You can cultivate them into a protection plan for the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. With a protection of 10,000-year soul beasts, it will be relatively safer. Even if you leave for something, you won't be so worried." Yang Wudi nodded. "This is a good idea. I will pay attention to it. Although you are strong now, you still have to be careful in Xiandao City." Then, Yang Podi left the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and prepared to go to Xiandao City, but this time he walked slowly and was not in a hurry to fly to Xiandao City quickly. At the same time, Yang Podi was also thinking about what he had gained from this trip. First, he got 200,000-year soul rings, including the 7th soul ring of Titan Python's soul-breaking spear and the 1st soul ring of Blue-Silver Emperor's body spirit. After getting these 2 soul rings, Yang Podi's strength has been greatly improved. His soul power has now reached level 76. Moreover, through the enhancement of his body by 200,000-year soul rings, especially the enhancement of the body by the Blue-Silver Emperor soul ring, it is terrifying. In terms of strength, Yang Podi is now fully capable of fighting against ordinary title Douluo, and even has a great chance of winning. As Yang Podi expected, the 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor soul ring brought great recovery and vitality to the body. At the same time, it also brought Yang Podi 2 good soul skills. The first soul skill of the body spirit, Blue-Silver Recovery, can use soul power to treat himself or others. The treatment effect is very good, and even broken limbs can be regenerated. From now on, he can basically become an indestructible cockroach. Yang Podi even felt that after having this soul skill, he could be a healing spirit master, and the treatment effect was even not inferior to the right leg bone of the 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor. At the same time, Yang Podi also sighed. No wonder Tang Hao is so strong. Even after using the ring explosion, he can recover quickly. Even if he is seriously injured, he can run away. I am afraid this is also the result of the Blue-Silver Emperor's sacrifice to him. Unfortunately, the Blue-Silver Emperor soul ring is a bit out of place on the offensive weapon spirit. If someone wants Yang Podi to add the Blue-Silver Emperor soul ring to the soul-breaking gun, he will not be willing to do it even if he is beaten to death. The first soul skill of the main body spirit, Blue-Silver Control. This soul skill is similar to Blue-Silver Entanglement, but it is not controlled by Blue-Silver Grass, but uses soul power to form something similar to a field, entangles and controls the enemy, and can absorb the opponent's vitality and soul power, and it is group control, a bit similar to the Azure Destruction Thunder obtained by Tang San, but Tang San's is controlled by lightning, which is relatively more domineering, while Yang Podi's soul skill has an absorption effect, more like a combination of swallowing gold silk and entanglement control. Yang Podi couldn't help but sigh. The main body martial soul is really versatile. This first soul ring is basically the 2 strongest features of the Blue-Silver Emperor. One is the healing ability, and the other is the control and devouring ability. Yang Podi even felt that if the soul-breaking spear's weapon soul true body and the main body martial soul's first soul skill 2 were used at the same time, it would be a perfect strong attack and strong control, and even the continuous navigation ability would be greatly improved. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.